do, 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 do. Alrighty then. My theme music's playing. That means it's time to get started. All right. Welcome in, welcome in, welcome in. Happy Friday, everybody. Happy Friday. Thank you all so very much for being with me here tonight, because you could be anywhere else in the world, but you are here with me, and I appreciate you. All right, this definitely is the Erica Effect, and this one is called The Right is Wrong. That's what we're doing now, guys. The right is wrong. I'm still smarter than a Trump supporter, but they need to know that they are wrong. With that being said, y'all, let's do all of the good things while we're here. Let's make sure that we are tapping the screen. We are sharing the live. We're reposting, knocking out those gift goals. Shout out to y'all. Thank you again, Lovey. I appreciate you, dear. Thank you so very much. I hope you're taking care of yourself, friend. I really do. And also, guys, let's make sure we keep that comment section going. And if you're over on the tube, hi, tubers. If you expected me to be on time, I'm sorry. I'm sorry, tubers. One day I will surprise you all and we'll be on time. Until then, thank you so very much for being here. Let's make sure we're doing all the good things, like liking the stream. Let's try to get the likes over 400 today, right? Let's try to get the likes over 400. Also, if you're new here, hi, I'm Erica. This is the Erica Effect. And you should subscribe, all right? We have fun here. Also, thinking we'll do maybe a YouTube-only stream on Sunday. All right, no soccer zone, because I know people love their soccer. So there we go. Also, another thing, what else can we do? Keep the comment section going, guys. All right. And of course, if you'd like to support me, support the stream, the links are in the bio. Everything with Erica is the name. I'm sorry, Everything with Erica is the name on PayPal and Venmo. I also have a Zelle, Everything with Erica 9 at gmail.com. And if you're over on the tube, you can send a super chat. Remember, guys, everything is appreciated and most definitely accepted. Thank you all again for being here. And with that being said, Trump supporters, request up. You are the demographic of people I would like to have a conversation with. All right, I want you to go ahead and turn that blue and pink person gray if you're over here on the TikTok. And if you're over on the tube, you can call the number that's on your screen, which is 720-295-4868. Again, 720-295, what's the number again? 720-295-4868. All right, thank you all so very much. And let's go ahead and get started, guys. Let's go. Let's get started. Just a moment. You think we're going to be in the toddler Discord again, guys? It's a movement. We're about to find out. Bringing up the first guest. Let's see what happens.
Hello.
Hi, $. Are you a Trump supporter?
Yes, I am.
And for TikTok purposes, how old are you?
I'm 19, born in 2006, November 8th.
Okay. And why are you still supporting Trump?
To be honest, I'm supporting Trump because the abortion, I think that's actually very good. Like, abortion should be illegal.
You think abortion should be illegal? Have you ever... You're 19. Have you ever gotten someone pregnant before?
Yes, ma'am.
You have gotten someone pregnant? Did y'all have a baby?
No.
She didn't? What happened?
I wanted to have the baby, but she didn't.
She didn't, and she made the choice to abort, right?
Yes.
Oh, okay. All right. Because it was her body, her choice?
Yes.
Oh, okay. All right. So with that being said, then all you can do is respect it, right? And maybe...
Yes.
Are you using the bathroom? You nasty little bitch. That was a visceral reaction. I'm sorry, y'all. That was a visceral reaction. That was disgusting. Ugh, that was so gross. So gross. She did good. She made the right decision. She made the right decision, friend. She really did. That was a perfect decision. Anywho, moving on. Rufus, are you a Trump supporter? Rufus.
Yes, ma'am.
And for TikTok purposes, how old are you?
26.
Okay, and why are you still supporting Trump?
Because of foreign policy, immigration, economy. He put more money in my pocket than Biden did. He's just a more patriotic. I didn't think I was open to a female being president. I just didn't think
a woman being
that'd be.
president.
Yeah, I don't think that'd be a good look when we going up in diplomatic relations with other countries.
Okay.
My personal opinion.
I'm gonna take you seriously. All right. And what evidence do you have to support that a woman wouldn't be able to lead, that a woman wouldn't be able to go into a diplomatic situation and do well?
Because I mean, that's just how I feel. Like as a man, I don't think my vote
I thought men were more logical, though.
would.
You're basing this off
I
of your
don't think.
feelings. I thought men were more logical and made
No,
actual
I think men
decisive.
need to provide, protect, and lead. I
But I
think they
thought
need
you
to provide,
guys,
protect, and lead, and leading.
but again, you're talking about your feelings, right? That's what you're doing. You're talking about your feelings when it sounds like you made an emotional decision. And I thought that men were the more logical beings out of the two. It didn't sound like
Yeah,
you're that
we
way.
are, but it's like not even really about
Another
that.
one on the toilet. Seriously, do you all have some type of fetish? Is it a fetish with you all? Like, is it a fetish? Are you gonna wash your hands? Go wash your hands. Go wash your
I
hands. We
can't
want
go.
to hear
I
water
can't go to the
next. We
bathroom.
want to hear water next. Go wash your hands.
Once.
Go wash your hands. We want to hear water next. Go wash your hands now. We want to hear water. Let us hear the soap and the water hit those hands. And you better wash for at least 20
Just wash my
seconds.
hands.
I didn't hear it. That wasn't 20 seconds. I was counting. Were you raised in a barn? Are you well? Fuck is wrong with you idiots? Get off my phone. Stupid. Anywho, nasty ass. He wasn't going to wash his hands either, y'all. He was not going to wash his hands. Like, he was not going to wash those hands. That's just nasty. Absolutely disgusting. Gross. And he's supposed to be the superior being? Ew, no. Ugh. Y'all are weird, bro. Moving on. Keep tapping the screen, sharing the live, guys. Let's do all of the good things. Nikki, are you a Trump supporter?
I'm jerking off to Charlie Kirk.
You do know that what you're doing is sexual harassment, right? And that the longer I keep you up here, yeah. All right. That's why they're going to find your IP address and someone in a black SUV is going to come knocking on your parents' door. We look forward to it. By all means, please post the video when it happens. I don't care if they sounded two. They know better. They shouldn't be doing that. If you're new here, all right, hi, I'm Erica. I'm the mother of a preteen. All right, I'm with the shits. I want to let you know that. Anywho, Wesley, hi friend. Wesley sent a $5 super chat and said, I bet these guys don't wipe, or if they do, they wipe while standing. Ew. Okay, Wesley. Drop some hearts in the chat for Wesley, y'all. Drop some hearts in the chat. Thank you so much, friend. I appreciate you. If you want to be like Wesley and get your point across and show some love, support me, support the stream, you can do so via a super chat over on the tube. Or if you like, you can hit the pay links in the bio. Everything with Erica is the name, PayPal and Venmo. Also have a Zelle, everythingwitherica9@gmail.com. And I appreciate you all. Thank you all so very much. Everything is appreciated and most definitely accepted. All right. Let's see here. I feel like we're in somebody's disgusting Discord. Oh, this person said something in the comments. Panhandling? What's panhandling?
You don't know what panhandling is?
Tell us, please.
It's where you basically beg for money.
Begging
and
for
you
money?
tell
When did I
you
beg
telling
for money?
people about your Cash App or Venmo. That's basically.
I never said Cash App. I said Venmo and PayPal and also a Zelle.
Oh, is that all you have?
I'm particularly like Trump, though. I am like Trump, though. I am. Doesn't Trump sell merchandise?
Trump sells all sorts of stuff.
Oh,
profit.
okay. Is that not okay? Because guys, if you didn't know, I also have a website. It's called ericaeffect.com. All right, you can get yourself a nice bruh cap. All right, we also have the Juneteenth and the Pride edition, pretty dope. And guys, we have the Do All the Good Things tee and hoodies, along with the I'm Smarter Than a Trump Supporter mugs and t-shirts. You should check it out. My favorite though is when the GOP is in town, Grinder is down. So you should check that out. EricaEffect.com. Do y'all need me to spell effect for y'all? It's EFFECT. EricaEffect.com. You should go. Check it out. Get you something cute. Anywho, did you come up here to actually engage in a conversation, or did you just come here to pocket watch?
You went on that whole little spiel
I'm just
right there.
asking. You put panhandling in there. I figured I'd put my hand out. I don't fucking know. But did you come here to actually engage in a conversation, or did you come to cry? Okay. So Kyle, are you a Trump supporter?
I am more of a Trump supporter than a Harris supporter.
Okay, we're gonna go with yes. I know those questions are so hard for you. All right, and for TikTok purposes, how old are you?
I am 35.
Okay, and why are you still supporting Trump?
Well, because he wants to make America great again. Wait, you don't want to?
Prolific. I've never heard that before. Oh my gosh, that is new. You're the first person to ever say that. Did you know that?
I mean,
I've never heard that.
Glad I could be the first for you.
Yeah,
I mean,
that is a
well,
first.
think about
Like, oh my gosh, such a
no
good
other
answer,
president
friend.
can actually say they
Your
want to
mic
make our
sucks.
country great again. Well, I have this
There
waterproof
you go.
on. Yeah.
Now we can hear you. You got to speak into the microphone, else you sound like you're
Okay.
underwater.
Oh, all right. Thank you. So what's your question?
You said he wants to make America great again. That was so prolific. So my follow-up question to that would be is when was America actually great?
We've had our moments. I mean,
Give us a time.
the founding of this nation, not so hot and killing off the Native Americans and the Western expansion and the slave trade. No, none of that was great.
So when was
But
great?
what we've done without the slave trade and stuff like that, some of the great people that are here wouldn't actually be here.
When did the slave trade end?
Back in like what, 1910?
The slave trade ended in 1910? Bruh.
I don't know. I'm not a historian.
Bruh. It was the 1700s and something. Let me get you the exact time.
Okay. So you don't even know, but you want to ask me if I know?
Yeah,
Come on,
actually,
man.
it was 1808. I knew it was after Jefferson, so it was 1808 is when it
wasn't
ended.
even 17. I was
that's
actually
when the
closer than you.
slave trade ended, was in 1808. That was definitely closer than 1910. Additionally, another thing is what happened after 1808, though? Did we still have slavery?
Abraham Lincoln signed the Emancipation Proclamation, which actually it sort of ended slavery.
So, like after 1808, did we have slavery after 1808?
There was communities that were fighting against it. And
there were communities that were. Why can't you just answer a question?
They're more indentured servants than actual slavery.
Yeah, no. We actually had slavery still here in the United States of America. What outlawed slavery?
Well, it's supposed to be the Emancipation Proclamation.
No, stupid. That's not right. Oh, I'm so sorry. I called you stupid. My apologies. You are not stupid. You're just wrong, but you're not stupid. I'm sorry.
Okay, you got Google in front of you.
My
not
apologies.
Too bright.
Yeah, what's on my screen right now is when did the slave trade end, and it's just telling me 1808. So there's that part. Now, for the next part of this, all right, what actually ended slavery in the United States of America?
What is this, Jeopardy?
It's not Jeopardy. I just want to see when America was great. That's all. You haven't told me when it was great.
I said that there were moments. I'm the one that brought up the slave trade and the Native Americans. Notice how you don't even focus on the people that the African Americans actually ended up slaughtering with the white man. So how about we focus on the fact of this nation?
So time out. One moment. That's a lie. That is an absolute lie. What it is that you just said.
It's
but
not.
you don't get to pivot. So to answer the question that you can't seem to answer, sir, because I know you don't know much, all right, and you just enjoy being wrong. That's why you can't answer a direct question. Is because slavery has not ended in the United States of America, and you still said we had moments when it was great. When was it great? You still haven't mentioned one of those moments.
Well, when we started going towards the civil rights movement and we started to give individuals rights, You know, like women having rights
The
to
civil rights
vote.
didn't give anyone rights. It didn't give anyone rights. It just
Really?
told white people what they couldn't do. That's what
Oh,
the
man.
Civil Rights
You're,
Act did. I'm right.
are you still a bigot?
It outlawed discrimination against black people. It outlawed discrimination against people based off of their gender and their sex. That's what it did.
Yeah, that
It didn't give
discrimination is
anyone their
still.
rights. You
Oh
like to think
man.
that because you know you're a white man. You would like to think that. But again, it's crazy here that you have been on this panel for 6 minutes and 35 seconds and you still haven't told us when America was great. I think that's crazy work.
I said that there are moments like putting the man
You
on the
keep saying
moon.
how is
I
that
think that was a
great?
great moment in our
I'm
history.
sorry. I'm so sorry. The same year that we put a man on the moon, we actually had race riots across the Midwest. So there's that part.
I
And
forget her
so there's
name.
it.
I forget her name. She's an African American woman. She actually helped do the coding for
It
the
was
Apollo
3
mission to
African
put a man
American
on the
women
moon.
that actually helped do the
Yeah,
coding.
yeah, yeah.
Yet those African
Well,
American women
one of
didn't
them
get
was.
credit until over 50 years later. So there's that part. Let us know, when was it great?
Well,
When has it been great that each and every single person within the United States of America has actually had fair, equal, and equitable treatment? Each and every person. Is not happening now. It wasn't
we've
happening
had it
last
for
year.
over the
It
past
wasn't
like what,
happening 10 years.
70 years in our lifetime.
Nope.
Because I mean, you're under 50, so
I'm
you
sorry,
get to
what?
vote, right? You get to drive a car. You
Actually,
have freedom
no.
of
The
transport.
black vote across the South is actually being diluted. I'm not sure if you're aware of it, but are you familiar with what Louisiana versus Calais is?
I've heard of it
What
briefly.
is
Why don't you
it?
catch us all up to date?
Oh, okay. You've heard of it briefly. Okay. So it sounds like you
Anyway,
don't know what it is. And it's okay. I'm happy to tell you. All right. It was actually a
yeah,
case
because you have
filed within
Google
the
in
state
front
of
of you,
I don't Here's
or
the Google for
Gemini
you.
chat.
Here's the Google for you. This is my YouTube. Here's the Google for you. There you go. All right. You happy now?
Yeah,
You
we can
happy?
all swipe off
Okay.
screen.
There we
All right,
go.
go ahead.
You happy now?
Are you a bigot?
No, but you are. So with that being
Oh,
said,
definitely. Hey, cut out your
anywho, with
mouth.
that's not deflect. I thought you
Cut
said
out
you
your
wanted
mouth.
to learn. But you said that you
I
wanted to learn, and here I am
you asked
attempting to
why I
try to
took
teach
the
you
film,
something,
and I
and here
told
you
you why,
do.
because
Here
it's
you go.
great.
All right, trying to pivot.
Wow, you're not that
Sir, you don't know what a bigot is. There's the thing, okay? So there's that
Oh
part.
wow.
But we have
You have
so
no
many other
integrity.
people actually in the request that is crazy that
Okay.
I am actually sitting here trying to educate the ignorance out of you when you are just comfortable, all right, in your bigotry. You're not worth it.
I call you a bigot.
Your phone sucks, bro. Like, come on.
Well, because I have a waterproof case on.
Like, well, then just speak into the mic then, or stop covering it.
I am speaking into the mic.
Like,
What?
speak
Come
into
on, man.
it.
How
You
about
sound
you
like you're
actually answer
underwater.
it?
You can't engage.
Well,
Get off.
because
Goodbye. Goodbye. You suck at this. He sucks at this. Anywho, without interruption, Louisiana versus Calais, all right, is the recent Supreme Court decision that was done in late April or early May of this year, where pretty much it said that you can't racial gerrymander, meaning that you can't base your districts off of race. And that was the claim. Hey, Gooch, shout out to our ad hoc head mod. Shout out to the Gooch. Let me see. What was I saying? Yeah, you can't base your districts within states off of racial guidelines. So, with that being said, what ended up happening, all right, is that the Supreme Court pretty much has set the precedent that any type of gerrymandering is going to be considered partisan. So even if they crack, which means they split up a black district and put that majority minority vote into majority, let's say, Republican districts, or even if they pack all of the black vote into one district, is going to be allowed because they'll just say that it's partisan. That's it. That's why it's important that we do get legislation like the John Lewis Voting Rights Advancement Act in place so that we can actually codify black folks' right to vote And also that we can get the formula back to determine whether or not our districts within our states are fair and equitable, along with a new calculation and the pre-clearance rule coming back. Pre-clearance rule being that in certain states, more so in the South, that if they have a history of voter suppression, discrimination, things of that nature, they have to get it approved by the Department of Justice before they can implement any type of changes, or that they can, what else they can do? Yeah, that the changes by the Department of Justice or the First Circuit Court in DC. I had to think about it. Joel, you can say wrong all you want to. You can, but Joel, you've been permabanned. I just want to let you know that. You're not coming up here. But you can definitely watch from the comment section. Have fun, Joel. Do, 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 do.
Hello, can you hear me?
Hi, Fast Car. You a Trump supporter?
I am, yeah.
Okay, and for TikTok purposes, how old are you?
I'm 29.
Okay, and why are you still supporting Trump?
Oh, well, I lived in Albuquerque for 3 years, and during this 3 years, there was the COVID epidemic, and I don't know how to say it on TikTok, but like a synthetic opioid, like acceptable or for...
This is the one thing that you cherry picked. Okay, cool. You got it. Awesome.
Well, yeah, it's like,
Fantastic.
well, it's just part of my...
You got it.
You're so clueless. Like,
But you got
you actually,
it.
like, want people to overdose, like...
What are you talking about? Like, okay, cool. What did they outlaw it or did they allow it? I really don't care, to be perfectly honest with you.
Well, they declared a
because
national
there's
emergency
a
on the border, right? No,
whole
now you're
lot of
now
things that
you're
are
running
going
away
on.
from this.
We can talk about the
Yeah, well,
emergency that he declared at the border that turned out to be ineffective. So we can talk about that
how so?
because he
Six
used
hundred.
that to actually go around the country.
Hold
I'm
on.
so sorry. You said, how is that? But then you want to keep talking. That's crazy work. You did ask a question.
I
so
said,
wanna
how is
answer
that?
it.
Because there's
I really want to answer
622,000
it.
people that have been removed.
I really want to answer it.
Yeah, I'm just gonna hold you down to some reality here.
But those are those are deportations outside of self-deportations. So are you saying that all of his deportations came from the actual border, so expulsions at the
Well,
border?
there's 2
Or are
million
you saying that he
there's 2
actually
million self deportations.
we're not I don't think you heard the words that are coming out of my mouth. I didn't ask you how many self-deportations there were. I didn't ask you that. I don't know what you're doing. Okay? What I'm saying is that are you saying that all of his deportations, all right, came from expulsions at the border, because that's what they're called under Title 8 is an expulsion when you're turned around
No,
at the border.
I think those people are grabbed in Operation Midway Blitz, right? Is the name, and there's another
I'm glad you
operation too,
mentioned that.
But no, I think the increased border security has undoubtedly made a safer border, and I think the
No.
easiest way to track that is the amount of synthetic opioid overdoses, which have gone down.
They were already going down, though. They started going down in 2023.
No, I mean they were at their highest peak.
They weren't
prior.
at their highest peak in 2023. No, they
100%.
weren't. No, they started
No,
going
in
down.
2022.
Okay, give us the numbers then. What's your source?
Oh, it's like 78,000. This is from, I believe, the CDC. It's gone down now to 50,000. So I mean, your position would be like, we need to remove the presence on the border and have 24,000 more Americans die choking on their vomit.
You don't get to determine what my position is, and all you're doing is trying to.
Well, it is when you're just.
No, I haven't even stated my position.
No, you're
so
actually just categorically anti-Trump.
Well, yeah, because Donald Trump has been actually absolutely awful for the United States of America. So
you get to interrupt me.
But what I am going to do is we're going to disprove your numbers here, because the numbers have been going down since 2023. Matter of fact, in 2024 is when they had their largest decrease, was in 2024. And they continue to plummet, right? It continues to go down in 2025. Yeah, because they were already going down. So how do you give credit to Donald Trump for something going down that was already going down? If I'm already going down the slide,
no, shut up.
How do you get credit for pushing me down the slide?
We have increased apprehension at the border. That's why.
What's your point? That doesn't mean anything if it was already going down, because the numbers were already
increased
going down
apprehension,
in
right?
2024 when Joe Biden, all right,
You're so clueless.
you're talking about two different things. I need you to calm down and actually focus. You're talking about two different
No,
things
I'm
right
not.
now.
You're
Yes, you
not
are.
tracking.
I'm absolutely tracking. All right. The number of ODs from, all right, opioids was already going down starting in late 2023. We can see that from the numbers reported by the CDC. They continue to go down in 2024, actually reaching their highest amount in 2024 with a decrease. And then they continue to go down, all right, in 2025. You don't get to give Donald Trump credit for that. Also,
100%
additionally,
do.
at the board, no, actually, no, you don't, because it was already going
Yeah,
down.
well,
That means that
the issue.
people already
Well,
were
let's talk about the
stopping to
history
do
of the
it,
issue.
and
Is
meaning
'cause
that mental health services and also substance abuse services likely are showing that they actually work. Also, another thing, I'm gonna need you to shut the fuck up. Thank you. Another thing is
No,
the second
that's
thing
really
that you're
funny
talking
because
about is you're talking about at the border apprehensions going down. However, apprehensions means that someone was able to actually enter into the country and that they were caught, I believe, within 100 miles of the border. That's what you're talking about when you talk about an apprehension. However, we already know that the number of what we would call an encounter at the border was already going down, because under the Biden administration, all right, all of this information was included. Not all of this information, I'm sorry. They were separate under the Biden information. So you're talking about two separate things. You just understand that the number of people
didn't Biden
unaliving because of
increase border
opioids has
security
nothing to do
because
with the
it
border.
was a national emergency and it was a hot ticket issue for the election?
It had
And
nothing
Trump's
to do with
stance
the
was he'd be
election,
stronger on the
because
border.
when did
It
Biden introduce
100%
his
did.
first? When did Biden introduce his first border security policy?
Not sure.
2021.
2021. Yeah, I mean,
February
everybody saw it as
18th
an
of
objective
2021.
failure.
It
This is
wasn't
like
an abject
the entire
failure.
thing we talked about for the whole year.
It wasn't an
This is
abject failure simply because of the fact that the majority Republican Congress wouldn't actually hear it. So that's all. It didn't even make it to committee
So
because they
I'm
didn't
curious
even hear
because
it.
you
And then
seem
there was
really well
another
read on
one.
this subject.
Excuse me
So
one moment. I'm gonna finish. I'm gonna finish. Since you want to talk about Biden, then I'm gonna go through this, and you're just gonna have to listen. Okay, thanks. So also, another thing is that in 2022, another border bill was introduced, and that border bill was denied again by the Republican Congress because of the funding included for Ukraine. However, the funding for Ukraine became actually went through on a separate bill, a separate aid package, but we didn't get border security. And then we got the Langford bill, and the Langford bill came around, and that was bipartisan, named after James Langford, a Republican senator. However, that one didn't go through because Donald Trump called up Republican senators and threatened to primary them. I'm not sure if you know what that means. That means that he was going to endorse and put up another candidate against them. All right, so they wouldn't be reelected. Anywho, he threatened to do that because he needed something to run off of, and he did exactly that. And even its namesake, James Langford, voted against it. And the only Republican to vote for it was Lisa Murkowski out of Alaska. So there's that part.
yeah,
And
so
so
not
Biden
passing the bill
had
and
to
having
do
the downward
something
trend,
in
like
June.
that's
I'm so sorry if I could finish. Joe Biden had to do something, and that's when in June 1st of 2024, he implemented the asylum policy, where he restricted the number of asylum claims that could be not counted, but filed in a week at the border, and we started to see the numbers go down. All right, so they were already going down, and then that's when Trump came along in January of 2025. So I mean, it's like
and
we
then
already
they've
saw this
continued to
stuff
go
going
down because
down.
there's an
Yeah.
increased apprehension of fentanyl on the border. And also, like, I'm curious, where's this stuff coming into the United States from?
From American citizens.
Fentanyl from American citizens?
Stop saying the name of substances, by the way. Is this your first time on
So
TikTok?
synthetic.
Is this your first time on TikTok?
Yeah, I've been here for like a week. It's crazy.
Okay,
It's
stop saying the name of
overwhelmingly
substances.
liberal.
Well,
So
write
synthetic opioids, right?
your
Can I say
local
that?
TikTok congressman. The fuck you want me to do? But hold on one moment. All right. Shout out to Bill on the block. Bill on the block for the $2 super chat. Bill said, I'm here on the tube too. Yes, you are, Bill. Hey, everybody over on the tube, make sure that you're following Just a Bill, aka Bill on the block. All right, let's run his numbers up. Make sure we're doing that for Bill, guys. Thank you so very much. I appreciate you all. All right, and let's keep doing all other good things. Let's go ahead and knock out this round of the live goal. We have 98 of those to go. Continue to tap and share the live. Of course, repost, get it on your story so we can get these Trump supporters up in here. And if you're over on the tube, make sure that you're liking the stream. Let's get the likes over 100 in this first hour. Also, keep that comment section going. And guys, make sure that you're subscribing. And if you would like to support me, support the stream, the links are in the bio. Everything with Erica is the name, PayPal and Venmo. Also have a Zelle, everything with Erica9@gmail.com. And again, if you are over on the tube, you can send a super chat. Thank you all so very much because everything is appreciated and most definitely accepted. Okay, you were asking something.
Yeah, well, I mean, it seems to me you said that all this fentanyl is coming from Americans. I'm sorry, all this synthetic opioid is coming from Americans.
Yeah, the majority of people that
that's
actually
true in essence,
smuggle
right?
in the substances
Yeah, it's smuggled,
are
but
Americans. Yeah.
so what are they? Where are they smuggling it from?
I don't know. Tell us. It'd be from the southwestern border.
I mean, bingo.
So if Americans
So do you think we
didn't
should have increased?
hold on one moment. If there wasn't a market for it, if we actually address the root cause of addiction, all right, then they wouldn't have any need to actually smuggle it in. So there'd be that part. All right. Why are we not addressing the root cause of it?
That's a terrible way to structure society. You don't have like a precursor to point that to.
Approach and not actually taking a look at this holistically and looking at how we can improve our mental and also substance abuse services for people and look at the root cause of addiction so people don't become addicted.
In the Middle East, I mean, don't they just like execute?
I'm sorry. We're not in the Middle East.
Well, yeah, but it's interesting because China doesn't have these.
We're in the United States of America.
Yeah, well,
so
you can't point to a society that.
States of America.
Yeah, this is where you sound so stupid because you can't point to a society that has like no restrictions towards like dangerous chemicals.
About restrictions? Why are
you're saying don't administer the punitive. No,
no, I didn't say that. That's not what I said.
The ideology you're saying right now is illogical because there's. I'm not spurging. It's what you're saying is insane.
I would never say that. I said kirking. Kirking? Yes. Please stop kirking out. You're getting really excited for nothing.
Yeah. See. Yeah. Make fun of a dead guy, dude. That's really mature.
No idea why you're doing that.
Yeah. Well, you can't point to a society and say like that this is the way we should administer it. I mean, there's like maybe like the Netherlands.
Do you agree with the way in which they do it in other countries? Like the harsher penalties, like maybe even the unalivement penalty, or just killing people because of drug use.
So this isn't a pivot, but okay, yeah. Actually, I mean, the Singapore, like, how is this a pivot? Painting people, I think is good.
Hey guys, here we go. Right? Is he not the one who brought up, all right, other countries? Drop a 1 in the chat if he brought up other countries. I just want to know.
I did, but it's because you're trying to apply.
Excuse me, one moment. Okay, he brought up other countries, and he is the one who mentioned how in other countries people get the unalivement penalty. I responded with, why do we focus on just the punitive? How about we take a holistic approach and look at our mental and our substance abuse services in this country? That's what I said. That doesn't sound like me saying that we only do punitive. It doesn't sound that way because we do have mental and substance abuse services in this country. Why isn't it that we don't look at reforming those and improving them so that we can get to the root cause of addiction? That's what I said.
Trump just do
and
that?
then hold on one moment. And then what you did, all right, is that you try to continue to mention other countries. I said, let's focus on the U.S. You continue to focus on other countries. So now I'm asking you, do you agree with those countries? And for some reason or another, you're calling that a pivot.
No, I brought
doesn't
it
make
up because
sense.
you're suggesting an action that no other country takes.
It doesn't
You're
matter
saying
what
that
any
we
other
don't
country
punish
takes.
the possession of dangerous chemicals.
But you're not even answering the question, and I did not say not to punish it. That's not what I said. That
You
is
said,
not
why do
what
we
I
focus on the
said. You're not
punitive? I mean, we're
listening.
trying to apprehend dangerous chemicals from
But you're
coming into
not
our country.
listening, and it shows. Shout out to thanks, Bill. Thank you, Bill, for the fortune cookie. Also, who sent the Unk alert? Was that Mr. Melvin? Because that's something Mr. Melvin would do. Did Mr. Melvin send that? Because that was funny. But thank you to whoever sent the Unk alert. That shit was funny. Thank you very, very much. I appreciate you. Drop some hearts in the chat for our gifters over on the tube. Okay, continue on. Keep trying, friend.
Keep trying? I mean, yeah,
keep
you're the one that's
trying.
like.
I just want you to keep trying. You haven't even answered the question yet.
You just want
agree
more
with,
Americans overdose and
do
have
you-
synthetic opioids.
do
That's
you
like fine
agree?
in your worldview, as long as they're not punished.
I'm sorry, what? I think it's a bit abhorrent of you to try to make that claim.
Your
Because that's a
lack
straw
of
man.
human
Still
rights
man my
is
argument.
abhorrent.
Still man my argument.
Still man your argument?
Yeah, still man my argument.
You're saying that we need to focus more on the rehabilitative actions towards our addicts to eliminate the market of dangerous chemicals.
How do you still man something that hasn't even been made? I didn't even make an argument. You're the only one that's making an argument up here. Oh
what do you mean? You just
I've been doing nothing.
I've been
doing nothing but just refuting what it is that you've been saying. You're the one that is actually making the argument. I haven't.
You said, why do we focus on the punitive? It logically follows that if you're not punitive, you're rehabilitative. What other way to administer the judicial system is there?
Cope. See,
you're just saying words now. You're so stupid.
What you're thinking of right now, call me what you want. But what you're thinking of is you're thinking in absolutes. You have to stop doing that because these things are not black and white. That is the thing about it. You see things as just it's either A or it's B. But no, there's a lot of color that is in between that we need to address because one of the main things that actually leads to addiction, all right, is poverty. So when people are born and reared in poverty, that leads them, all right, to more instances than not suffer from mental illness. All right. So mental illnesses, I should say.
Because people are poor, we should let dangerous chemicals come in.
No one said anything about letting dangerous chemicals come in. See, that's the thing. You're not listening.
You're not taking this. You're not representing.
I don't have to talk to you. That's that part. You're not listening, and I don't have to talk to you. All right, there we go. No, he can shut up because I got rid of him. He's not listening. Derek, are you a Trump supporter?
Hello?
Hi.
Oh, no.
Okay, all right.
Can you hear me?
I can hear you, friend. But I'm just looking for Trump supporters right now, friend. So I'm going to let you down.
Okay, that's okay, babe. But you know what? I love your platform.
I appreciate it.
And hey, maybe I'll catch you next time.
All right.
Much
I
love.
appreciate you, Mr. Derek. You have a great day, sir. Thanks. Drop
You too,
some
sweetie.
in the chat for Mr. Derek, y'all. Awesome. It is my juke joint. Mr. O'Brien, it is my juke joint. Hi.
Erica. Yes, ma'am.
You go to choir practice. Join chorus. All right. You have to learn how to sing from your diaphragm. Thank you. Tap the screen, share the live, do all of the good things, guys.
Hello?
American, are you a Trump supporter?
Yes, I am.
Okay, and for TikTok purposes, how old are you?
I am 19.
Okay, all right. And why are you still supporting Trump?
Because he, well, there's many different reasons why I support Trump.
Okay.
Well, number one, he built the wall and put illegals away, putting us in less harm.
What year were you born in? I'm sorry.
I was born in 2007, January 2019. Okay. January 29.
Okay. All right. You're 19. Okay, go on. You said he built the wall.
And yeah, he put the illegals behind the wall, keeping us less in harm's way.
When did he build the wall, friend?
Like when his presidency started
When was that? Just give us the year he built the wall.
last year.
Last year is when he built the wall?
Yeah, after Joe Biden was president. I'm sorry.
Get away from me. Get out of here. You're not 19. I'm not punching down today. I refuse. I'm not doing that. I'm not punching down. That was funny, though. You tried, friend. You tried. All right? You really did try. I would just say, dude, I don't fucking know anymore.
Hello, how's it going? I'd like to say as well, before we...
Why do they come in talking? What's wrong with them? Chill out.
Oh, my apologies. I just want to say...
You still talking, though. I haven't asked you a question. Calm down. What are we doing, God, Lord Jesus? I'm sorry, guys. I just need a moment. I'm laughing. I need a moment. Okay, Brad, are you a Trump supporter?
Well, yes, I am. And so before we get started, I want to say the
Where
person's
do
talking
you
about
live?
Charlie Kirk and
Where do you live?
he had a Christian cross. I don't respect that. And I'm Scottish myself, so
you're Scottish? Haggis. Do you
yeah,
like
yeah,
haggis?
yes, 100%. Can we talk about black and black?
Do you like haggis?
Well, yeah, of course.
Oh, okay, cool. Do you
What's your opinion on
also eat
black
like
and
the
black
bloody?
curry?
Do you also eat like the bloody pudding or whatever it's called?
Say that again.
Thank you, Taylor. Do you eat like the bloody pudding or whatever it's called? Blood pudding, something like that? Do you eat that stuff?
Oh yeah, 100%.
You do? You do?
Yeah.
Oh,
So
okay.
what's your opinion on black crime? Black and black crime. You know?
What? What's my what? What? What do you say?
Oh, black and black crime. What's your opinion on that?
What?
You know?
Enunciate.
Black on black crime.
Say it again. What did you
Black
say?
on black. Black.
Huh?
Right. Hold up.
Okay. All right.
Black on black crime.
What? Black or what?
Black on black crime. You know?
How old are you?
50%. Listen, 50% of blacks are killing each other.
The who? What is the blacks?
Oh, the black and black crime.
What's the blacks?
Listen.
I'm listening.
What Charlie Kirk said, black and black crime, right? 50%. There's 13% of blacks, right? African American, right? And 50% of it is all homicide and murder. Black and black crime.
Okay, how old are you?
I'm 18, 28 December 2007.
2007? Okay.
Mm-hmm.
All right. So you're 18 years old.
Look at my bio.
And before you go into this, I just want to ask you a question. All right. Is this the personality that you want to choose for yourself?
Oh, 100%.
It is the personality that you want to choose for yourself? Okay. All right.
Mm-hmm. Black and black crime.
So what you're black and black crime. Okay. All right. So let's just get into it. Okay. Let's just get into it. You promise not to Kirk out?
Kirk out?
Yeah, you promise not to Kirk out.
I mean, much respect though. I don't like how you disrespect his name after his death.
I just want to make sure.
Yeah, I ain't gonna be like any other people. Be respectful, you know?
All right, Brad.
Let's
I'll
have
believe
a
you.
respectful debate.
I'll believe you, Brad. All right. So, Brad, where did you get that information from? You said that Charlie Kirk said it. All right. But I'm going to take it that I believe you're smart enough to actually research it. So where did you get that information from?
Oh, it's in the FBI database, you know?
Okay. What
13% of
what database?
African American population in America.
Okay, you said FBI database.
Well, yeah,
the
it
FBI
is,
has
100%.
a pretty large, it's a massive database. What exactly is it that we'll need to be looking for?
How there's 13 to 14% of African American and 50% is homicide and black crime.
Fucking Christ. All right. You said it's in the database, Brad. Like, are we looking for a chart, a table? What are we looking for, Brad?
100%.
Thank you, Taylor. Spin that shit. What are we looking for?
What do you mean? Like, what do you mean?
What? No, what am I looking for? You just said a database. What is it? That's what I'm saying. If we can't get past, all right, this step, Brad, I'm gonna take it that you actually didn't research anything. That you just took what Charlie Kirk said, and then
Oh, I
if you
did
just took
100%.
what Charlie Kirk said to heart, and you just ran with that, you decided to believe racism, all right, his bigotry, all right, then I'm gonna talk to you about white on white crime. Is what I'm gonna talk to you about.
Racism.
I'm gonna talk to you about white on white crime.
Well, that's
Okay.
the thing.
Who killed Charlie Kirk?
Hold on.
Who killed Charlie?
Black and black crimes, the
Sir, I need you to focus.
biggest fight in America right now. The most deaths happen.
No one can understand you when you talk fast or talk over me. You got to stop doing that. All right? Because
Yeah,
you
but
don't
listen,
know what you're
what about
talking
Mexican
about.
people? And what about Asian?
He can't form a fucking sentence. Wesley, thank you for the $5 super chat. Wesley said, I understand I shouldn't mock a person's accent, but black on black crime is crazy talk. Why do these chuds not understand it's black people? Much love, because they're dehumanizing. You can't expect someone who doesn't see the humanity in themselves, even at 18 years old, to see the humanity in anyone else. So there's that part. But let's talk about white on white crime. Come on, you can do it.
Wait. That's not really the issue, though. I'll be honest.
But you don't want to talk about white on
It's
white
mostly
crime.
black and black crime.
You don't
Are
want to
you
look at
guys
table 43 from 2019. You don't want to look at that?
Okay, what about now then? So,
Oh, okay.
white crime situation, and you guys try to make us look like we target you, but
I'm
the
sorry.
issue is
Did you just slur?
is you guys can get dropped like cost.
Did he just slur? We can't
No, I did not
understand
slur,
anything
no.
he says. Did he slur?
But listen,
I think
okay,
he said
I'm
the
gonna
R word.
talk
You
slow.
can't slur around these parts, bro. Don't say the R word. Anywho, if I could just get past the accent, I would have been able to have some fun. So I'll just keep this in my back pocket for later, because white folks, especially the men, can't help but be racist. Bubba is coming downstairs with a lightsaber. One moment. Tap the screen, share the live, guys. Do all of the good things. I'm going to go ahead and update our gift goal here. Let's see here. If you are a Trump supporter, by all means, go ahead and request up. You are the demographic of people I would like to have a conversation with. All right. You're the people. All right. If you're on TikTok, go ahead and turn the blue and pink person at the bottom of your screen gray. And if you're over on the tube, by all means, go ahead and dial that number on your screen, 720-295-4868. Again, that's 720-295-4868. And shout out to Mr. Wesley again for another $5 super chat. Mr. Wesley said, question, what percentage of murders in Scotland are white on white crime? And yes, he slurred. I thought he did. Likely all of them, like over 90% of them in Scotland are white on white. That's a fair point. Yeah, you can't come back here. You slurred, sir. You can't come back. That was good. Guys, drop those hearts in the chat for Wesley Pillow, y'all. Drop those hearts in the chat. He didn't slur. Did he say? It sounded like he said the R word. He said target? I don't know. Neely, did he slur? I'll ask my mods. I trust my mods before I trust anybody else. So there's that part. And my mod over on the tube said he did. So there's that part. So he did. Anywho. All right. Keep doing all of the good things, guys. All of the good things. Give me 2 seconds. All right. Thank you for holding. All right. Oh, look, guys. So I don't know what's happening over on the tube, but guess what I've determined? All right, that they're pussies. And that's all I got. I knew he had made the screen. I knew it. I just saw it play back on YouTube. I knew he made the screen. This dude is a certified crash out. Just you wait. Watch. All right.
Hello.
Yeah, you voted for Donald Trump, right?
How do you know?
I think I've spoken with you before. Did you vote for Trump?
Have you been following me?
I don't follow you. Absolutely not. I said I think I've spoken to you before. Did you not hear me say
Yeah,
that?
but that was like in 1999.
Hey, bro. Hey, Al. Okay. How old are you for TikTok purposes?
50.
Okay. All right. Why are you still supporting Trump? Thank you, Miranda, for the galaxy.
Oh, because I love his administration,
You love his
especially
administration?
the Secretary of State, Marco Rubio.
The conquistador. Okay.
Yeah, did you see what he did today?
Now, what did Rubio do today?
It's in the news.
Okay. What did he do today?
He deported a guy your the one that you wanted for vice president, Tim Walz, wanted to offer him a pardon. A guy that raped a 10-year-old girl, an illegal immigrant, by the way.
He actually did what he did in regards to the pardon to actually make it easier for him to be deported.
Who?
So that's all. What Walz did?
Who did that?
Tim Walz. They actually
No,
made
he
it
pardoned
easier
him.
for him to be deported. Yeah, so it could be easier for him to be deported.
Oh,
That's
okay.
why.
I love how you guys twist stuff around to make it appealing for you and to make it work for your narrative. But do you think
didn't the
do
survivor
you
of
think he
that
did
crime
good?
also?
Are you agree with that?
What, deporting deporting a violent criminal?
No,
Yes,
not
that's a good
deporting.
thing.
No, not deporting. Giving him a pardon.
Yes, because it made it easier for them to actually deport him.
Also, that was the
purpose of
reason
it.
he
That's
actually
why
did it.
excuse me one moment. I literally said that 3 times already, and I don't know if you understand words that are coming out of my mouth. I'm about to ask you English, motherfucker, do you speak it? But like, chill out, bro. You're doing way too much. Yes, that is why the guy was
Wow,
actually
you guys have no shame
pardoned,
in your game.
and the
That is for
survivor of
sure.
it actually did agree with it. It was so that
So,
that man could be deported. And yes, I am
yeah.
all for violent criminals being deported out of the United States of America. I want you to understand that the qualifier here is violent. Violent criminals definitely can be deported. What else
Well,
is
I
there to talk
mean,
about?
I'm gonna tell you something. You have the best narrative because I've been in other lives and they just wanna talk about Trump and what Trump did and this and that. But you actually have you actually very smart. Now you are saying that the reason he got pardoned by Tim Walz is so Marco Rubio can deport him.
Not
Right?
Marco Rubio. Marco Rubio doesn't personally deport people, silly pants. It's so that the United States of America could
Yeah.
deport
You can lecture me on anything you want. So that was the reason, right? That you want to go with that?
Yeah, I'm going with that.
Wow, bro. You guys. I mean, you have the best defense. I'm not gonna lie. That defense, like there might be a couple of people that believe you that was the reason, but we all know that is not the reason, right?
Okay.
I mean, he could have been deported anyways because he committed a violent crime. You don't have to offer the guy a pardon so he can be deported. That is absolutely insane. What you saying? I mean, are you listening to yourself? Because I know my English is not so pretty, but are you listening the words that are coming out of your brain?
The words that are coming out of my brain?
Yeah, because this is what you're thinking. Or at least this is what you want to push.
Your English isn't that great. I'm sorry.
Right?
I'm sorry.
No, I know my English is not so great. Do you want to deport me just because I'm a legal citizen of the United States?
You are here legally.
Because that's another thing that I hear from you liberals. Oh, now Trump, how come I haven't been deported?
They got to get to you.
They got to get to me.
I hope they don't claim that you lied on any type of documentation. Hope you died.
Yeah, like Mandani, that he lied when he said he's not a socialist communist.
He's not a
Are you comparing him into
clearly
him?
a social democrat. They like to say that they're a
Yeah.
democratic. Well, they can be a democratic socialist. They both involve capitalism, anyways. But yeah,
No, they
he's
not.
not a communist.
Socialism and capitalism is the opposite.
Are you
Yes, it
familiar with
is.
the Nordic model?
No. Yes, it is.
Are you familiar with the Nordic model?
You can have a little things
I do
that,
agree
you
that they
can
are
help the
different,
people.
but do you know what the Nordic model is?
Well, let me ask you. Are you happy
I'm sorry.
the
So you
Tim
don't know what the
Walsh
Nordic
actually
model
did
is?
what he did?
Here we go. You don't know what the Nordic model is. Is that just a yes or no question, bro? Do you know what it is? If not, I'll tell you. I don't want to tell you something that you already know. There you go.
Are you familiar with the Cuban model? Because they implemented socialism in Cuba. Did it work?
It hasn't been successful due to Western intervention. So I'm
It
going to
has
say
been
that you don't
successful.
know what the Nordic model is. So what I'm going to do
I,
is, because you mentioned Mamdani, and what you all like to do is to jump from point to point to point to point to point, all right, because you don't know much of anything. All right. And that's your way of shielding yourself. It's a defense mechanism. And I get it. I understand it. I really do. I get it.
yeah, you can make
However,
you
you're going
say
to learn something here today. So what the Nordic model is pretty
you
much
can
what they
actually.
call highly regulated capitalism, is what they call it. At the end of the day, it is still capitalism, yet what they call their government is a social democracy. Many people in the United States of America like to call themselves democratic socialists. That's what Mamdani identifies as a democratic socialist. Mamdani is still participating in capitalism because, all right, the people do not own the means of ownership. All right, they don't have that in New York City. And again, this is just in New York City because he's just the mayor of New York City. All right, so they don't own it. They don't. All they're doing is that they're using revenue, which is the tax money that's being paid, to fund different types of social programs. Also, another thing is that they're looking at increasing, all right, taxes on people that make a certain amount of money and reside
Is
within
this is
New
going to
York
be a
City.
monologue, or am I going
No,
to be
it's
able
not a
to speak?
monologue. I'm actually explaining something to you, but
So why do you mute me?
don't,
I mean,
because you don't know how to be
you've been
quiet.
talking for half an hour.
You don't know how to be quiet. And the more that you interrupt, the more that I talk. So there's that part.
So this is not a debate.
Mamdani is not a communist.
This is not a
You don't
debate.
know what communism is.
You guys don't know how to debate anymore. You just know how to play
don't
with
know what words
microphones,
mean.
right?
You don't know what words
Oh,
mean.
that's all you do, play with people's microphone?
You don't know what words mean. And what you're about to do is you're about to cry.
Have you ever
Cry.
been to Cuba?
Cry.
Have you ever been to
Do I have
Venezuela?
to be to Cuba? Do I have to be to Cuba?
Well, you are
Or to
defending
Venezuela?
socialism. You are defending socialism.
Yeah, because
These are
in
countries that have
socialism,
tried to
workers own the
implement.
means of production. And I
May
do
I
support
speak?
actual true socialism, but we haven't
True
had true
socialism? Explain
socialism
true
in the
socialism.
United States, not in the United States, but in the world because of
Explain
Western intervention.
explain true
I
socialism.
said
What
it
is true
twice already,
socialism?
though. I said it's when
What is true
workers.
socialism?
You know that socialism is just an economic
Like
system,
taking
right?
private, taking privacy out of the citizens is socialism.
No, it means.
Getting rid of the private property.
I think it's crazy that you did ask me a question, and when I started to answer the question, you just kept talking. That's so weird. All right,
Taking
socialism
away.
simply means owning the means of production. All right, so it's when the government, all right, nationalizes industries and resources, like in Venezuela when they did the Bolivarian system, the Bolivarian missions is what it was called. When they did that and they took the revenue, all right, from nationalizing their oil, and they put it into social programs, things like housing, food, education, maternal and paternal leave, things like that. So that's what socialism is. And socialism can, in fact, work. It can work. However, the main driver of socialism failing globally is Western intervention. When countries in the West, like the United States, the UK, so on and so forth, go into these countries and do things like regime change. So there's that. Kill their dictators, not dictators. Kill their kill their
Yeah.
presidents, their rulers, and whatnot, and install their dictators that have Western
Let me know when
imperial
you're done,
ideals.
so I can. So you don't have to mute me. Let me know when you're done.
Are you gonna engage with anything that was said though? That's a yes or
Yeah,
no question.
I'm trying. I'm trying, but
Okay,
every time I
so
open my mouth, you mute me
recap.
again,
Okay, I want to make sure that you
and you say,
understand.
"Oh my God, you don't,
Just
you're not
recap.
listening." Oh,
Okay, all right, okay. I believe
yeah.
that you were listening. Recap what I
May I
just said.
speak? Yeah. Yeah.
Recap
You
what
were
I just
talking
said.
about Venezuela. Yeah, you were talking about Venezuela, right? You give us all these
What
great
was the name of the
examples.
system that they used?
You were great. You were giving all these great examples how Venezuela socialized basically the oil production and this, and that. Now, let me ask you a question. Did that work?
It did work until we
It did
had
work?
Western intervention.
Oh, so you telling me a failed system, because that's what is being called around the world. Nobody has denied that, right? We did took Maduro because it was not just because of the things that he was doing, it was because he was trafficking, right? But let me ask you, do you think the Venezuelan population is better off under the Maduro and Chavez regime than what they used to be before, when they were actually capitalism in Venezuela? Or are you gonna tell me here that Cuba was better after 1959 when the Communist Party came in charge than what they were before that? Is that your argument? Is that what you're actually saying? Because I know you've never been in Cuba. I know you've never been in Venezuela. So you have not suffered any of these things where you own skin. You just here reading talking points out of your computer, right? You know what I had to do? You know what I had to do when I was 15 years old? I had to get in a freaking raft to escape that socialist communist
All right, guys. The links
bullshit.
are in the bio. Everything with Erica's in there.
Yeah,
PayPal
okay.
and Venmo. I also have a Zelle. Everything
Okay.
with Erica9@gmail.com. All right. 100 for the kick. Okay. 100 for the
Goodbye.
kick.
Yeah, no,
Okay,
goodbye.
go ahead. Please skedaddle. You can leave.
Goodbye.
Okay,
I
sure.
already
So,
cooked the
because your
shit out of you.
framing is actually highly disingenuous, because what
No,
you haven't
you
taken into
are the
account
one
is
that is
you
actually
haven't taken into account, all right, did you look at the Bay of Pigs? No, you didn't look at the Bay of Pigs. You don't look at the sanctions and the
What are you
embargoes
talking
that the
about,
United
Mayo
States
Pigs?
of
Do you even know
America
what Bay?
actually placed on
You just
Cuba during
typed
the
something in the
60s.
computer
We have
and Bay
had
of Pigs came out.
we literally have had sanctions on Cuba for over 60 years. We
Sanctions?
recently
Yeah,
did an embargo. Do you know what a
yeah,
sanction is, sir?
yeah,
Do you know what's a
yeah.
sanction? Then what's a sanction?
Okay.
Please tell
Do
us.
you know? Okay,
I don't know shit. I want you to
No,
tell
I
me
know
what a
you don't
sanction
know.
is,
That's
because
what I'm trying
I
to
know
have a
what a sanction
conversation with
is.
you.
All right?
No, you
Tell
don't
me what a
know.
sanction is, sir.
You
By all
don't
means.
know. Do you think Cuba is being censored right now?
Sir, I didn't say censored. I said sanctioned. I
Yeah.
didn't
Do you
say
have? Do you
censored.
think the
I
United
said
States has
sanctioned.
any
Answer the question.
embargo? Do you
Does
think
he
Cuba
not
has any
answer a fucking
embargo?
question?
Do
Answer
you
the
think Cuba
question.
has an embargo over Cuba?
Donald Trump recently lifted the embargo.
Yeah.
I said that we had an embargo on them as early as
Okay.
this
Let me
year.
ask you a
Answer
question.
the question,
This
sir.
is
What
this
is
is
a
how.
sanction? For the love of God, what is a
Yeah,
sanction, sir?
yeah. That is a justification from the Communist Party
A
to not
justification
provide
for the
for
Communist
their
Party.
own people. Yeah. You know
Bruh,
what?
be
Do
fucking
you
for
know?
real. How do countries make money? Please tell us how countries make money.
Okay. You
If
know.
you're a
Are you?
socialist country, how do you make
Yeah,
money?
yeah. Are you familiar with the
Sir,
name Gaviota?
sir, if you are
Gaviota
a
Corporation. Go
socialist
and Google.
country, this is why you get muted, because you're stupid. All right. If you
You are
are a
stupid.
socialist
You
country,
are
how do
ignorant.
you make
When
money,
it comes
though?
to
That's the
socialism
thing.
and communism, you are
Yeah,
ignorant.
you're not answering
Why
the
don't you go
question.
into your little computer
Yeah,
and
you're
type
not answering the
Gaviota?
question.
No, I'm trying
So
to school you because you don't know anything.
a sanction, all
Do
right,
you know what Gaviota
is what they
Corporation
place on a
is?
country to prevent them from
Yes.
trading their
Oh my
resources
gosh, she
with
just
the rest of the
discovered the
world.
hot water.
So there's
Okay.
that part.
Yeah, I know.
That's
I
what a
understand
sanction
that.
is.
Thank you for
Okay.
making it clear
And
for me.
so
Now, let me ask you.
Cuba has not been able to trade
That's
with
just
the rest of the
worse.
world. All right. They've had to take back doors in order to get fuel. All right. Trading, like not even trading, but getting fuel from countries like Venezuela. All right.
Yeah.
That also has sanctions placed on them. So
Okay.
there's that part.
Okay.
Okay. When a country
Okay.
cannot trade, what
Mm-hmm.
happens is that they can't make
Mm-hmm.
revenue. That means that they
Okay.
don't have the revenue
They don't have
to
money.
actually
Yeah.
pay towards those and fund those
Yeah.
social programs.
Yeah.
The United
Layman's
States of
term, they don't have
America,
money
the
to
United
maintain their
States of
people, right?
America has been sanctioning Cuba since the
Uh-huh.
1960s, since
Okay.
after the Bay of Pigs incident
Okay.
and the Cuban
Okay.
Missile Crisis, actually.
Okay. Okay.
So there's
Now,
that part. No, I'm not
all
finished
right.
yet because you have an
Okay, go
issue
ahead.
with
Finish,
answering
please. Finish.
questions.
No, go ahead and
All
finish,
right.
please.
So if the United States of America, a Western country, has been intervening, all right, in Cuba's ability to actually make revenue via the sanctions, and again, as recently as this year, an embargo, okay, then how is it that you're saying that this is just an excuse from the Cuban government to not provide for its people? That doesn't make any sense. That's equivalent to saying,
I
all
can
right,
answer
that
that question. You don't have
someone
to
is
answer that question
a
to
bad
yourself. I can
parent.
actually answer that for you.
Go ahead.
Yeah. Are you familiar with a corporation named Gaviota? Go ahead and Google that on your little screen there. Go ahead.
Oh,
I
I'm
wait
not.
for you. Oh, you're not gonna do it?
Jeffrey,
Okay,
was
so
this
let me explain
earlier?
to you what it is. So so that way you learn a little bit. You know how much money Gaviota has? $90 billion. You know what Gaviota belongs to? It's a private corporation in Cuba. It's the only private corporation that belongs to the government and belongs to the Castros. Okay, so why don't they get some of that money and they start buying stuff for the Cuban people that actually need to have the lights off because they've
Hi,
been
caller. Please hold.
they've been without electricity for days, right? Because guess what? Venezuela is not able to help them anymore. So how come the Cuban government has a corporation named Gaviota that has billions of dollars at the disposition, but they not spending a dime when it comes to the Cuban people? Do your homework before you actually speak to the Cuban about socialism and communism, because you guys have never gone through that. All right, I gotta go take a shower.
No,
Thank you
you're
so
full
much
of
for being
shit, is
so
what you
kind.
are.
Oh,
No, you just spread a whole bunch of fucking lies up here, is what you did. You just spread a whole bunch of lies and think that you're gonna run off after spreading misinformation. Seriously? Are you serious? The Castro family, all right, does not own, all right, any public or private businesses.
Gaviota
Okay?
does not
Now,
exist.
being in control of something does not mean ownership. Okay.
Gaviota does
So
not
there's that
exist.
part. Additionally, there's that part. All right.
Gaviota
Is actually
you
a son-in-law. It's a son-in-law. So who is Luis Alberto Rodriguez? Who's that? Who is he?
Okay, so I'm glad that you are learning. He is another communist puppet placed by the Castro regime. The Castro regime has never allowed anybody to come close to power. There's no middle class in Cuba. You cannot form your own party in Cuba. You don't have freedom of speech in Cuba. Okay, those are the things that you actually have to learn about the Cuban culture. All right, it's not like here that you can come out of here and protest against this and this and that, because you go to jail, and the next time you do it, you don't come back home. All right, that is what is going on in Cuba. And any Cuban can tell you that. Yeah. You can put you can put your funny face, but it's not a funny subject for the Cubans. Okay? You can put your funny face. And this is how you guys are such a hypocrite. Because you guys are saying up there, we are for socialism. We want the poor people to be happy, but that's not the case. That's not the case in Cuba.
What you want to do is you want the Cuban government, all right, to go after these people for private money. That's what you want them to do. So are you
When did
for
I say that?
socialism or are you against
When did I
socialism?
say that? Okay,
because
but when?
this is not a public company. This is not a
That's not what I
government-owned
said.
company. I'm so
That is
sorry.
not what I
Hold on.
said.
Yes, actually it is. You
No,
mentioned
I
earlier,
didn't.
excuse me, one moment.
Go ahead.
You did.
Go
I
ahead. Go
didn't
ahead.
interrupt you. Let me
Go ahead.
finish. What you said is that they could use that money to fund all of the social programs, the billions and billions of dollars is what you said. That's literally what you said out of your mouth.
That's not what I said, but go
No, you
ahead.
did. You said that it's
No,
owned
I
by the
didn't.
Castro
No, I
family.
didn't.
Yes,
No,
you
I didn't.
did. You did
I
say
did
that.
not.
Yes, you
Okay,
did.
okay. What I actually said,
Chat on the tube, because the tube will tell the truth.
what I
all right?
actually
'Cause
said
I got
is
too
that
many
the
haters over on the tube.
government
They'll tell the
of
truth.
Cuba
Excuse
is
me, one
being
moment.
stealing the money from
They have not been stealing the money. That is actually
So
completely
how come they are
separate.
the only people with
That's
the money?
completely separate. But shushies, because you're a liar. You
No,
don't know
you
what
are
it is that you say out of your mouth. You tried to
ignorant when it
live. You
comes to
tried to
Cuba.
leave on a lie. So again,
You are
this isn't money
ignorant
that
when
is
it comes to
associated with
Cuba.
the Cuban government at
You're just
all.
talking about
So what
something
it
you don't
is
know.
that
You
you
don't
want
have an
them to
idea.
do, you want them to seize the money from this company and use it
The
to fund the
company
social programs.
belongs to
Wouldn't
the
that not be
Castros.
socialism? That would
The
be socialism.
company. Okay, let me explain something to you.
You
The
don't have to
company
explain anything
belongs.
because you already
No, I
tried and you did a
do. I
really
do
bad job
because
of
you
trying to
are. When it
explain it.
comes to this subject, you are ignorant. The
I'm not
company
ignorant.
belongs.
You're wrong.
The company belongs to the Castros.
It does
Okay.
not belong to the Castros.
It does. It
It
actually
does not.
does. It actually does.
Okay,
Gaviota
prove it.
belongs to the
Prove
Castro
it.
regime.
Okay, prove it.
And
Prove
they've
it.
been stealing
What's the
money
company's
from the
website?
Cuban
Where does it
population. You
show
know
that
why?
that there are Castros
You know
on
why?
board?
Because in Cuba, there's
He
no
can't answer the
private.
question.
Listen,
He can't
there's
answer it.
no. Okay, there's no private property in Cuba.
This is
For
literally a
God's
private
sake,
corporation.
can you understand that? Yeah, it's the only corporation that is allowed to operate in Cuba because it's run by the Castro regime. That's what I'm trying to explain to you. But you don't want to listen that. You just want to make up stories because you never been in Cuba. You don't know anything about Cuba. You don't know anything about socialism or communism, but you just want to defend something that you don't have an idea about. In Cuba, there's no private property. You cannot in Cuba you cannot buy a car and sell it because there's no the car never belongs to you. Your house never belongs to you. Nothing belongs to you. You cannot open a business unless you are authorized by this corporation which belongs to the Castros. That's what I'm saying. That's why there's people in Cuba that don't have any electricity. They're starving. They have nothing in the hospital when you get sick, right? They have nothing to offer to the population. They have always lived scamming people, using the Chinese money, using the Russian money, using the Venezuelan money. Why they're not doing anything for the people right now? Ask yourself that. How about there's no opposition party in Cuba? There's no opposition. There's never been an opposition since 1959. You are not allowed to create your own party and go and say, okay, we're gonna go to election. Let's see who wins. That doesn't happen in Cuba. You cannot express yourself. There's no actual freedom of speech. It's what I'm trying to tell you. And don't believe me. Ask any Cuban. But you are being so kind, and again, I have to go. I will come back to your life.
Again is that you are conflating, all right, an economic system with a form of government. That's what you're doing. Socialism isn't the issue here, all right? The issue is going to be the dictatorship. That is the issue. Okay? So there's that. And then also what you are in fact supporting is socialism because what you want them to do is yes you are because you want them. You mentioned it earlier and I can't wait to clip this to play it so you can see it. I'm going to clip it and I'll play it. All right? You literally said out of your mouth that this is a private company and that you want, okay, the Cuban government to take the $90 billion, all right, from this company and put that money into social programs. That's
Is
what
that
you
what
said.
you understood?
That's socialism.
Is that what you
If they
understood by my
seize their
words?
money, then they'll be
Is
able
that
to
what
do
you
that.
understood by my words?
That's what
So
your
when I
words
told
said,
you,
sir.
okay. So
Those
when
were
I
your words.
when I actually told you, when I told you, and I've been telling you this for a long time, that company belongs to the Castros and is run by the Castros, who has a monopoly, who is holding every single Cuban as a prisoner. And this is the only way these people are so rich and everybody else is so poor, because there is no middle class. And now that they actually have to spend their own money into the Cuban population, this is why you understood by my words.
Gucci sent
You
the
see how that
Gucci
sound?
sent
You see how
$2 for
bad you
the
look?
boot. Mark sent
You see
5 for it. This
how
guest
bad you
is
look?
conflating
Oh, I'm
socialism and
conflating
communism as
now.
a political
Oh,
theory
okay.
with how a dictator runs a country and calls communism. No country has actually practiced socialism or
Because it
communism
doesn't work.
purely. It can work,
It's never
however,
gonna
we
be
have
implemented.
Western intervention. Again, men corrupt things. You don't seem to understand that. Men corrupt. Okay? You don't get that. That's your problem right
No.
now.
I do get
Additionally,
that.
another thing, all right, is what you don't understand is that when you put a chokehold on a country where you prevent them from actually being able to make money, right? What ends up happening? They don't have the ability to fund those programs. Now,
Okay.
all right, if you are under the belief, okay, that the Castro family has all of this money, right? That's what you believe. Okay. Do you
No, that
think
is a
that, excuse
fact.
me, okay,
I
you
don't
call it a
believe
fact.
that.
Okay, whatever. You call it a
Yeah.
fact. All
Yeah.
right,
Okay.
whatever. Are
Yeah.
you wanting, what do you want? Do you want the Cuban government to go seize that money and use it to pay, all right, for people's electricity so they can have electricity? Do you want them to use that money to improve the infrastructure in Cuba? Like, what is it that you want them to do with that money?
Okay. So when you separate Gaviota, which is the corporation which I brought into this whole subject, because you never heard about that. Gaviota belongs to the government. It is the government.
It is not the government,
Gaviota,
though.
it is the
It's
government.
not the
It
government.
belongs to the Castro regime.
It
Now,
is
let me
not
ask you something.
the
Okay,
government.
I'm trying to. You ask me a question. I'm trying to answer. Right? Who else can take responsibility for what is going on in Cuba? You saying that, oh, this is what you want people to do. Okay, so how am I going to pay the electricity in Cuba when I don't have a job, when I'm not able to have a private business, when nothing belongs to me? So how do you want the Cuban population?
You're not
Excuse me.
answering my question.
No, I
You're
am.
You're not
I am.
answering my question. You're not. The
Okay,
chat is annoyed with you.
ask
But
the
chat,
question
if you
again.
are annoyed, then by all means, all right. We have the
Oh, now
drop
you
board.
want them to kick
There we
me.
go.
Now you're asking
Oh,
for
it's
money
been
for
up.
them to kick
It's
me.
been up. That I've been mentioned it.
Well, I think
They're
they
enjoying you
like what I'm
though.
saying.
They do.
I
They
think
are.
they
They're
like what
really
I'm
enjoying
saying.
you. You should continue.
Yeah, they are really
But first
enjoying
things first,
this
hold on one moment.
conversation.
Shout out to Rashad for the 10. Rashad said for the
Yeah.
kit goal for this fool that talks so much, his tongue is probably
Yeah,
sunburned.
they actually enjoying
Yes,
what I'm saying.
exactly.
So
That
now,
guy.
yeah,
All right.
yeah.
Also,
That's why I'm still here,
oh, that
right?
was for earlier. Okay.
Yeah.
This was earlier, but James, hey James. James sent 5
Yeah.
and said it's so funny how folks don't
Hi,
know that
James.
Kirk out has been an expression for decades now. They don't
Hi,
know
James.
that. They don't know anything.
Yeah,
That
yeah.
had nothing to
Oh,
do with
yeah.
you. He wasn't
Yeah,
even
you
talking to
guys,
you.
you guys
Okay,
know better, right?
so that is going to be 25. All right, we're a quarter of the way there. Okay. All right, 75 left remaining in the drop goal. All right. You're not bothering me because I just think that you're
No, I
not
am.
smart.
I
All
am.
right.
I'm not
And
smart.
with
You are
yeah,
smart.
I don't think that
What
you
have you
are,
accomplished
because
in your life that you are so smart?
you don't have the ability to
Do you want
actually
to talk
behave
about
yourself.
do you
A
want to talk
sign
about
of intelligence
accomplishments
is actually
since you are so
showing
smart?
emotional maturity, and you lack emotional
You want to
maturity.
talk up you want to call me
I'm
I'm not
so sorry. Is
smart.
this your ability? Is this your attempt to deflect now? Okay,
No,
you never
you
answered
are
the
the one.
question.
You are the
You never
one.
answered the
You are
question,
the one
sir.
telling me, "Oh, you are not smart." So,
I
which
feel
are
like a
your
hit dog is
accomplishments in this
hollering right
country?
now. I think the hit dog
Huh?
has hollered. It is wailing. This
You
hit
see how
dog
you
is
want to?
wailing.
You're the
So,
one changing the
anywho,
conversation.
I'm not changing the conversation.
Yeah, you are.
You don't get to light my gas, sir.
So why
So
you
with that
attacking
being
my
said,
character?
what
Why are you
is
attacking
it
my
that
character?
you
Did I
want
Did I
them
ever
to
say that you are
do?
not smart?
What is it that you want them to do with the money? Because
Okay,
I
let me
literally
explain
granted
this
you
again.
everything that it is that you said.
Yeah.
You
You
said that
asked
it's
me
owned
3
by the
times the
Castro
question.
family. I said, okay, all right, cool, great.
Yeah,
What do you want them to do
yeah.
with the money?
Okay. I answered that. This is gonna be
You
the
didn't
third
answer
time, but
that.
let me see
Be
if this
very
time
succinct. Be concise. Be concise. Go ahead.
let me see if this time you understand what I'm saying. If they, let's say that you live in the United States, right, and
I don't need an
socialism come
example.
around.
I don't need an example. I said,
Well,
what do you want them
I
to
don't
do
know
with the
how else am
money?
I gonna put it to
Oh
you so
my
you can
God in
understand.
heaven. Jesus fucking Christ. I guess we're going to have to play this out. You know what?
You are so
Hold
smart, but you don't understand what I'm
on,
trying to say.
hold on, hold on, hold
Because
on,
I
hold on,
have
hold on.
explained this to my 15-year-old.
Hold on. One moment, please.
I have
Hold
explained this to
on.
my 15-year-old and he understands.
Erica, all right. The Cuban government has all of this money that they're not providing to the people. You think that that's wrong. What do you want them to do with the money? I
All right.
want them to use that money to improve the infrastructure of Cuba, and I would like for them to actually put that money back into the Cuban people, ensure that the Cuban people do in fact have free health care, all right? That they have housing, they have free public education. That's what I want them to do.
No,
Well,
I don't
Erica,
want that
wouldn't
to
that
do.
be socialism? You know what? You're right. That would be socialism.
Oh
Okay,
my
because
God,
what
you
that
look
would
so
mean is that
smart
the
talking to
people would
yourself.
own the means of production.
You talking to yourself, you
You
think
know
that's
what?
just why
That is
your liberals do.
absolutely right. That would be
Because you talk
socialism.
to
So,
yourself,
do you
you are
think that the
not
guest on the
able to
panel, I'm
sustain a
so sorry.
debate.
Why does this guest keep over talking you, Erica? So, Erica, do you think, all right, that socialism, that would be socialism? Yes, that would be socialism. Is that it? That's it. Oh, I got one more. Do you think the guest on the panel wants socialism in Cuba? Yes, I do think that the guest on the panel wants socialism in Cuba because this guest keeps talking about how the Castro family actually owns a bunch of money, all right, and how they're not doing anything for the Cuban people. You want fucking socialism, bro. Jesus fucking Christ. You suck at this. You're not good at this. They need a fucking
Yeah,
example. That's how you
this is
answer
why
a
you gotta
question
do a whole
directly. Shut up,
monologue.
you're stupid.
This is
Anywho,
why you
guys,
cannot debate me.
links are in the bio. Everything with
This
Erica is the name, PayPal and Venmo. I also have a
is
Zelle,
such a
everything
loser.
with Erica9@gmail.com. Again, we are $75 away. All right. If you are enjoying this guy, then by all means, he can stay. I don't mind. He can stay. All right.
That's
But
why
if
I'm
you're not
here,
enjoying him, then, I mean, do what you got to
waiting
do.
for the debate.
Dean is not enjoying him. Dean sent 5 and said, oh, hell no, we're not enjoying this donut at all. Punt this idiot. Okay, all right. Joey, I don't know why you would send me some change, but I'm rounding it up to $7. All right, shout out to Joey. Hello, Chorizo. Joey sent $6.67 for some reason. Why didn't you just make it 666? That's my favorite number. It said, fuck this ladder puller cuck. He's obsessed. He is obsessed. It's weird. It's just so weird. I don't know what's wrong with him, Lord. Don't know what's wrong with him. Strange. He needs help. But if I'm doing my math right, all right, that's $12. So we're now at 37. So I'll get that updated for us here. So we're at 37, guys. 37. All right, let me do the math. That's me using a
If you
calculator
don't let
instead
me
of using my
speak, I'm
fingers.
gonna go. I'm not gonna be here like so
I
you
was
can profit on me.
talking. Thank you very
Bye.
much. And it's 32.
You
So wait,
lose.
37. Yeah,
You've been
37.
monologuing for a whole half an hour
Sure.
because you
I just
have
did
no
a better
argument
job
to
at
go
answering the
against me.
questions than you did. I know that
No,
much.
yeah, exactly. Of course, if you ask a question and you answer to yourself, of course you're gonna do a better job
Yeah,
because you're
because you
just
don't know
saying
how to
what you
answer
want to hear.
questions.
Because you are a loser and you
Because you
don't
don't know how to.
understand
Now you're
anything
mad.
about Cuba,
Now
about
you're
Venezuela.
mad.
No, I'm not mad.
You
I'm
are
just saying
mad.
that you
It's
are
okay.
ignorant.
It's
You
okay.
are ignorant.
It's
And
okay.
that's how you look to everybody here
If
on your
I'm
channel.
ignorant and you're the one that knows
Bye,
everything, then you would
Felicia.
have done
Bye,
a better
Felicia.
job. It's Erica, by the way. It's Erica, Erica. Not the skedaddle. No.
They went skedaddle. You know the word skedaddle? It means skedaddle. Somebody said skedaddle.
Bruh. The fuck was that? What was that? That boy was I'm sorry, y'all. That was sad. He liked socialism. I think it hit home for him, all right, when he realized that he liked socialism. That's what happened. When he realized that he wants to take that money and he wants to use it for the Cuban people, he wants to seize it pretty much. That's socialism. Ain't that something? Ain't that something? Yeah. Anywho. All right. Only request up if you are a Trump supporter. All right. Socialism and communism are not the same thing. That's how I know you don't know what you're talking about. That's how I know that that was going to be easy. You do not win, all right, by over talking. That's not how you win. You don't win by not answering questions. Hey, Lil G Thunder, do you know that you requested up?
Oh my God. First of all, can you hear me well?
I can hear you fine. Yep.
Yeah. No, I just wanted. I literally was like so shocked about this. Is what if you mind? Do you mind if I can just kind of like? I don't want to take up too much of your time on stream, but
Yeah, I can
that
handle it.
last
You good.
caller, this is such a common tactic. What they like to do, they like to no, they over flood the conversation. They do this all the time. They bring up one subject, and then if they can't defend the subject that they bring up, they'll bounce on to like 4 other subjects and over flood the conversation and make you seem bad and make it seem like they're winning the conversation. I just cannot stand when Republicans do that. So like it gets on my nerves. It goes between immigrant MAGA and American MAGA.
Exactly.
It goes beyond that point. Like it's crazy
It
how
does.
indefensible it gets when no, and then he really tried to like pearl clutch his background to make everybody feel bad about the situation. I genuinely don't get it. And he
Hey. We're not doing that. That's Lil G. You can come back, friend. We're not doing that. Don't do that. He did have a lot of background noise, but we're not doing that, y'all. Don't do that. All right. If y'all didn't hear me when he came up and I said, "Hey, friend, did you know that you requested up?" No, that's Lil G Thunder. He's fucking awesome. Okay, all right. Lil G, I understand what it is that you're saying because I point that shit out. That person on the line hung up, so let's go over here and see what we have. Okay, let's see here. Keep tapping the screen, keep sharing the live, guys. Keep doing all of the good things, guys. All of the good things. Max, are you a Trump supporter?
No.
Okay, I'm gonna go ahead and
Call
let you
from
know. All right.
James.
To accept,
This
press
person's
1.
calling. Hi, James. Are you a Trump supporter?
I support the Republican side personally due to some administrations, but I do support. I did vote for him.
Okay.
But 27. I'm 27, by the way.
Okay.
In case
All
you're
right.
getting inquired.
So you talk really fast. So are you still supporting Trump today or no?
Trump, yeah, nothing really perfect. I do support, at least to my side, at least when I voted for him, being supported on my end, because usually when you vote for someone, you pick the policies that best fits for you. But I'm not really too much here to debate so much, just some minor stuff, crypto, some taxes, and some more security when it comes to the border-wise. But I just got to say, I was in the last conversation with the guy, I believe he's from Cuba, and if he hears this, I mean, sorry you didn't get to explain too much. Sorry you didn't get to, get things going with his experience with Cuba. Because I know people who are from Cuba and live a very, very hard life. But I got to say, that was the most, like disappointing thing that I had to hear in any form of debate or conversation when it comes to like a podcast or what this is. Like, that was.
I don't know what's happening right now. Okay.
I know you're confused. I'm not surprised.
Yeah.
But the thing is, what can I ask you a question?
You're doing a lot.
No. Hold on. Relax. Can I ask you a question?
Hey, I have a question. How do you think this is gonna go?
Get
the fuck off my phone. What the fuck? Like, what? All right. I'm not the only one that's confused. You're just saying words. You said, I'm disappointed. Then you mentioned him. And then you said that he didn't get to explain. But then you said that I didn't get to explain. So I'm like, what the fuck is it that you're trying to say, stupid? Like, what are we doing here? The fuck? Anywho, guys, keep tapping the screen, sharing the live. Like, James, try again. Try again another day when you're not so nervous, buddy. All right? You're a little anxious, okay? Take a chill pill, and then you can call back. The fuck? All right. Mouth almighty, tongue everlasting, head ass boy. Anywho, this person's not loading. I'm pretty sure this is James again. He's going to call to crash out. Oh, yay, someone different.
Call from
Connor Meeks, looking to call into the show.
To accept, press
I'm
1.
going to say their whole names. Hi, Connor Meeks. Are you a Trump supporter?
I am not. I just wanted to call in and say I totally agree with you. I think he's a dumbass. So. Sorry, didn't want to take up too much of your time, but I agree.
Straight to the point. How I like it. You see how people that typically don't agree with Donald Trump can get straight to the point? All right. Thank you for calling in, friend. You have a great day.
You as well. All right. Bye.
Oh, my gosh. That was funny. Bruh. Drop some hearts in the chat for Connor Meeks, y'all. Drop some hearts in the chat for Connor Meeks.
Hey, how you doing?
Okay. Aurora. Are you a Trump supporter?
So I came here to talk, about the socialism on Cuba. English is not my first language, but I'm gonna try to do my best.
Are you stateside?
So, say it again.
Are you stateside?
So I have a question for you.
The answer is no, right? You don't live in the United States?
I live in the United States. Yeah, I do.
Okay, hold on one moment.
Call from
Chris, and I'm a Trump supporter.
You sound so
To
happy.
accept, press 1. To send.
Okay, all right. Chris, hold for one moment, please. Thank you.
Yep.
Okay, Aurora. Okay, what question
So,
do you have?
so do you like the socialism?
Do I like socialism?
Yeah.
Yeah, I think that the people should own the means of production. Yes.
So you're American. So you was born here in America.
Yep, I live in a capitalistic
So
society.
do you live whole life here in America?
Okay.
So have you been before in Cuba?
Have I been before where?
In Cuba?
Cuba?
You been there?
The last person asked the same question.
Yeah, because it's funny.
Do you think that I'm trying to discount like what the Cuban people have gone through?
Well, I don't. But you know what is funny? Funny is when someone try to teach Cuban people, what is the socialism.
Teach
The
them?
people
I
who
wasn't
never
trying
been.
to teach them what is socialism. Wasn't
So
trying
what
to
is
teach them
socialism?
anything. All
So what
right.
is socialism?
I don't think that you all get the point is that you live under a dictatorship. That is the form
Yeah,
of government that you have.
yeah.
All right. Socialism is the economy, the economic system.
So socialism.
Do you understand the
Okay.
difference between the two is the
So
question.
socialism is the government control over everything in the country, social life, economic, everything. So can you name one country who has a socialism and don't
There
end
has
in
not
this
been
type of
any
shit?
type of socialism that has actually been
Mm,
implemented, all right, in
for
the
real?
world, in no country in the world, all
So
right, that has been
so you,
successful. And the
so you
main
been there?
reason why, again, is due to Western intervention. Am I going to have the same conversation over and over again?
So I guess did you read something about it, in the book about Mars, all this shit? So do you read in the book, but you never live it?
No, I live in the
That's my
United
question.
States of America.
that's
My question
why
for you would be is
that's
do I
why
have
that's
to
why
live
that's
it?
why you know
So do
anything
I have
about
to live it
socialism.
to understand that your form of government is a dictatorship to where there's one party, one control, and they control everything?
That's a
Do I need
socialism.
that's socialism. I need you to
That's
understand
a
what an
socialism.
economic system is. An economic system is pretty much how your country goes about actually making money. Okay? That is what it
So
is. I don't think that
how
you
hey how
understand,
how
but
North
that's how I
Korea
know that this conversation is going to
hey
become circular
how
as
Kim Jong Un run
fuck. All
okay
right?
my bad,
Because
sorry.
you keep thinking about like things like communism. Communism and socialism are not the same thing. They're not the same. All right. Communism, all right. And communism is also a form of an economic system. Communism, all right, is where it's moneyless, stateless, and
I
classless.
know, I know. Hey,
You
I used
do?
to be history teacher. Hey, I used to be
Oh,
history teacher in my country.
fantastic.
Believe me.
So if you've been a history teacher, all right, then why is it that you're conflating, all right, the
The
style of
socialism and
government
communism
with the
come to. Hey,
economic system?
that's come together. Oh, that's come
I'm so
together.
sorry. How can you hear me ask my question is when I start talking, you start talking.
Oh, my bad. Sorry.
So my question to you is how is it? All right. You said that you used to be a history teacher. So I'm just gonna take the assumptive role here. I'm gonna presume actually, based off of what you said, that you are knowledgeable about different styles of government. Why is it that you are conflating the style of government with the economic system? Why
That's
are you
crazy.
doing that?
That's crazy. Can you
It's
name
not
me? You know,
crazy.
one country. Hey, can you name me one country who had the socialism and don't end in the dictatorship? Name me one, please.
Then
One
what
country.
you'd have to do is again,
Why and
I've said it.
why?
This may be the fourth time. Do not ask me a question and then start talking when I'm answering the question. Don't do that. Thank you very much. I appreciate you.
Okay.
All right.
I have another question. I have another question.
You can hold it. Catch a bubble.
Okay.
You got this. Okay.
Okay.
All right. So here's the thing. Okay, is that there has not been, all right, any country, all right, in this world that actually operates off of pure socialism that has been successful. This may be the fourth or fifth time I'm saying it during this very live. Okay. And the reason why it hasn't been successful is two things, two reasons why. The very first reason being Western intervention. Okay. That'll be countries again like the United States of America and the UK and France, all right, intervening in these countries' politics, overthrowing their governments, putting in puppet regimes. Okay, puppet regimes are basically little people that are people that are there, all right, to do the bidding of the West. And it's usually for the West to still have access and control of the resources within that land. All right. And also, another thing that the West does in regards to intervention is they place sanctions on these countries, sometimes full embargoes that keep them from importing and exporting. So there's that part. They put a chokehold on them economically. The second reason, all right, would be is that man corrupts. Okay. When I say man, I'm talking about the governments. They corrupt because they have to figure out different ways to actually protect themselves and their people. And what they end up doing, unfortunately, is going into styles of government that end up being authoritarian or dictatorships. That's what ends up
Okay.
happening.
Okay. So
I
I
answered
got
your
another
question.
question. I got another question. So why people who love, you know, socialism, they always choose live in capitalism country? I don't know why. Why you don't go
Did I
there
choose to be
and you know?
born here?
No, but you can
Okay.
choose go there and live over there.
Actually,
You know,
Americans can't even travel to Cuba.
I now choose, you know, I now choose, you know, born in Cuba. I'm here in the United States. That's why.
But yeah, shout out to our immigration system when we had that available for you. When'd you come over to the U.S.?
By the Cuban Amendment Act.
What? You said words.
You don't know what is that? You don't know what is that?
I know what wet foot, dry
The
foot is. Did
Cuban
you come
Amendment
in
Act.
before wet foot, dry foot? Was
Yeah.
it?
Yep.
You did? Okay.
Yep.
Yeah. Mm-hmm. Shout out to our
So,
immigration system at that time. You got to
so we
take
don't talk.
advantage of that.
We don't talk.
It's crazy.
We don't talk about immigration. We talk about
I'm just
the
kidding.
people who lie, you know, who love the
You
socialism,
literally
but they choose to live in
you
the
were talking
capitalist
about
country.
immigration though. You just asked me
That's crazy.
why don't I go live in another country is what you just asked
No,
me.
I say no, and not another country. I don't say
Yeah.
another country. I say, you know, a
Yeah, in
socialist country.
Cuba. It's a socialist
Yeah,
country.
why not?
And guess what? Americans actually can't even travel to Cuba. So there's that part. Donald Trump
For real?
placed that
For real?
ban back on.
For
Donald
real?
Trump placed that ban. Obama opened it up during, I believe, I want to say his first term. It was either his first term or at the beginning of his second term in 2013.
So when do you
And
find you like the socialism?
we can't travel there. You find out that
So
you like certain things as you learn more about those things. That's typically how it goes. So there's that.
okay, hey,
So what you don't understand,
hey, you can go to Vietnam.
excuse me,
Vietnam is a social.
thank you. So what it is that you don't understand, all right,
Come
is
on.
that these things for what we
What about
have right
Vietnam?
now can work in theory. They can work in theory, but what we've seen in practice, all right, is that Western countries, because of, all right, especially the United States of America wanting to maintain its hegemony across the world, they intervene in these countries. And it's either going to be via sanctions or it's going to be via regime change or war to where they cripple and destabilize these countries. And that's why it doesn't work. All right. But even the United States of America takes part in some forms of socialism,
Hey, what about Vietnam
such as
or
the
North Korea?
VA. So there's that part.
Vietnam. Hey, what about Vietnam, North Korea, China?
Again, you are conflating the style of government with the type of
Okay.
economic system.
Okay.
And what I'm doing
You know
here
why?
is
You
I'm
know why?
actually
Because the life
trying
here
to
is way
engage in a
better.
conversation with you. All right. But what you are showing me is that you have a dust bunny floating around in your fucking
Okay.
head, is what you
Okay, my
have.
bad. I'm
You're
sorry.
stupid. You're just stupid.
I'm
That's
sorry.
what it
Yeah.
is. You're not smart. This
Yeah,
is
I'm
what's
super to be
happening right
here.
now.
For try
You're not smart.
for try to have
And
a
I think it's
conversation with.
crazy. You're not trying to have a conversation. I've answered every single question that it is that you've asked. You better skedaddle, stupid. These people are not smart. No one is up here discounting what the Cuban people are going through. No one is discounting that. All right. However, when you are in the thick of it, it is really easy to simply blame, all right, the people who are in charge. It's really easy to blame the people who are in charge because you don't get to see the bigger picture while you're in the thick of it. And that's the unfortunate part about all of this. All right. For Cuban people who actually come to the United States of America and who get to learn more about what has actually happened in Cuba, what ends up happening is that they understand that it is the United States of America, all right, via their military, via economic sanctions, all right, that's kind of redundant, via sanctions and embargoes that have friggin' caused the Cuban people to live in the conditions in which they are living in. So there's that part. There's that. Someone said, stop your lying. So the United States haven't put sanctions on Cuba, all right, since like 1962, 1963. We haven't done that? Really? Didn't Obama lift some sanctions off of Cuba and actually allowed them to have tourists come into their country, and the Cubans were doing pretty good for a few years, and then Donald Trump came in and put those sanctions back on Cuba? I remember that shit. I remember that. I didn't say since 1960, stupid. I said since the 1960s. That's why I know you all are dumb, because you all don't listen to actually hear what people are saying. What you all do is you're listening to respond. There's that. And if I'm wrong, your mama was wrong for birthing you. Tap the screen, share the live, guys. Keep doing all of the good things. All right. Thank you for holding, caller. I appreciate your patience. For TikTok purposes, how old are you?
54.
Okay. All right. There we go. Okay. So why are you still supporting Trump?
Promises made and promises kept.
Promises made and promises kept. Okay. Name a promise and then tell us how it was kept.
Trump promised to close down the invasion at the southern border, and he did it. He did it without extra legislation. He did it without extra tons of money. He just enforced the law.
That's interesting. We didn't have an invasion at the border. I think that was propaganda to say that it was an invasion.
No.
Yes.
When you have that many people coming into your country to change your way of life, that they're not trying to assimilate. Because they're not trying to assimilate.
How do you know that?
Oh, I live in Los Angeles. It's very easy to tell.
I was about to say, are you interviewing every single immigrant that comes across the border?
I don't need to interview every single one, but statistically speaking, if you look at who was coming across, they weren't H-1B visa holders or seeking H-1B visas coming across the border.
What's an
These were
H-1B
people.
visa?
An H-1B visa is a visa where you have a special skill that is hard to find, and you get a company sponsors you to come to this country because you are a highly specialized person in your field, and we can't find someone to do that job or with your skill set locally.
Okay,
So these
so
weren't folks who were going through. I mean, there's so many different ways to come to the United States legally.
name a few
My
of
wife
them.
is an immigrant.
Don't
You
tokenize your
can
wife.
come I beg your pardon?
Don't tokenize your wife, but please tell us
No,
what's a
she's
few
not. I'm
different
not
ways that she
tokenizing
can
her. I'm
come
just
to the
saying that
country.
from hearing her story and hearing the story of many of my friends who were immigrants to this country, having sponsored people through the H-1 process, I just feel like I don't have a frame of reference that was developed from Fox News. I have a frame of reference that was developed from personal experience.
Okay, so the question that I was asking you is to name a few different ways that you can actually come into the United States of America legally.
You could come in on a tourist visa.
Mm-hmm.
You can come in on a work visa. You can come in on a temporary status, like folks from Haiti and things like that, other designated countries. You could come in, just on a we have many countries where you could come into the U.S. visa free for a certain amount of time. There's multiple ways to legally come into the United States.
Okay, so I'm sorry. One of the ways that you didn't mention was asylum seeking.
Correct.
Asylum.
I think that was being abused, but go ahead. Yeah, I agree.
How does one abuse asylum? I'm confused. The majority of asylum claims are denied. So how does it
They
get
are.
abused?
Well, because the way that the law is written, if you show up, during the Biden administration, the way that the law was written and the way that they interpreted it was all you had to do was show up at the border and just say, I'm seeking asylum. Somebody wants to kill me. And then they say, okay, come in and we'll take our time and adjudicate your case. But, while you're here, you're seeking asylum, head over to your local Social Security office and we'll get you set up with EBT or food stamps or whatever you call it in your local state and care and so forth and so on. And when it's your turn in line, we'll call you to adjudicate your asylum case.
Oh, I'm not going to hold you. I wasn't listening. I'm so sorry. I apologize. I wasn't listening. I did. My ADHD kicked in. I'm so sorry.
It's okay.
It's not your fault.
It's okay.
It's not your fault. I'm so sorry. Okay, so yeah, they can claim asylum at the border. All right, so that's how they came
Well,
in.
they were able
but
to.
you can
I'm
still
sorry.
you can still claim asylum at the border.
Yeah. I mean, there's a proper way to claim asylum. I'm just saying the way that the law was being
I'm sorry.
interpreted under the previous.
What are the two forms of asylum that you can file in the United States? Like, what are the two forms of asylum?
You got me. Share with me.
Affirmative and defensive. Affirmative
Okay.
is when you file it at a port of entry, and defensive is when you file it after you have a deportation order placed against you. So you're already within the United States of America, and so then you file the asylum after your deportation orders have actually been issued. With that being said, is asylum a legal way to be in the United States of America? So like if you have the status of not asylee, but asylum seeker, all right, can you legally be in the United States of America?
If you have that status.
Exactly. All right. So boom, there we go. All right. Awesome. So then the next part of it is, all right, because you mentioned that there were so many people in here in this country, all right, who weren't supposed to be here, But asylum seekers are supposed to be here. Refugees are supposed to be here. TPS holders are supposed to be here. Visa holders are supposed to be here. Okay, green card holders are supposed to be here. So I'm trying to see, who is it that you're talking about that's not supposed to be here?
Well, I think people who run afoul of the law are not going to be here. I mean, if that was the case, then how are they being deported? Are they not getting due process before they're deported?
It's funny that you mentioned that. No, a lot of them are not getting due process. That's why a lot of them have actually not been deported, because the Trump administration, in over 3,000 cases, all right, have been not just 3,000, over 15,000 cases, all right, have found that judges in our district courts have found that the Trump administration has been denying people their due process rights.
You know, I'm totally fine with that. If someone didn't get their due process, I'm not against that. I'm not against asylum seekers. I'm not against immigrants. But for the ones who do try to skirt the system, can we at least agree that there are some folks who are trying to judiciously use whatever means that they have to get to the United States, and if they're coming and following whatever those rules are, they deserve to be here. But there's also a population of folks who are not following the rules. I'm willing to concede that there are a set of folks who deserve to be here, whether it's asylum, whether it's refugee, whether it's, any of that. There's certainly a set of people that deserve to be here, and I would concede that they are probably number more than the folks who are trying to skirt the system. But for those folks who are trying to skirt the system, do you think that they should be afforded the same consideration as the folks who are seeking asylum the correct way?
When you say consideration, what do you mean by consideration, though? Do you mean like, should we apply the law to them? Is that what you mean? If that's what you mean,
Whatever
then
the
yes.
law is.
Yeah, then yes.
Should we apply the law to them?
Yeah, we
And
should.
if the law says you have to go back, then do you feel like they've been treated unjustly?
If the law says that they have to go back, then do I feel like they've been treated unjustly? No, because it'll be per the law, but that's not what's happening. Like, do you believe that the Constitution is the law of the land here in the United States of America?
I believe the Constitution is the basis for the law of the land, because
No,
there's many,
time out.
many,
One
many
moment.
laws.
Thank
Go
you
ahead.
for the pause, Taylor. Time out. Flag on the play. Hold on one moment. What?
The Constitution,
What would be the law of the land then in the United States? If not the Constitution, what is the law of the land here in the United States of America, sir?
Okay, so the Constitution is the law of the land. Everything.
Okay, there we go.
Even laws that are made subsequent to the Constitution being written have to be what we deem as constitutional. All I was getting at is there are more laws that fall,
but those laws do not
outside, but
contradict
under. They cannot contradict the Constitution.
Exactly, because
But
the Constitution is
yes,
the law of the land.
yeah.
So what is the Fifth
I don't want
Amendment?
anyone else to think that the Constitution are the only laws that are on the books. Every law is subject to the Constitution.
Okay, so what is the Fifth Amendment then?
The Fifth Amendment is also part of the Constitution. It's an amendment to the original document. It's subsequent, right?
It's not an amendment to the original document. The Fifth Amendment is one of the original 10 amendments.
Okay.
Like, it's one of the original 10. So it's a part of
Okay,
our Bill of Rights. So what does the Fifth Amendment say, sir? If you don't know, it's okay to say you don't know. I can tell you.
Yeah.
Thank you. Was
Go
that
ahead, tell me.
Tammy? Thank you, Tammy, for the budding hearts. I appreciate you, friends. Spin that shit. Also, guys, spin that shit. Let's knock out the Over the Clouds. I just wanted to see what it looked like. Okay. Thank you all so very much. Make the fireworks go off. Thank you, Tammy, for the cake. Appreciate you, friends. Drop some hearts in the chat for Tammy. Okay.
Go ahead.
The
Quote
Fifth Amendment is
to me.
the right to due process, sir. All right, so like no one shall be
But
denied the right to liberty, property, and life. I believe it is. Oh, Miss Kitty, thank you. It is so pretty. Thank you, Miss Kitty. Drop some hearts in the chat for Miss Kitty. Yeah, so it's the right to due process, and it applies to all persons in the United States of America.
okay,
So if you are an
that's
undocumented
true.
immigrant in the United
It
States of
applies to you.
America, then
Absolutely.
so you definitely get due process rights. Okay. All right. So even though you think that they shouldn't get them, all right, but then you do
Oh no,
think
no,
that they
no! I
should
didn't
get
say
them.
that they shouldn't.
Oh,
I
okay.
didn't
All
say
right.
that.
Okay. So we can
I
agree that they
never said that.
all should get due process, right? Okay, great.
I'm saying
We're on the same
I
page.
want to make sure that folks, because we're kind of on this whole immigrant thing. I mean, because there's so much more that's going on with our poor country besides that. But I think that everybody from every walk of life that's within these borders, if you're accused of something, you should get the full due process all the way up to the Supreme Court if need be.
Yeah, but you do know that the Trump administration hasn't been doing that though, right? They've been denying people their due process rights. I mean, the Supreme Court found twice that they did so.
Well,
and then lower court judges have found. Go on.
I would counter to that.
How so? What would you counter with?
I would counter to that. Denial of due process rights. The Trump administration, that isn't a new phenomenon. There are certainly people who have been denied their due process long before Trump came along. Now, am I giving Trump a pass? No.
Are you
but
sure?
It's not a no. I'm not giving Trump a pass. If he's denied someone their due process rights, when did that happen?
Yeah.
Oh my gosh.
When did it
Think of all the
happen
people
that we had it in mass that people were being denied their due
well,
process
now
rights
you're
to the
now
tune
you're
of
qualifying it.
over 4,143 times?
Now you're qualifying it. My statement was
quantified it.
purely because you said when did it happen in mass? I never
I
said
just
in
want to
mass.
know when it happened. Like, we're talking about immigration, right? Because I wouldn't want you
There's
to
been
say that someone was denied their due process. All right, let's
well,
say in
well
a
let's
case
think
from the
about
70s and
let's
it was a murder case or
yeah
something like that. I wouldn't say
yeah.
that. That'd be silly. Why would we even bring
Well,
that
I
up?
mean,
We
how
would want to do
many
a
how
one
many
for one in
people
regards to immigration is what we would want to do.
I
So was
was
there another president? Let me finish, please. Was there another
okay, I'm sorry.
president? Was there another president where people, all right, were at large denied their due process rights? When did it happen?
I don't think that at large
It didn't happen.
anyone under the Trump administration during the Trump administration's time at large, if we're going to qualify it that way, have been denied their due process rights.
They
Because
have, though. I have the
okay,
numbers right here.
that's your opinion.
It's not my
If that's
opinion.
your
This is
opinion.
literally the facts.
Okay.
All right.
All right.
So
So why else do you not like Trump?
4,143 people as of July 7th of July 7th of 2026, all right, have been denied their due process violations. Like, I actually have the cases here in the Fifth Circuit Court of Texas. Let's see here. Well, the judge was David C. Guadarrama. Like, Politico has the entire list of all of the immigration cases. All right. 17,200 of them have come before these lower court judges all throughout the United States of America. All right. And out of those 17,200 cases, 15,000 of them have been denied. All right. Of that 15,000 that have been denied, one of the bases of the rulings, all right, at the amount of 4,143 times have been to due process violations. So the Trump administration, they're not doing it. If you want it, you can go to politico.com and all you need to search for is explore the data, more than 15,000 rulings against Trump and ICE cases, and it will literally give it to you. Thank you, sweet Leah, for the match tackler. Someone sent a super cracker. Thank you. Appreciate you. Drop some hearts in the chat. Spin that shit. Go ahead.
All I would say to that is, I haven't read that, but I'll take your word for it. And it actually makes me kind of happy. And I know that you're probably cringing right now. I'm not looking at your live feed or whatever, but it actually makes me kind of happy because so many people were like, "Oh, if Trump gets back in, it's going to be the end of democracy." If Trump gets back in, all these things are going to happen. But hey, if he does something wrong and people go through the appropriate channels, then the American system works. That's proof. You've just outlined it.
I think that's an odd take for you to have. The reason why I think that's an odd take for you to have is because of the simple fact that it shouldn't be done in the first place. This
Well,
is
I
the
think
checks.
that
This is a part of
I
the
think of
checks
it
and
like this.
balances system. All right, that
hmm
it shouldn't. Oh wow! Hold on one moment. Wow, sweet. Is it Sweet Lita? Sweet Lita, thank you so much for the cloud DJ. That was cool. If I could do the Jersey Shore sound, I would. We're at a disco. What is it? An EDM concert. Someone make the noise for me. I don't know how to make it. There we go. I don't know how to do that noise. I'm sorry. I can't do it. But thank you. That was so cute. Spin that shit, Miss Lita. Thank you so much, friend. Appreciate you. That was awesome. All right. There we go. Hold on
You're
one
gonna have to
moment.
share some of this super chat stuff with me, man. I'm bringing in. I'm making it rain over there.
Don't do that. don't do that. All right. So,
all good fun. All good fun. You deserve it.
So with that being said, the thing is that it shouldn't be happening in the first place. I think that's actually one of the problems with our country is that we allow things to happen and we correct it after it's happened. I don't think that. I don't think that's a sign of democracy working, in a sense, because it should be stopped before it actually goes into place. We shouldn't have
Oh
to
yeah.
issue injunctions to say you can't do this. All right. Before it even is implemented, it should actually go through a review process to where it says, hey, you can't do this. And it's
But
not
why
going
do
to
they have
happen.
But my dear, why do they have a process for injunctions and things of this nature if everybody preceding Trump was perfect?
What do you mean? Why do they have an injunction? No,
I
I'm
mean,
speaking of the
why do they
system
have
in total.
this
What did that
process?
mean?
Why do they have this process
Because the
if
system's not
everything
perfect.
before
Because the
and
system isn't
I mean,
perfect.
yeah,
Oh, thank
Trump
you,
isn't
Miss
perfect.
Lita. Thank you for the meteor shower, friend. Spin that shit, Miss Lita. Drop the hearts in the chat. Thank you so very much. Hey, y'all, Miss Lita is looking at the gift gallery and she is saying, spin that shit. All right. Remember, if you want to show some kindness, all right, take a look at the gift gallery, please. All right. And let's knock that out. That shows TikTok, that you want to be here and it helps us in regards to the algorithm. And doing all of those good things. So thank you all so very much. I appreciate you all. Thank you, thank you, thank you. So, okay, to get back to this conversation is that our system is not perfect. All right. So we have those things in place to correct them. All right. So I'm not discarding the corrections. What I am saying is that before the
It shouldn't
wrong
happen in
is
the first place.
done, it shouldn't happen in the first place. But then also, thank you, Dean, for the stingray friend. Thank you. And also thank you for the kissy face heart. I appreciate that from earlier, guys. What do I say? But
I concede that to you. I'm not going to argue that fact.
okay.
Shouldn't happen in the first place.
Yeah, but
bad things shouldn't happen to good people. I concede that. Bad things shouldn't happen to good people.
But then also another thing is that what we have to take into account right now is that we do have a Congress that for a year, because it's only been recently that they started to actually, utilize their power to actually check what it is that he's doing, because Congress is the one that truly does hold the power here to undo what Donald Trump is doing. All right. And even though our lower courts are actually, pretty much trying to correct what it is that he's done, we have a Supreme Court that seems to be in his back pocket that is allowing, all right, certain things to go through. So they're not doing their part of balancing out what's happening on the executive level. The judicial
Well, if I
branch.
recall,
Go ahead.
if I recall, last week, the the Supreme Court told Trump no on at least, I believe it was 2 occasions. They didn't let him get out of paying the $5 million to that Carol lady. And there was
immigration, though.
But I'm just saying, you said that the Supreme Court's in his back pocket. Well, if they were in his back pocket, why did they not let him squirrel away from paying Miss Carol her $5 million? Why did they tell him no on several? Come on now, come on. If they're in his back pocket, those were your words, not mine. In his back pocket, why have they told him no on multiple occasions? He's lost at the Supreme Court on multiple occasions.
Was that a unanimous vote, or was it just a majority?
Oh my. Now we're qualifying things.
We always have to qualify. Why do we not have to qualify certain things? Because
the
we
thing
also
is, you
had
said
this.
that.
Hold on one moment.
Well,
I'm gonna refute. I did ask
you
you a
asked me
question.
a question.
I do apologize.
You asked me a question.
It was rhetorical. So here's the thing. All right. The Supreme Court
Mm-hmm.
also did a few different things within the last 2 weeks. In one case, they are now allowing it to where Custom and Border Protection agents can stop someone from actually crossing over the U.S.-Mexican border, the U.S.-Mexico border, so that they cannot file asylum. They're calling the process metering.
Yeah.
All right.
Yeah.
Now, metering is something that we've always done at the border, but it never was in a position of preventing them from crossing into the United States of America. It was more so like of holding up a sign that said, we're closed. Sorry, we're closed. All right. But what the Trump administration is now being able to do per the Supreme Court is physically stop people from coming into the United States of America, because if you're not on American soil, then you cannot file asylum. So there's that.
Is that the law?
That they're using a process of metering, and the Supreme Court is allowing that. Yes, the Supreme Court has set the precedent.
Is it lawful?
It's not the law. It's not the law. It was
Is
a
it
case that
constitutional?
was filed, and the Supreme Court is now saying it that they can do.
Is it constitutional? I mean, how did the Supreme Court come to this decision?
You'd have to look into it. I have a great resource for you. It's called SCOTUSblog.com.
Well, no.
No, I'm serious. It's called SCOTUSblog.com.
I got you, but as we're just talking about this,
we can talk about it, but when I tell you that it's actually extremely convoluted, it's convoluted because Alito's majority opinion doesn't make any sense whatsoever.
Well, but I mean, it's not just one man's opinion. So, and they can't
is
do
one
it
man's
if
opinion. He wrote the majority. He wrote the actual the majority opinion. All right.
Yeah,
and
but the other justices had to find some basis in the law to agree with him. Otherwise, they would have dissented.
There was actually, from what I read from him in regards to it, there wasn't any basis in the law. He literally used the example of football. All right. He said something he used an example regarding football. That's what he did.
They
So
also,
there's that part.
The Supreme Court has made errors going as far back as I can think. I mean, for me, I'm a Morehouse man. Okay. I live and breathe this stuff. And, we could go way far back with the Supreme Court, and Supreme Courts have made errors, and then they've turned around, and then later on down the line, they've had to come back and correct them. So, I mean, they're not infallible also. But I guess my one question, because I've always wanted to ask someone in your opinion this, is there any redeeming quality that you can find in Trump?
No.
Wow.
No.
Wow.
He's a narcissist.
There's no redeeming quality at all.
No, he's a narcissist, and the majority of the people that support him are narcissists too.
Wow.
He labels, he projects,
is there...
he deflects, he uses Darvo, right? Every awful thing that he thinks he puts onto other people. No, he's an awful human being. He's always been an awful human being.
So is there even one policy position that you could agree with Trump on?
No.
Come on.
His
men and women sports. Men and women's sports.
There's no men and women's sports. That's the thing. Right?
Okay, boys and girls sports.
There's no boys and girls sports. Again, that's just bigotry. That's people being
That's bigotry.
propagandized. Yeah, that is
How is that
bigotry.
bigotry?
And because what you're doing is you're not recognizing someone else's gender identity. All right. And
Well, I don't.
you're trying to, what you're doing is you're trying to prevent those people from living life as they identify, and there's no need for it. That's rooted in
Well, they can
bigotry.
live. They
If
can
not
certainly
bigotry,
live
then
life.
prejudice. So there's
Okay,
that
so
part.
then here's my thing. I have 3 daughters, and I don't want my daughters sharing the same locker room and shower with another boy. And as a matter of fact, I don't want my daughters to invite a boy
Thank you,
over to
James.
the house. I mean, a real regular, I think as you guys call it, cis boy, cis man, cis whatever, cis person with something between his legs. I wouldn't even allow my daughters to go into the bedroom and study. You guys can study at the dining room table. So
Sir?
why would I need
Guess
to?
what? You can do that. Guess what? You can do that, all right, in your house because that's your house. You can do that. All right, but you don't get to
Right,
tell somebody else what to do in their house. Also,
right.
another thing, all right,
Can
is
you take that
that
one more
because,
step forward?
excuse
Can
me,
you
one
take that
moment.
line of reasoning one more step forward?
Excuse me, one
I
moment. I want
don't
to finish
believe.
what it is that I was saying, though,
I
if
was
I
just going to
could.
say that you can't tell me what to do with my children. Also,
Then
but go ahead. I'm
your
sorry.
children don't participate in the sport then. That's all there is to
That's
it. But
denying them
also
their rights.
another thing is that when it comes to trans kids, all right, the trans kids, all right, they're not showering together because it's understood. That is all understood. So they're not showering together. That's not happening. That
Yes.
what you just said tells me, thank you, Swan. I appreciate you, friend. Draw some hearts in the chat for Swan. Matter of fact, I'll get right back to you. Hold for one moment, please. Thank you. Welcome in, Swan Ray. Welcome in, Swan Ray. Thank you all so very much for being here. All right. Thank you all so very much for being here. All right. Tap the screen, share the live, do all of the good things. I am choosing, all right, the route of calmness. All right. I have been listening to a Mehdi Hassan book, and I am choosing the route of calmness in order to get the point across here today. All right. We've done it a few times. He's already conceded twice. All right. Already conceded twice. So there's that part. If he continues down this route, he's gonna get the fucking Donnie Thornberry. I mean it. All right, I fucking am. Okay. With that being said, guys, do all of the good things. Thank you so much for taking care of the cloud thingies. That was such a pretty gift. Also, thank you so very much to Miss Lita for the cloud DJ. I was in this bitch like the Jersey Shore. All right. Thank you so very much. All right. I ain't gonna hold y'all. I am still waiting for a super cracker. We'll see what happens. But guys, just keep being awesome. Let's get the likes up to 500,000 likes. Stretch goals. I love them. Let's get them up to 500,000 likes. We can do it, guys. All right. It is Friday night. All right. We are having some form of fun. All right. And I want to say some thank yous because I saw them come in. Jane. Oh, shit. Miss Letty. Thank you for the super cracker. Miss I freaking love that gift. Miss Letty just sent it. I fucking love the super cracker. Thank you so much, Miss Letty. Drop some hearts in the chat, guys. Drop those hearts in the chat. All right. I want to say thank you because I saw this earlier. And James, you are so funny, friend. I knew that wasn't you. I knew it wasn't you. I was like, I'm not. Thank you for the George Washington wig. All right. James sent 5 earlier and said, just so you know, that James is not me. I knew that, James. I knew that wasn't you, friend. Shout out to James, guys. Drop some hearts in the chat. that was so funny to me. I was like, I know that's not you. What are we doing? All right. And I got to make sure. I don't think we have anything over on Venmo. Okay. And we don't have anything over on the tube. Oh, you all think that this shit is free. Okay. I got you. All right. I figured it out. That's it. I feel you. It's okay though. It's cool. Thank you, James. I appreciate you, friend. And shout out to Swan, to Miss Kitty, Miss Letty, and also to Sweet Lita. I appreciate you all. You guys are fucking awesome. Keep doing all of the good things, guys, and drop those hearts in the chat for all of our gifters and for our donor. I appreciate you. With that being said, guys, if you'd like to support me, support the stream, the links are in the bio. Everything with Erica is the name. PayPal and Venmo. Also have a Zelle. Everything with Erica9@gmail.com. And if you are over on the tube, you can send a super chat. Thank you all so very much. Everything is appreciated and most definitely accepted. Okay. Yes, the super cracker. I love the super cracker. Okay, let's get back into this phone call, and he better stop with the transmission. I'm not in the mood. I'm trying to be calm today. All right. Thank you for holding. Okay. All right. So,
I thought of one that we can
Gucci,
agree
thank you
on.
for the Leon. Thank you, Gooch. Spin that shit, Gooch.
I
Thank
thought
you.
of something non-controversial that we can agree on.
What's that?
The Trump accounts. Giving newborns, a nest egg.
Not with the way that he's actually working the stock market. It's
Or
too
just
volatile.
how about the idea? How about just the idea of it? Let's
We have
leave
529
him.
plans, and they're not controlled by the government. It's not government
Well,
socialism, because he hates socialism, right?
Well, I'm just saying.
Thank you,
let's leave all those labels aside, and I
Why do
believe
we
that
have
he
to
does.
leave the labels aside? It is what
Well,
it is, though, right?
I was about to say something derogatory towards Trump. I do believe that his pronouncements and all this stuff is manipulative to the stock market.
Mm-hmm.
I truly, truly do. But I'm just saying the idea of it, of giving newborns, something that's going to be like dedicated. We still have like earned income tax credit. We have 529 plans. There's all sorts of things. But I'm just saying the idea of it. Maybe the implementation isn't right,
It's
but
not even
just the idea. The idea.
The idea of it?
The
idea. Yeah.
Of giving newborns cash that says, hey, it's going to hopefully be worth a lot of money when you get older.
Any idea can be a good thing in theory, but in practice, how it's working without any intervention.
It's only 4 days old.
Please. Without
I'm
any
sorry.
intervention on it, all right. The Trump accounts are simply just not. They're not good. They're not. The reason why they're not. First things first is that they have a sunset date. They only go until 2028. So that means children born after, I believe it's going to be after December 31st. Well, children born as of January 1st of 2029 won't get it. So there's that part, which is weird. I don't know why they didn't if they wanted to do it, they could have just did it.
Can I talk to that?
Right?
Can I talk to that part?
Sure.
I'm just saying. Because I don't think he's going to be in office after that, and I think it would be a great thing whether we have a Democrat or a Republican to build on that idea and make it better. It may be that the next president doesn't want to continue it.
I don't think you understand what it was that I said then. I said, why not make it something that's actually permanent so that all children born in the United States of America would actually be able to benefit from it. It'll just be a program, all right, that they do. So that there's that. Why only do it for the time that you're in office? That doesn't make sense. Again, narcissistic. There we go. Yeah.
I don't see it as narcissistic. I think if we were gonna yeah, I know, right? Did you see what else did he get his name? He changed the name of the airport in Palm Beach County to it's no longer the acronym PBR, it's DJT. Did you see that?
Yeah, I did see that. And then also his the family company is gonna start selling merchandise for it so that they can make money.
Just so much. It's
not okay,
I'm a Trump supporter. I'm a Trump supporter who can also poke at Trump. So
you're not actually poking at him though. That's pretty awful. Thank you, Swan. Appreciate you for the over the cloud friend. Thank you. It was funny. It's not funny. Like
I'm laughing at it because it's not funny. It's ridiculous. And I give you the narcissism part. It's like him putting his name on the Kennedy Center. I would have never advised him to do something like that. I've been to the Kennedy Center many times, and it's the Kennedy Center. It's not the Donald Trump Kennedy Center.
But
I just
supporting Donald Trump, right? All right, is
hmm
that pretty much you are condoning what it is that he's doing. Whether you speak out about it or not, you're condoning what it is that he's doing by saying, "Yeah, I support Donald Trump." All right?
hmm
Like you
hmm
conceded 2 times
he's
in
not
regards
perfect.
to his immigration because you conceded that he is not following due process. All right? You conceded on that
Well, if
part.
the courts say that, you said that these were people that were in mass, and if you're saying that there's 4,000 people out of how many people has he deported so far?
Just on without self-deportation. I'm so sorry. All right. Are you trying to walk the concession back? Like, are you trying to say that Donald Trump isn't violating due process? Because
No,
one
I'm
is
not.
too many.
No, no,
Because
I'm not. One is too many.
if one is
One's too many.
if 4,100 cases, 4,143 cases to be exact, being thrown out or denied deportation or detention because it is a violation of due process rights to people, all right, you'd have to find me another presidential term, all right, where something similar was actually happening. You'd have to
But
do
you
that.
make it.
You won't be able
But
to
my
do that
dear,
because it hasn't happened. Stop calling me my dear. But it won't.
ma'am,
That doesn't
can I
happen.
call you ma'am? I don't know your name. What is your name?
It's Erica.
Erica. Oh, very nice. Similar to my daughter's name. Erica, there are cases that are thrown out of courts all day long, every day.
We're talking specifically in regards to immigration.
Yeah, but cases are dismissed every day. I mean, there's
You're an
people who are brought
apologist.
up on
You're
charges.
apologizing for Donald Trump.
No,
Yeah, you
I'm
are.
not. I'm trying to make a distinction here that you are going to have cases that are going to be dismissed. Not every single immigration case is going to be perfect.
But not
You
for
have
due
cases that are
process rights as much as
there
it
are people
has
who
been. That's the problem that we're having here is that this
but
administration has
there
taken it like with JGG versus Trump with the Venezuela migrants that they sent down to CCOT in El Salvador. All right. Those people were not allowed to go before a judge to even find out why they were being detained. They weren't able to do that. All right. A judge found that they were denied their right to habeas corpus, which is a part of due process. All right. A judge found that, and then it was overturned. And then guess where it went to? It went to the Supreme Court, and the Supreme Court found that the Trump administration had denied them of their due process rights. That is that. And then we
and
have
I'm not a
Kilmar Abrego Garcia, who was definitely denied his due process rights. Those are just the 2 cases that have made it to the Supreme Court. Is what we have to understand. So again, we have 4,143 cases. If we take away those 2, we'll say we have 4,141 cases where people have been denied their due process rights, and it was found so by the lower courts. All right. What is it that you can accept about the fact that Donald Trump isn't following the law and he hasn't enabled, all right, the rest of the federal government to do the exact same thing? It does.
well,
What is it that you're trying to I don't know, cope for here?
no, I'm not coping for anything. Like I said, promises made and promises kept, and you're going to make mistakes. There's nobody that's going to be perfect. There's no system that's going to be perfect. And I would even go further to say that the Biden administration was breaking the law, the way that they were letting immigrants come across the border. We didn't need any new laws to stop the folks coming across the border in
I'm
mass.
sorry. What law? What law? Because again, asylum seeking.
We didn't need. Well, why are the asylum seekers not coming across the border in mass like they have been? Because Joe Biden said
What's
that he
happening at
needed
the
a
border. We
law.
had an incident in 2025 where they were actually the guard was shooting at people. So
Joe
there's that part.
Biden
That's
Biden
scary.
said that
All
he
right.
needed Congress
I'm
to
sorry,
act.
you did ask me a question. I'm actually answering it for you. It's crazy.
Yes,
Because I
yes,
always
sir.
know that once you all are put into a corner, what you like to do is you really do like to go, what about Biden? We love to do that. I know. I know. We love to talk about Biden when we're backed into a corner. I get it. All right. You also love to do the over talking when you feel challenged. All right. I hope you
I'm
understand
not
that,
talking.
ma'am. All right. And then
I'm being
also
quiet.
another thing, ma'am. I'm sorry. Ma'am, I'm speaking. I'm speaking, ma'am. Please let
Uh,
me finish.
I'm
Thank you,
I'm a
ma'am.
I'm
Ma'am.
I'm a sir.
Ma'am. Oh, I'm sorry. I'm a ma'am, but you call me sir. So
I'm
I thought we
oh
were doing
I'm
opposite
sorry.
day or something. My bad.
Oh my bad. My bad.
Okay.
I'm gonna be quiet, Erica.
Okay. Thank you. Appreciate you. Now, I get it. You're feeling challenged, but you don't have to overtalk me. Okay. And also, you don't even have to mention Biden because you can't name a law that Biden actually broke. There's not a law that he did. He followed the law. There's that part. Also, the people that came to the border during the Biden administration were seeking asylum. All right. It is legal to seek asylum in the United States of America. All you need to do is look at 8 USC 1158. It'll tell you all about it right there. That's it. Right. And also, another thing is that you can't say for sure just how many people came into the United States of America outside of a port of entry, because how do you count somebody that came into the country outside of a port of entry? How do you count them?
But okay, let me ask you a question.
Sure. Because you aren't going to answer one.
Oh, I've answered plenty.
I'm sorry. I know that
And
the question I
it
just
you
asked you
can't
ended in
you can't
the
you can't
sentence
you
I
can't.
just
It's not a
made
trick question.
ended in a question mark. You don't
It's not a trick question. You
answer a
can't count
question with a
someone who wasn't
question.
you can't count someone who didn't come through the port of entry.
Exactly.
Okay. So
That
may
part.
I
So you can't say exactly how many people came in. We only have estimates. We only have estimates. That's it. And it's estimated it was between 2 to 3 million people. That's what we
mm,
had. Came in outside of a
mm,
port of entry.
mm,
That's it.
mm. Okay.
It's
So
I just want to know what
I'm
law would you say Joe Biden broke? That's the next question. But go ahead, ask yours. I know you can't wait to ask it.
no. You answered my question already. Because we agree then that people were coming in outside of a port of entry, which would have been illegal.
I'm sorry. Say that again. I'm sorry.
I said you mentioned that 2 to 3 million people is the estimate that you quoted.
Mm-hmm.
People who came in outside of a port of entry. I was going to ask you, would we agree that there were people that came into the country not through a port of entry? So it sounds like we kind of agree right there.
Okay. Yeah. I was talking about people who came into the
Yeah,
country illegally, is what I was talking about.
yeah,
Between 2 to 3
yeah.
million. And they're still coming into the country. People are still coming into the country outside of a port of entry. I don't know what just happened. I'm not even
We
sure.
agreed on something.
Okay.
That was cool. Wasn't that cool, Erica? We actually agreed on something, and I was quiet, and I didn't
You
talk over
needed
you.
that, didn't you?
What?
Did you need that?
No, I'm just saying we're just having a really polite, like thoughtful conversation here, and
What law
and
did Joe
it
Biden break? Because then you're not okay then. So if
okay.
if we agree there, right? If we agree there, then what it is that you're telling me, all right, is that, all right, we didn't have an invasion at the border, because that was your first point, all right? Because you can't count people who come into the country illegally, all right? And the people who were coming legally, that were counted were legal because they were filing asylum. It's really that simple. So there's no invasion, because what is an invasion?
Are you asking me to answer now?
Yes, what's an invasion?
Oh, okay. That's when people are coming to overrun your country, or they're coming to overrun your position. I'm not going to say anything else. I just going to answer the question.
Because that's what it is. And that's not
All
what was
right.
happening. They were coming
You
here
asked me
illegally
another
to file
question that,
asylum. But what law was it that you would say that Joe Biden was breaking? Because you still haven't answered that one.
okay. I think, in my opinion, Joe Biden was violating his oath of office.
Joe Biden was violating his oath of office?
Hmm.
How?
He made an oath to support and defend the Constitution of the United States.
And he did so. How did he not do so?
When he let that estimated 2 to 3 million people into the United States, he could have done better to stop it. The Constitution is the law, and he violated the law.
That
He took
doesn't
the
make
oath.
any sense whatsoever.
How not? You said
That
we
doesn't make
started this
any
off with the
sense.
Constitution is the law.
What? Joe Biden deported more people than Donald Trump did in his first term, and Donald Trump right now isn't even on track to deport more people under Title VIII than Joe Biden is. Like, what the fudge, bruh? What?
I mean, you asked me,
That's
and I
wicked work.
answered it.
I mean, but I thought you were going to answer it with something that actually made sense. That didn't make any sense.
No, it did make sense.
No,
I
it
mean,
didn't.
the Constitution is the law,
The
right?
Constitution is the
We
law of the
established that.
land. We definitely agreed on that earlier. All right. I had
Yeah.
to hold your hand with a napkin in between in order to get you there. But we did agree on that earlier. All right. That the Constitution is, in fact, the law of the land. All right. Like, why is it that you want to try to make Joe Biden, all right, the bad guy when it comes to immigration, when Joe Biden is the one who advocated for and introduced the sun thing is happening. One moment. Who introduced legislation to actually reform our immigration system, but it was struck down. That's not making any sense.
Well,
Like, how many
Joe
times did
Biden
Joe
said,
Biden issue? How many times did Joe Biden issue, not issue, but present immigration reform? How many bills?
you tell me.
He did it twice. Twice.
And
And then the third one that they did was actually the sun is setting, guys. The sun is setting. And the way I have the camera position is catching the sun. But anywho, the Joe Biden introduced two bills, and then also the third one was bipartisan, James Langford. But Donald Trump had that one knocked out because he needed something to run off of.
Yeah, that's what the media was saying. I agree. The media said that.
Yeah. So, like, what? I have a question for you.
So,
You know what? I have a question. Let me
well,
just ask you a
I don't.
question.
I,
Let me ask you a
go
question,
ahead.
right?
Sure. Yes,
Okay.
Erica.
Thank you. Let me ask you a question. All right. If President Obama, let's bring him into the chat. If President
good Lord.
Obama handed Donald Trump in his first term a net negative at the border, what that means is that we were deporting more people than we were
Yes.
allowing in. All right.
Yes.
We're allowing into the country.
Mhm.
If that is the case, that happened, right?
That
And
did.
then when Joe Biden takes office, there's a border crisis. When did the border crisis start? What happened? What's the bridge that connects those two?
The media.
The media? I want you to think about that. I need to fix my camera. I'm going to place you on hold, okay?
Okay.
All right. Thank you. Okay, there we go. I had to move it, but so I'm gonna mark it tonight. So then that way I know that when the sun starts to set, where I can put the camera and it won't hit the sun. We were doing something. All right. I want to say a few thank yous. Thank you guys for your patience. All right. Let me say thank you. And I think the people want him to hear what they have to say. So there's that part. All right. Let me see here. It's 693 people here, and I know you all are just loving this conversation. I did say we would do a drop pool earlier, but the other one for that annoying guy, you guys didn't come through with the come through. So I think that you're actually enjoying these conversations. So what I'm going to say is if someone, let me see, because I'm looking for the gift gallery, flying jets, and I'll get them out of here. We'll see what happens. Okay, thanks for holding. I think there's some words that people want you to hear, so I have to say some thank yous. Maya sent 5. Hey, Maya. Maya sent 5 and says, so by his logic, every president has broken oath because people have been entering this country undocumented since America became a country. That's a fair point. That is a fair point. Can't
Maya,
dispute
the
that
one
one.
who didn't try to stop it, broke
So
the oath.
there's that part. I'm
Well, I
so
mean,
so
that's their
sorry.
job is to
How
support and
is
defend the
how I'm
Constitution of the
sorry,
United
but
States.
Joe Biden introduced border legislation February 18th of 2021. When did Joe Biden take office?
You tell me.
You don't know when Joe Biden took office?
Tell me when. I'm trying to really
He took office
not
January
interrupt you as
20th
much as
of
possible.
2021, sir. So less than a month after taking office, he had already introduced, all right, he had the Democratic Party introduce border reform. Like, there we go.
And what was in that bill?
All right. What was in that bill?
What?
What was in that bill was actually more money for border enforcement. All right. Also, metering was included in that one, but not the type of metering that Donald Trump is doing. We went over that earlier. All right. So basically, actually put it into place where people would, if they reached a certain number within the week, that they would stop it. Okay.
So,
And then also there was
may
another
I
bill.
ask a
We don't have
question
to
right there?
rehash that bill, sir. The point is that the bill was
No,
introduced.
I
Because that's the point that I'm
one
making.
quick.
But that's the point that I'm
May,
making. I'm not making the point. I'm not here to talk about what was in the bill, what wasn't in the bill. I'm here to talk about that the point is that Joe Biden introduced that legislation and it was denied. And he also did it again in 2022. But because of the aid from Ukraine, what did they do? They denied it. So there's that part. Okay. Then with the Langford bill, the third piece of legislation, okay, that was bipartisan. It had support from both sides of the aisle, not just in the House, but also in the Senate. Donald Trump threatened to primary any Republican senator that voted for that. Lisa Murkowski from Alaska was the only one to vote for it. And Donald Trump did, in fact, primary her in 2024, but thankfully she persevered. I shouldn't say thankfully. I'm just glad the Trump candidate didn't win. But that's what's happening. Like, be very
okay.
serious. What piece of border reform has Donald Trump actually presented?
That's the curious part is he hasn't had to introduce any new laws in order to stop or slow down the amount of people coming across the border.
Do you know how any of this works? Like, do you understand the legislative process?
Yeah, I do.
You do? Okay. All right. So, quick question for you. All right. These
I don't see
executive
droves of
orders that
people
Donald
walking
Trump
across
is
the Rio
doing,
Grande.
excuse me, these executive orders that Donald Trump is doing, sir, all right, can they be overturned by a vote in Congress? Yes or no?
That's a good question. Can they?
Thank you, Taffy, for the money gun friend. Drop some hearts in the chat for Taffy. I thought you said you know how the legislative process works. If you know how the legislative process works, then you know that, in fact, that Congress can overturn the executive orders.
So can the next president.
Which would be harder to overturn in Congress, a piece of legislation or an executive order?
I don't know. Tell me, Erica.
It would be a piece of legislation because Are you fucking serious? Are you really being obtuse, or are you just pretending to be obtuse?
I'm
Because if you're
trying not to
pretending,
argue with
if
you.
you're pretending to be obtuse, all right, then I don't have to have this conversation with you. I don't have to have the conversation with you if you're going to be intellectually dishonest.
I'm not being intellectually dishonest. I'm really just trying to. I don't want us to get stuck on that point, and I don't want you to feel like
No one is
I'm
getting
trying to
stuck
talk
on a
over you.
point. No one's trying to get stuck on a point. I'm moving the conversation along because what it is that you think that the stuff that Donald Trump is doing in regards to immigration is quite okay. You're not looking at the fact, all right, that the Trump administration has spent over 30 billion American taxpayer dollars purchasing detention centers, not detention centers, but warehouses all around the country that they intended to turn into detention centers. Billions of dollars purchasing these facilities, all right, upwards of 100% more than what they were actually valued at. That's a problem. Also, another thing, all right, is that they purchased 11 with the goal of purchasing over 30 of them. And now they have decided that they're going to go ahead and sell 7 of them, but they're not going to be able to get that money back because they purchased way over asking price. That's American taxpayer money wasted. And then
That's a problem.
also some of the facilities that they decided to keep, like the one here in Surprise, Arizona. All right, guess what they did with that one? They can't even continue retrofitting that one because they failed to do an environmental review. So that's going to be more wasted taxpayer money. That one was valued at like fucking $14 million and they bought it for $70 million.
Put a
What are
quarter
we
in the potty
doing?
jar.
What did you say?
I said put a quarter in the potty jar.
Put a quart. No, I won't. I won't.
He won't be the first president that ever had these boondoggles with the budget. And
What?
I agree with you on that. Oh yeah. There's
No.
been plenty of waste.
No.
There's been plenty of waste
No.
in government.
Absolutely the fuck not. Absolutely not. I don't know why you think that this shit is funny. All right. And I'm pretty sure that it's probably a kick for you. Okay. It really is. It probably is a kick for you. That's what it is. I don't know what the fuck is wrong with you, sir, but you legitimately, you need help. You need help.
Maybe.
Or maybe,
but
how old did you say you were? How old are you again?
I'm 54.
You're 54. Oh, okay. And you said you went to Morehouse, right? So you're black?
Yes, that's right.
Okay, all right. So you're close to the age of death, the average age of death for black men anyway. So you're probably like, I'm not going to be here too much longer anyway. So this really doesn't matter to me. That's what it is. And you know what? I can totally understand that. I can understand why you don't give a fuck. I can, all right? Because you can't actually point to anything that Donald Trump has actually done that's been to the benefit of the American people. You can't do it. And you won't do it. You can't.
You know
Tell
what?
us about his tax
You know
policy.
what, Erica?
You
His
don't get
tax
an extra
policy.
speech. Fucking die. Like, get off my phone. You're stupid. I can't stand stupid people. I can't stand willfully stupid people. I can't. And I don't give a fuck if anyone thought that was mean. I can't stand willfully stupid people. I don't care. I don't care. And he is closer to the average age of death for black men. He is. And that's probably why he doesn't give a fuck. All right. When people ain't got much longer for this world, all right, they tend to live life on the fucking edge. Like, what are we even doing here? Do you all know? All right. I'm pretty sure that a lot of you know this, right? But when it comes to the big ugly bill, this person better not be calling back.
Call from
Jason.
Caller hold, please. Thank you. Do you all know that when it comes to the big ugly bill, all right, the main thing that Donald Trump wanted to do was to use his tariff policy, right? The blanket, universal, reciprocal, whatever the fuck you want to call them. He wanted to use those tariffs to pay for the tax cut. That's what he wanted to do. All right. But we all know that in February, the Supreme Court said your tariffs are what? Your tariffs are unconstitutional. And then we had the additional tariffs that he has placed where a trade court, because those are currently under appeal, the trade court said that those have been applied incorrectly. I know it's like Section 202 tariffs and I think Section 130 tariffs, something to that effect. I'll get the exact numbers for you in a moment. But they said that those were applied incorrectly because a trade deficit is not the same thing as a balance with the United States of America. Right. And those tariffs are actually set to expire at the end of this month. So there's that, because he only can apply them for, I believe, 180 days. Yes, 180 days. I do believe 180 days is how long he can apply them for. So those are about to expire pretty soon here. Then the next part of it is that he wants to try to implement Section 303 or something like that, those tariffs. Someone correct me on the number. Again, I will get it for you in just a moment. But he wants to implement another form of tariffs that he's not going to be able to do. Thank you, Miss Kitty. And shout out to the Fax Raid. Thank you all so very much for being here. Thank you, Miss Kitty, for knocking out the kissy face hearts. Mwah. Thank you, love. I appreciate you. Spin that shit, Miss Kitty. All right. And he wants to do that. But here's the thing. Because the IEEPA tariffs, all right, the International Emergency Economic Powers Act, IEEPA, all right, because those tariffs have been deemed unconstitutional, the $166 billion, I'm sorry, I lied, about $168 billion, all right, in tax revenue that was collected because of those are going to be refunded back to the companies. Before the Supreme Court even found those taxes unconstitutional, all right, we had over 3,000 companies like Costco and FedEx who actually sued the Trump administration for those taxes, right? And now we have even more companies actually filing via the CAPE system, it's called, CAPE, and they over more than 3,000 companies filing claims for refunds. Thank you guys for knocking out the cloud thingies. I like those. Those are really pretty. I appreciate you all. Draw some hearts in the chat for yourselves. Thank you so very much. But y'all, let's be freaking serious. In the United States citizen, the consumer, we don't get anything back. We don't get anything back unless the company itself decides to give us the money back. They increased the prices because of those tariffs. We have been paying that price, and it's likely that those companies are going to get their money back. But what do we get? What do we get back? Nothing. He screwed us over. Also, another thing is that via his little crypto coin that he has, that people who invested in that coin in total have lost over $300 billion, while Donald Trump has made like $638 million. Let's be friggin' for real. All right. In total, the president of the United States of America, all right, has added over $4 billion to his net worth within a year and a half. And people think that shit is funny. All right. $168 billion in fucking tariff revenue. Do you know how much they're cutting from the SNAP program over a 10-year period? $200 billion. Swan, are you able to come up for a moment? I have to do something. Thank you, friend. Okay, there we go.
Hey, Erica.
Hey, friend. Swan, do you mind talking to this person that's in the request? I have to do something with Bubba.
Yeah, I can talk to him.
Oh, I'm gonna let you talk to him because at least I know he won't do anything absolutely insane. Okay, I'll be right back. Thank you. Guys, do all the good things for Swan while she's here. Thank you guys so very much. Y'all are freaking awesome.
Swan, do you think that Kamala Harris having Taylor Swift and Megan Thee Stallion with her just shows that she was not focused on solving solutions and she was too focused on putting on a show?
I don't think she was too focused on putting on a show. She was the most qualified candidate we had to be president of the United States in quite some time.
Yeah, no, I understand that, but do you think that she wasn't focused on solving solutions is my question, because she wanted to put on the show. She had Megan Thee Stallion and Taylor Swift with her and all that stuff going on. She's just not focused.
Didn't Trump have Snoop Dogg and other entertainers as well?
Yeah, but that was after he had won the election. Kamala Harris did this while she was running, trying to get your vote and get my vote.
Yeah, she got my vote. I don't think she lost her focus at all. I think she was very focused. I think she was laser focused.
Yeah, but while she was trying to get even more votes, though, is my problem. Is that
Yeah,
she would.
I'm gonna answer your question one more time, Rich. I think she was laser focused.
So why was she putting on the show and not solving problems? That's my question. If she was so laser focused and people agreed with you on that, then she would have it would have resonated more with people. That's
I think that's how she chose to campaign. She incorporated performances, and she's not the first or the last to do so. I'm confused as to why we're so focused and fixated on the things, right, that don't matter. Here we have people that voted for Trump, and that man has not done anything that he said he would do. So clearly, the way that people campaign, right, doesn't necessarily always mean that what you think is going to happen is going to happen. I'm confused. Why are we stuck on this point? I answered your question multiple times.
Yeah, you said that she was putting on a show. That's what you said.
But she was laser focused.
No, you said a little bit more than that. But the problem is that
Rich. I said she was focused. Don't change my words around.
Well, no need to crash out. It was a simple question.
Who's crashing out?
I may have struck a nerve. If you want to get it off your chest, go ahead.
Whose nerves are struck? I'm just telling you that I said she was focused.
I respect you enough to let you can get it off your chest, get it off your heart. If you have
I don't have anything to get off my chest. I responded to you.
Fair enough. I just wanted to hear the crash out if it was coming.
Who's crashing out?
So like I was saying, Trump did do exactly what he promised. There's nothing.
Who's crashing out?
We can move to the next topic. So yeah, like I was saying, Trump, he has done what he said. He's kept his promise.
Okay, what specifically?
Yeah, so the war is basically over at this point. No new.
War is not over. The war is not over. Are you okay? Are you all right over there?
Stop making all that damn noise. What are you doing?
Sorry about that.
He's mean, Erica. He's pretty unpleasant.
He is unpleasant. Who pooped in your Cheerios this morning?
Literally.
No need to crash out. I need a smoke break. I'm stressed out. I need a cigarette break. I'm sorry.
Don't come
I'm sorry.
up here
smoking is bad for your health.
I do apologize if it was taken the wrong way. If it was
Do
misinterpreted.
you smoke Newports?
Go see a doctor.
Camel.
Ew. The menthol kind.
Oh,
right?
did he run?
Yeah, he does that. I knew you could handle him. I knew it because he's a ridiculous person, Swan. He's ridiculous. Like, he's just ridiculous.
That was interesting.
Yeah. Rich Poor is not well. He's not well. He is an odd Negro.
He coughed himself right off the panel.
He did. He coughed himself right off the panel. He did. Gave himself a little coughing fit right off the panel and slid down one of those slides right off the panel. I saw it myself. Weird. Who's calling? We have a caller. Swan, do you want to hang out?
Yeah, I don't mind hanging out.
All right. I think I reached a point to where I'm just going to start making fun of people. And I didn't want to do that today. So I'm going to try I'm going to try hard, all right, to not do that. But Bruh, over on the YouTube, thank you so much for the $4.99 super chat, friend. I appreciate you. Drop some hearts in the chat for Bruh. That was his name, I promise. I promise you, that was his name. Also, thank you to all our gifters over on the tube, to Gold Mine Transportation, Basin Jorn, I don't know what that says. ISUKUBF. All right, shout out to you. Also, let me see here. Renee, I can't see for the love of God. And also Mike and Bruh again, and Quiet Storm and Pamela. And yeah, you guys are awesome. Thank you so very much. I appreciate each and every last one of you for your kindness. Also, taking a look at the pay links. Shout out to Taylor for the $2. Taylor said, Couch and his motorcade are here. They drove past my house. I think he's picking up Mitch. Black women's work is not free and ain't and ain't. It's 2 black women with microphones on the panel now. So what that means is do all the good things, guys. All right. All right. If you'd like to show me love, show Swan love, the links are in the bio. I'm Everything with Erica. Everything with Erica. Yeah, is the name. PayPal and Venmo. And over on the Zelle, everything with Erica9@gmail.com. All right. And Swan is actually doing a mutual aid for a community member. But just show Swan, do you want to plug that? I should have
Yep.
asked you.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. I don't mind. We have a community member who is trying to secure housing. They will become unhoused if we do not hit their goal of $3,000. So far, we have $2,574 remaining. So anything I receive here will be going towards that. Our goal, we want to reach it by the end of the day on Sunday. So even if you just send $1, $2, $3, anything helps. Like I said, we're trying to keep them housed. This is somebody who does a lot for the community, and I'm a big proponent of mutual aid. And when someone does a lot within the community, and anytime they're in need, we will do for them as well. So it's important to me that we help them out and make sure that their housing is secure so they can continue to do the work that they do for us. So my pay links are in my bio. And again, whatever you send will be going to them. If you have questions about what is sent and when it's sent, you can always join my Discord server, which is in my link tree in my bio. It's the very last link at the bottom. Just copy the link, paste it into your browser. You can apply. Moderator will check your application status, and then we'll let you through. But yeah, shout out to everybody that's contributed so far. I appreciate it.
Exactly. Thank you. Take a look at the links in Swan's bio. And then also, guys, I just want to let you know that the Loves did send over a donation earlier this week towards that goal. So shout out to the Loves because we do have the Love Fund. 10% of anything that I earn goes into the Love Fund weekly. All right. And that's what we use to support not just our community, but other communities also via mutual aid. So there's that. Hey, Keyshawn. All right, guys. So let's get into this YouTube call. Thank you all again so much for being here. Keep doing all of the good things. All right. And if I could get a mod to put Swan's information up in the poll for me so that we can do that for her while she's here. Yes, the Love Fund is our mutual aid fund. All right, 10% of whatever I earn goes into the Love Fund so that we do mutual aid. That's separate from what Swan is doing. I'm just saying that the Loves submitted a donation earlier this week. Let's go. All
Shout
right.
out to Unamused Moniker for the 30, and thank you, Phil, for the 25. W,
There we
y'all.
go. There we go. Fantastic. Draw some hearts in the chat for Unamused Moniker and for Phil. There we go. Welcome in, Fax Raid. You're late. All right. Hey, Steve. Hey, friend. Okay, guys. Draw some hearts in the chat for the Fax Raid from earlier. I appreciate y'all. Let me see. I drop hearts in the chat for y'all too, right, Swan? Let me make sure.
Yes.
Okay, good. Okay. Let's see. Thank you for holding, caller. Are you a Trump supporter?
I mean a little, but not like I used to be.
Okay. How old are you for TikTok purposes?
I am 29.
29? You sound far away from your mic. It's like you cut out a little bit.
Oh, I'm sorry.
There you go.
Okay, word.
How old are you? I'm sorry.
I'm 29 years old.
Okay, all right. So what is it that you're still supporting?
Well, here's the thing. If you would bless me with the opportunity, I want to take you down the road of my reality, and I want to build the foundation real quick, if you would allow me. Hello?
I was thinking about it. Give me a moment. Does this include any type of trauma? Because if it includes trauma, then I am going to have to charge you for therapy.
No, no, not at all.
You have a minute.
All right. So, quick foundation. Would you agree that conspiracy theories can actually contain truth or even be true, but the truth was suppressed? Like, do you believe that that's possible?
Are you asking, do you think that if I think that conspiracy theories contain a modicum of like truth in them? Like have some truth?
Can end up being true or can contain truth?
It would depend. That's pretty broad.
So okay, so here's an example. Since you didn't ask me, I'll give you one anyway.
Go ahead.
So ever since I was little, me and my cousins, me and my family, we would talk about Illuminati and MK Ultra and UFOs, and those used to be conspiracy theories that we would try to spread around to everybody in the past, and everyone would look at us crazy because we believe in that shit, right? But lo and behold, throughout my middle school and high school and adult life, me, my friends, and my family, we've had our fill of UFO experiences in the sky, all kinds of different craft, right? So, and now the Pentagon is releasing these declassified files of these strange craft. Well, they could be reverse engineered technology. They could be technology that humans created. Who knows? But the truth stands that these conspiracies apparently turned out to be true. Would you agree? Like,
Oh wait, Erica,
recently,
we
we
can't.
just had a MK.
Oh, I know. I wasn't talking. I'm
I'm sorry.
Sorry.
Like, recently, we had an MK Ultra hearing. Have you seen it?
Can you just tell us why you're supporting Trump? Like, what do we? I don't know what's happening here. Why are we supporting
Okay.
Trump?
Do you know what MK? Like, how can I support?
Is, but like, what is
Okay,
it
good.
that you're supporting? Because you said still a little bit. So what is it that you're
All right.
supporting?
So I've set up the foundation that I wanted to set up. Now, here's what I really want to get at. I want to get at the crux of the problem, because there's no point in asking, do you support Trump or Biden or Kamala or this and that and the third? There's no point. There is no point, because there's already a destiny set up for the United States of America. And the destiny of the United States of America is global control through technological means. And it's already the fact that it's biblical prophecy before anyone even uttered the words of social credit systems and freaking this control with a microchip. It was in the Bible first, the mark of the beast. You cannot buy or sell without the mark on your on the right hand or the forehead. So I want to get to the crux of the matter, because this isn't a left or right issue. This isn't a black or white issue. We are all being manipulated.
Okay.
And that's what I believe. And I would like to continue, but I don't know how much patience you have left.
Okay. All right. All right. Well, I don't do conspiracy theories and whatnot publicly, because I have a duty to people, all right, to live in the basis of like reality. So I do want to ask you a question, though, if I could ask you a question.
Of course.
All right. How much wood would a woodchuck chuck if a woodchuck could chuck wood?
Well, that's up to the woodchuck stamina. I don't really know.
Okay. Wow.
I just want to say I agree with him. I have the proof on my screen here.
You want? Okay, I guess you're. Sorry.
I'm confused right now.
You ain't
You
the
got me
only
confused. You have succeeded.
You ain't the only one, partner.
This is the proof here. He is correct. They do exist, and they also are responsible for Donald Trump's policies. This is why none of it makes sense. This is why we're in shambles right now.
Why did people try and kill Trump so many times with guns, but Trump hasn't retaliated against the Second Amendment? Instead, he defends the Second Amendment. He sees that Virginia is banning AR-15s, and he's suing Virginia. He is reducing mental health restrictions. He is making it accessible for anyone to order a gun to their home. And as far as I'm concerned, this man is preparing everybody for a civil war. But yeah, why is the man that almost got killed, like, 5 times almost, is not retaliating against guns when so many presidents before him have? It's like he's leaving the opportunity open for you to kill him.
He was the
He's
last
leaving the
president.
opportunity open for you to kill him.
He's not leaving the opportunity open for that, sir. But again, I don't engage in like conspiracy theories. But I think some people may have like a message for you or something. So just bear with me for just a moment.
Okay.
I'm not sure. Let me make sure. Coco, all right. Coco sent 10 and said, "This is for the love fund. It's me, Coco. I'm always on chat. I can't donate much. I'm a senior citizen. I love you all." Well, we love you more, Miss Coco. And that is quite enough. Thank you so, so very much. More than enough. Thank you, love. We appreciate you. All right. Thank you so, so very much. Drop those hearts in the chat for Miss Coco, y'all. Thank you so, so very much. And James sent this earlier. All right. James sent 5 and said 2 things. One, how can someone want assimilation in a country that was originally a melting pot? 2, that's fair. How can someone with kids, especially daughters, support someone with years of SA violence allegations? Good points, James. Good point. And the reason why I didn't go down that route, James, is because that was going to turn harmful. And I was like, nah, I already can tell what I'm dealing with here. That's going to be harmful. Absolutely. It was like, nah, we're not going to be able to do that with him. But I appreciate you, friend, because I think those are all valid questions. And Johnson Tittles also has something for the Morehouse man, because he said he went to Morehouse. He said those types of Trump bootlickers are the worst because he wasn't stupid. He's just a scumbag. Exactly. He likes Trump because he likes Trump with his old Ned Flanders from The Simpsons sounding ass. Yes, that part. So because he wasn't stupid. He was not stupid, but he definitely was a piece of shit. So there's that. Thank you to our donors, guys. Thank you very, very much. Keep doing all other good things. Keep tapping that screen, sharing the live. All right, reposting, get it on your story. I'll reset the goal to something else, but let's get the likes up to 500,000 likes. I did ask for that a while ago, and we're only at 381. All right, if I knew how to turn the comments off on TikTok Studio, I would. But I'm pretty sure I have another account that knows how to turn the comments off from the phone. I know how to do that. So tap the screen, guys. I don't want to have to use the mom voice on you. Tap the screen. Thank you very much. I appreciate you all. You guys are friggin' fantastic. Okay, caller, I have one more question for you.
Shoot.
All right. If Peter Piper picked a peck of pickled peppers, Peter Piper picked. If Peter Piper picked a peck of pickled peppers, I can't say it. Oh my God, the tinfoil. Where is the peck of pickled peppers that Peter Piper picked? Jesus Christ, that was a lot. Answer it. You can't answer that one, can you? That one's harder than how much wood than a wood chuck.
I don't think he was able to pick it up. I think he picked too many peppers. Like when you have your hand in the cookie jar and you take too many cookies and you can't take your hand out.
Is it weed? Like what's the drug that you do? What's the drug?
Dopamine, baby.
It's just you just on life. It's just life.
Dopamine, knowledge of the truth. We're living inside of a black hole, and outside of the black hole is more black holes.
Shit.
Yeah, and each black hole has a different core of materials, like sedimentary layers, and the right amount of black holes have to combine to create the right amount of materials for the Big Bang to occur inside of a black hole. But science hasn't caught up with me yet.
They have not caught up with you yet, but you stay frosty, friend. You stay frosty.
Hey, one more thing. A neutron star is a physical representation of the core of a black hole because a neutron star is technically a failed black hole. So the inside of a black hole is not empty. There's materials inside of a black hole.
Okay, I'll take your word for it.
You combine it enough times, it reaches critical mass, and then, well, it depends on the materials it absorbs, though. It's not just going to explode for no reason. The Big Bang needs a catalyst.
Okay. All right.
Anyway, I've said enough. I would love to say more regarding how Black America was fucked over and how it's being replaced by illegal immigrants, Muslims, and Indians, but that's about it for today. You have a blessed one. Goodbye.
You gonna leave on that note? No, he did leave on that note, Swan.
My goodness.
What the fuck?
Does he know that the Big Bang is not what people think it is? It wasn't like this actual bang. It was like something gradual that happened over time.
Yeah. It didn't just explode. It didn't just go.
Right.
Billions of years.
That was wild.
Did he just leave on the black replacement theory?
He did. He definitely did. That's the first.
The black replacement theory is wild.
I've never heard of that in my life.
What the fudge, man? What the fudge? We have a lot of people in the box, so I'm gonna try to run through the box.
Call from.
That was crazy. Oh, okay. Hi, caller. Hold one moment, please. There's many people in front of you. Thank you. Okay. All right. Let's see here. What is this? That was crazy. Hi, Mars. Are you a Trump supporter? Mars, let me see here. All right. Let's see here. Hi, MoMA. Are you a Trump supporter?
Yes, I am.
And for TikTok purposes, how old are you?
I'm 20 years old.
Okay. All right. And why are you still supporting Trump?
I like what Trump represents as far as trying to get rid of like diversity programs, affirmative action and such. I think that we've gone too far with these diversity programs, and I believe in a colorblind society, which I think is what Trump preaches.
Oh, a colorblind society. Okay. All right. So, with the 14th Amendment, what do you think about the 14th Amendment? Was that intended for everyone that is on the soil of the United States of America? Or no?
I mean, I think it was intended to make things equal for everyone.
Equal for everyone?
Yeah, like we don't treat people differently.
Okay, so you agree with the 14th Amendment then in regards to birthright citizenship?
Yeah, I think as far as birthright citizenship, wasn't it the 13th?
No.
No,
That
the
would be the
14th.
14th Amendment. The 13th Amendment was the abolishment
Yeah,
of slavery except for as punishment of a crime.
yeah. So I agree that they should be naturalized, like the slaves should be naturalized, or should have been at least, but I don't know if I agree with birthright citizenship for sure.
Wait, what? What? What is happening?
I mean, I think we should treat everyone the same.
If you think that we should treat everyone the same, then what is it that you would be disagreeing when it comes to birthright citizenship?
Well, I think to be a citizen, it should be that your parents have to be citizens, or at least one parent has to be a citizen. I don't think it's like a fair deal where you could just sneak over and have a kid and then that kid becomes a citizen.
Yeah,
That's
what
kind of
percentage of the
unrelated to
people
my
are,
topic.
hey, Miss Angie's, I'm what? No, because it
Kind of
simply, what does
unrelated.
it say? What does the 14th Amendment say?
What does it say
Jurisdiction
as far as
thereof.
birthright
That's it. It just says
citizenship?
jurisdiction. All persons born and the jurisdiction thereof, all right, are naturalized. Or naturalized, all right, are United States citizens. That's it. So if you're born in
Yeah,
the United
I
States of
wouldn't I
America,
wouldn't agree with
regardless of your
that.
parents' country of origin, then you're a U.S. citizen. So
Yeah, I
there's
wouldn't agree
that
with
part.
that.
But you said that you like a colorblind, all right? You like a colorblind
Hmm.
society is what you said, right? And
Exactly.
the
Yeah.
reason why the Trump administration is actually targeting, all right, birthright citizenship is because, all right, of the influx of brown immigrants in the country of the United States of America. All right, what we see is that the Hispanic and Latino birth rate is sitting higher than that, and that's an ethnicity, and they can identify also as white, all right? But also another thing, they can identify as black too, or even as Asian, because it's an ethnicity, not a race. But we see that their birth rate is actually
Sure.
higher than that of those who identify as white.
Yeah. So
So we want
as
to
you
stop
said,
that.
the jurisdiction, as you said, the jurisdiction thereof, that's not a color-based policy, right? So I have no issue with that. If you want to change that policy to, having parents that are, U.S. citizens, or having at least one parent that's a U.S. citizen, I
But it
don't
is
think
rooted
that
in
that
color, though.
interferes. Well, I don't think so at all. No, I think it's just trying to create, a fairer system where there's not this loophole where you cross the border and, enter into our jurisdiction, and then all of a sudden your kid automatically becomes a citizen.
But do you understand the difference between a policy and a law? Because this is the law. It's a part of the Constitution, the law of the land. So it takes
Yeah, I
precedent.
know it's part
You
of the
can't have
Constitution.
anything that actually usurps that. That's why Trump
Yeah,
just
yeah,
can't
yeah,
undo
yeah.
what's been
So
done. And what
something could
hold
be a
on one
yeah.
moment. What I'm trying
Okay.
to tell you, all right, and is you haven't caught on yet, is that the basis of them coming for birthright citizenship, all right, was due to Donald Trump calling an emergency at the southwestern border, not at the northern border, but at the southwestern border of the United States of America, where the majority of the people who actually come there seeking entry into the United States of America are black or indigenous. All right, so not white. And what the Trump
So
administration is trying to do is prevent those people from being able to come into the country. All right, because if I can prevent them from coming into the country, then I can prevent them from establishing a life here, settling down, getting married, and then you know what, having kids here. So
okay,
there's
so
that part.
a few things to address, right? Do
Sure.
more illegal immigrants come across the southern border or the northern border?
I didn't say anything about
Well, it's a
illegal. I'm just
question.
talking about
It's
immigrants,
a
sir.
question. Well, that's just a question, right? Well, what's the answer to that question? Do more illegal immigrants come across the southern border or the northern border?
More
The
undocumented
answer is
immigrants would come from the southwestern
sure.
border
Yeah, so it would make
because they'd be
sense where,
coming from the global
Trump's
south,
trying,
where the United States of America
yeah,
has
yeah,
actively destabilized multiple countries within the global
yeah.
south.
So
I
if,
don't recall any
Trump's whole
countries up north
platform
that they tried to
Trump's
destabilize.
platform is trying to, yeah, well, one of your points was that, he chose to focus on the southern border.
Hmm.
If, if his platform is built around fighting undocumented immigration, then it would make sense to focus on the southern border because that's where the majority of undocumented immigrants are coming from. And two, the policy itself doesn't say anything about race or about color. So just
So if it
because,
doesn't say anything about
one
race or color,
color,
doesn't mean that it's not
yeah,
about race or color. Really?
yeah, if a policy, um, happens to affect a certain color at a higher rate than other colors, because we're using the word color, that doesn't make the policy itself colorist, as you put it, right?
You don't. Well, first of all, you don't know what
Obviously,
colorism
like,
is. Yeah, I wouldn't say colorist. We were talking about racism, because you don't know
oh,
what
then it doesn't make
racism
it
is
racist,
either.
right?
You just
If a if
you
a
kind of just
policy
trying to throw stuff
happens
at the
to a,
wall. Hey, chill out, bro. You don't have to start
I'm
kirking
not
out. Like, what are you doing? Calm down.
working out.
Agree. What are we doing here? Calm down. It's okay. No one's gonna hurt you. All right. No one's gonna.
What
I
I
promise. Kim, you wanted
okay.
to talk to him about DEIA, and this is actually a really good segue
Well, I never said
to go
DEIA.
into it. You did mention DEIA when you first came up
No, I
here.
didn't. No, I didn't. I said diversity programs. I never said DEIA.
Would that be DEIA?
DEIA would be the diversity
The
programs you're
fuck are
talking.
we
What
doing
the
here?
No,
hell?
you don't. I mean,
What's another
I
diversity
don't think it's
program?
fair to
Name it.
tell me what an affirmative action is a diversity program.
That went out the window
Yes.
in 2023. And
Yeah,
who
thanks
was
to
president
Trump.
in
Yeah, I mean,
2023?
well, Biden, but it was
How
Trump's
will that
Supreme
be?
Court. Because it was Trump's
Okay.
Supreme Court, he put those
If
justices
that's the
in.
stretch
So
you want to give to it,
plus he was very,
cool.
outspokenly against it. So I think like,
So are you just
I would
basically,
credit
so
him
we're
with
not going
that.
to have a conversation about DEIA. You want to just talk about affirmative
Well,
action?
no, because I think
No, I'm
that
asking
you're
you a
gonna,
question. I'm sorry, just
yes.
answer the question. Are we just going to
I
have a
don't want to talk
conversation
about,
about affirmative
well,
action,
okay, well,
or do you want to talk
let
about
me,
DEIA also? Just answer.
yeah, let me answer your question. I don't want to talk about DEIA because I think you're
Okay.
going to mischaracterize my beliefs as that I'm, against accessibility and against, wheelchair ramps and stuff, which isn't what I believe at all. And, I don't want to go through that, me trying to defend that I believe in things should be accessible, even though I never said they shouldn't be.
What? Okay. I hope you know what happens when you assume. You don't make an ass out of me, you make an ass out of you. Anywho, with that being said, all right, please tell the class, what is affirmative action?
Affirmative action was a policy for college admissions that would take race into account for college admissions.
That's what it was?
No.
Go ahead, Kim. You got it. This is actually Kim's specialty. Shout out to HR. Go ahead, Kim.
No, that's not why it was put in place at all. Like college came much later on as a part of dealing with that. That's not why affirmative action was put into place. It was put into place to take away the fact that most people were not being hired due to racism and nepotism. Affirmative action made sure that every company had to look at every application and determine if somebody was eligible to work for them.
So how did it work? How did it go about doing that? Did it take race into account?
No.
Race
That
was
was
not taken into account at all.
So you missed what I said.
I
Affirmative
heard what you
action was
said.
put into So what did I say? Explain what I said.
You said that affirmative action was put into place because they wanted to make sure that all applications were viewed.
And it did what? Dismantled what? Well, it was supposed to dismantle what? Yeah.
Racism, I
And
suppose. And I'm not sure.
it was to dismantle racism and nepotism.
And nepotism. So it's not about race, it's about nepotism.
No. If it was to
Or it's about
dismantle
both. It's about
racism,
both. Yeah,
it was
yeah.
to dismantle How do you think people were being hired during before the civil rights? How do you think people were being
Before
hired?
civil rights?
Before
Like the
civil rights.
process or the criteria? I think that
The criteria.
yeah, I mean I think there was racism, yeah.
Right. It was because of racism and because of nepotism. Because what it was that people would hire
Well, people are still
from
being
people's
hired because
family.
of nepotism.
What?
People are still being hired because of nepotism.
Yes, we know that. Did I say that it stopped it? I said it was to try to eliminate it. It doesn't mean it stopped it. There's nothing that was stopping people
But
still being racist and
the
nepotism.
question I asked you is how does it work? How
The
do
way
you
that it
stop
works is that
racism
it
and nepotism?
allows everyone to have an opportunity to have their resumes looked at. What was happening was that when Black applicants would apply for jobs, the applications would automatically be dismissed and put into the garbage. Same thing when it came to women. Same thing when it came to those who happen to be Asian. Also, if they happen to know that you were gay, because if you were white and gay, they would also throw those away.
Well, I think so. You know, I think you're more describing what it does, right? So how it works is that every resume gets looked at and make sure that every resume gets looked at.
Yes, it means that you cannot, by law, not look at resumes. There was no law that said that they could not throw away your resume because of your race or because of your sexuality or because of your disability. There was no law that protected you. If a company did not want to hire you because you were Black, a woman, gay, disabled, they could do it and nobody could question them about it.
So okay, so affirmative action means you can't throw away resumes.
Right.
So are you familiar with the lawsuit that, you know, took down affirmative action, the Supreme Court lawsuit of
do you want
students
to go
for fair
there?
admission? Yeah, I want to
You
talk
want to go
about
there?
that.
Got you. Tell me about that lawsuit.
Yeah, the lawsuit, you know, students for fair admission versus Harvard
Mm-hmm.
back in 2022 or 2023, I forget.
Mm-hmm.
I think 2022.
Mm-hmm.
They uncovered statistics that found that, you know, with equal academic status, an Asian student applying to Harvard had a much lower acceptance rate compared to students of other races.
Mm-hmm.
And
that was the lawsuit?
Yeah, that's what they had found.
Got you. Can you tell me who first brought the lawsuit to the Supreme Court?
Students for fair admissions.
Who was the defendant? I mean, not the defendant.
The defendant was Harvard.
Who was the first student that
The
they
plaintiff?
used? Yeah, the plaintiff. Who's the first student?
Was the organization Students for Fair Admissions? I don't know.
They used a particular student.
Representing someone. Who were they representing? The student.
I'm not sure. The individual person.
So you don't know the case.
Well,
it went twice.
You're asking me about trivia about the case.
I'm not
how about you address what I said?
No, I'm asking you for a reason. This case went to the Supreme Court twice. It was dismissed the first time. Do you know why?
No.
Got you. It was a white student that went first. And the law firm that actually represented him, do you know who it was?
No.
Got you. Many people would be surprised who it is. It is Stephen Miller's law firm. The white subnationalist, Stephen Miller, his law firm took it to court with a white student. And the Supreme Court dismissed it because they said there was actually no proof showing that there was racial discrimination against white students. So what they decided to do was go to what they thought was the next best thing, which was to get another minority group, which was an Asian student. But you don't seem to understand what the case was. Can you tell me what the conclusion of the
Well,
case was and why it was overturned?
the conclusion of the case was that Harvard was discriminating based on race and that that's unconstitutional.
Factually incorrect.
No? What was it?
They found that there was no racial discrimination against anybody. What they found was that when it was implemented that they were supposed to be using affirmative action in order to get people into colleges, that there was no end date to it. And the Supreme Court thinks that as of this date today, there is no restriction from people being admitted into colleges. So they said because there was no end date, they were going to create an end date, which was the ending this the ending of affirmative action. That was the only reason why they won that case, was because there was no original ending date for when affirmative action should stop being used in order to consider students. It had nothing to do with race. They found no racial discrimination against students. And you know what happened when they took that away, affirmative action in colleges? Would you like to know what happened?
Tell me.
Less Asian students got accepted into colleges.
Okay. So,
Y'all
you know,
better,
let's
y'all
analyze what
better
you said
show
here,
Kim
right?
some goddamn
Well, let
love.
me. Okay, so you said that the case found that there was no ending date to affirmative action being
Yes,
used to consider college admissions. You said
correct.
that affirmative action was used to consider college admissions. What does
It
that
was
mean?
it was used to make sure that every college, because the same thing when it came to employment, when it came to colleges, people's applications were being denied based on race.
So that's the claim. Affirmative action, all it did was it made sure that no college applications were thrown in the trap.
Correct, that you could not be denied based solely on your race, that everyone had to be taken in consideration. People like to say, oh, it's based on merit. Yeah, well, they weren't hiring based on merit. They were hiring based on racism before. Affirmative action made them take that away and say, you can't do that. That is racist. You must hire them based on merit. If they happen to be black and skilled, you have to hire them. That's what it did. People seem to not understand what it was. It made
But
sure that everybody got an opportunity to be looked at, regardless of your race, disability, or your sexuality. That's what it did. It opened the doors for everyone.
I don't think that that's accurate because
Got you.
I remember from
What was your career? What's your career?
my career,
Yeah,
I'm
what
a
do you do for?
computer engineer.
Got you. Do you hire people? Do you
No,
know HR laws?
I don't hire people.
Got
No.
you. I have over 20 years in HR. I am an HR director. I do this. I have to know the laws.
Yeah, but I remember from that lawsuit that they
I
came
don't.
out with statistics that people of different races with the same exact the same identical academics, stats of their SAT scores and such, were getting accepted at different rates.
Right. That was
I
what
remember
their
that specifically. Yeah.
argument was. Yes, it was what their
So
argument
was
was.
that true?
And one of the hold on, and one of the things that they also have found out over the years, maybe you didn't know, was that the SAT and ACT have racist undertone and issues to them.
So that was true. So it
What?
was true that. Well, you're saying that the tests themselves are racist. So
The
are
tests
you
themselves,
admitting?
the tests themselves are racist. Yes, that
Okay, but
people who happen to be
applying
black and
to
stuff like that had issues with the SAT scores because they were racist.
okay, the test is racist. So does that mean that before 2022, right, before this lawsuit took place, does that mean that a black person and an Asian person applying to Harvard with the same SAT scores had a different chance of being accepted?
You would always have a different chance because colleges you look at different things in regards to how you get accepted. That was one of the things that many people didn't realize, especially in the Asian community. One of the things that Asian community they harp on, right, is making sure that they have good test scores, good grades. They take extra classes and stuff like that, right? There are a lot of colleges that great. If you are an excellent student, we love it. But there are also colleges that don't want just somebody who is stuck on classes. They want an overall student. They want somebody that's going to bring other things to their colleges. And that is something that a lot of people do not understand. They sit there and be like, I have a 4.0. I'm part of the honor roll. I'm part of this. Okay. What else can you do for us? What other extracurricular activities do you do? What else can you bring to our college that would put us on the map or do something? It is a lot that people do not understand when it comes to colleges. You can have all the best grades in the
Yeah,
world,
yeah.
but you may not fit what the
Yeah, well,
college wants.
there's three things that you submit to a college, right? You submit your SAT scores or ACT, you submit your transcript slash GPA, right? Pretty much the same thing. And
Mhm.
then you submit your essay. Those are the three things you submit in a college
And
application.
nowadays, the SAT and ACT are not as important anymore for college admissions. I don't know if you know that now.
Yeah,
Well,
they
they're not
prefer
required
well-rounded.
generally,
Yeah.
Well,
So it
but
doesn't go by
I
that
think
anymore.
well, it still goes by that. It's just not required to send, right? But
So
having
they're
a
not
really
based.
good
So they're not
SAT score is
right. So
still,
if it's not
benefit.
required, that means they're not basing it on that.
No, they're still basing on it. You could just apply without having. They're
Which
still
means it's
considering it
not
if you do send them. Yeah, it
a
means
requirement for them to
yeah,
base it on.
it's not a requirement, but that doesn't mean they don't take into a consideration if you send them a really good SAT score.
But it's not a huge
It's
requirement.
not weighted the same.
It's
Is the
not a
point.
It's not
requirement at
weighted the
all. It's
same
not a
anymore.
requirement at all.
It's
It's
not.
not weighted the same anymore.
Okay,
It
so
used to be
this
prioritized. It's no
lawsuit.
longer prioritized, is what it's saying. And you can't, if you start talking about LSATs and whatnot, that'll be a false equivalency because it wouldn't be the same thing. Graduate school and undergrad aren't the
LSATs
same
are for
thing.
law school.
So there's
Yes,
that.
I know.
But there,
Yeah,
why
of
would you
course.
even try to bring that up? But anywho, Kim is absolutely correct. Just reading over it again in regards to the NPR article that was written about this back in 2023 is that the Supreme Court wanted a colorblind admissions process. They wanted to take race out
Yeah.
of the equation. All right. That doesn't mean that any discrimination or anything of that nature was found to be happening towards white students or Asian students or any other minority group. It doesn't show that that was happening to them. What Justice Roberts wrote is that many universities have for too long concluded wrongly that the touchstone of an individual's identity is not challenges bested, skills built, or lessons learned, but the color of their skin. Our constitutional history does not tolerate that choice. This is where Justice Thomas, in his concurring opinion, actually wrote that he sees the university's admissions policies for what they are: rudderless, race-based preferences. Those policies fly in the face of our colorblind constitution. It sounds like you were trying to
I agree with
use
that.
his same rhetoric,
Totally.
but you didn't understand why
Yeah.
they made the decision to actually undo affirmative action when it came to college admissions.
Yeah.
You thought they had found some type of discrimination had happened. No, it's just pretty much for too long, like they said, all right, is that race was taken into account, and what they feel is that it was no longer needed, which isn't true, but
Yeah.
that's what they felt. You tried to
Right.
argue differently. You tried to argue that it was some way, somehow, people not qualified were getting into the school, all right, over people that were qualified simply because those people that were being admitted were black. That's how you
Okay,
were
so
framing it,
I
and
I
you framed it
agree. I
wrong.
agree fully with those words that you said. Of Justice Thomas, of Justice Roberts. I think yeah, our colorblind constitution. I think that's a great decision. But you just said that race shouldn't be taken into account, and you said that that's not true, right? You said that.
Nobody said that. Nobody
Yeah,
said that. And
you just said that.
one of the things that they did not realize, and what Erica is talking about, is that they felt that in this day and age, it should be colorblind because there should be nothing that's going to change people being admitted to college. But again, as I said, it has proven that is wrong, because now you have Asian students who are now upset because their rate of acceptance, especially in the Ivy League schools, have gone down. It
So it
literally,
shouldn't be colorblind.
it literally
Are you saying it
backfired
should
on
or
them.
shouldn't be colorblind?
It backfired on them.
The point isn't to try and make Asians get into college at a higher rate. The point is that it's colorblind, right? So
But
are you
that was,
agreeing that it should be colorblind or
but you're
no?
okay. So you're missing why this case was brought up.
Well, you just said that, it
No,
shouldn't
no.
be colorblind. That's
Why
what you
was
just
this?
said.
Hold on. Why was the case brought up? You are missing that. Why was the case brought up? First off, with
Because
the
they,
white
they
student.
believed that there was, there was a race-based admissions process. They
No,
believed that race was being taken into effect.
white people felt that there was too many black and brown students who were getting into colleges, and they felt that they should be getting into it. Mind you, if you look at college stats, especially in Ivy Leagues, over 70 something percent are white student admissions. But they still
Look
felt
at test.
that they what?
I mean, you look at the average test scores, right?
What do you I'll get to the next part.
I told you he did not know why the case was brought up, Kim.
Exactly.
He didn't know. He did not know. He honestly thought that it was people getting into school, black kids specifically,
You're
getting
saying
into
that.
cool. Thank you, rock out. All right, shout out to you, twin. Thank you. Spin that shit. Everybody, spin that shit. Take care of Kim and Swan while they're here. All right, because you have this belief that the black kids were being preferenced over the white kids. That's what you believed. You didn't know that it was Asian kids that actually were the ones that this case was decided upon until Kim told you that
I
part.
said that.
You didn't know that the Supreme Court actually did not hear the case from the white kids because of the fact that there was no racial discrimination to be found there. You didn't know that. And also you didn't know that in regards to this specific case, that they didn't find that discrimination occurred. What they found is, all right, is that affirmative action had been in place, all right, since the 1960s with the Civil Rights Act. So 1964 is how long it had been into place. It did not have an end date. And what the justices felt, the majority, is that at that point in 2023, we had come to the point to where race did not have to be considered a factor in college admissions. That's why they undid affirmative action.
Do you agree with that?
That's it. Do I agree with it? Not
Yeah.
wholeheartedly.
Should race
No.
be considered a factor? Should race be considered a factor in college admissions?
As long as they have other protocols in place to ensure that no discrimination is happening, then sure, why not?
Race should be
because
considered.
humans are gonna human, are they not? Because the humans are the ones that make up the system. So it's the humans that are the races, that are the biggest, that have the implicit and unconscious biases, right?
Sure, right? People have bias, but I don't think we should write that bias into law, right?
Stop asking for
I
race
think
on college admissions then.
Yeah, exactly. I don't think we should ask for race on college.
But you also are missing the fact that the reason that policy was put in place, just like at the workplace, was to make sure that everybody stayed on that level, to make sure that they did not use someone's race against them. It was not to make sure that a particular race got in. It was to make sure that you did not discriminate and take them out of that opportunity. That's what affirmative action did. It made sure you did not take that opportunity away from them. Because you know what the problem is when it comes to, especially when it comes to these big Ivy League schools, which everyone who is against affirmative action seems to miss and don't bring it up, which is one of the biggest issues if they want to talk about opportunities that should not get. Can you tell me the percentage of legacy students?
Yeah, legacy students get admitted at a higher percentage.
And what's the race of the people particularly who get legacy admissions?
Probably white people.
Over 78% are white students. So they get
white people
opportunity.
Are the majority of America.
They get not by that percentage.
I think like 69% or something.
Not by that percent. They also get well over 90% of scholarships.
Yeah. So do you think that number needs to be, do you think that the percentage of white people getting scholarships needs to be identical to the percentage of
white people in
I think
America?
that scholarships should be given on a merit-based thing. I think legacy students should not happen. If I'm gonna be
Yeah,
honest, because
yeah,
people
I
buy
agree with
their
you.
legacy students opportunity, and that takes away from people. If white people are so worried about opportunities being taken away from their kids, then legacy students should have been the first thing that went away, not affirmative action, because that
Well,
is an
it's
open opportunity to just give somebody something. Affirmative action did not hand somebody a free college. Affirmative action just made sure their application could be looked at.
it's different when it's based on race.
It's
Bruh.
Jesus Christ. Affirmative action does not base on race. It makes sure that you don't decide their application based on race. It takes that away from it to make sure
Okay,
that nobody's being
and make
racist.
sure. How does it make sure? Like, what's the actual process?
What do you mean? How does it make sure? It means that you can't throw
Yeah, I mean,
somebody's
what's the
application away
method?
because of race. How are you missing that?
Because these things are
Because of
actually
race.
tracked. These things are actually tracked.
It's
All
tracked.
right. So with it being
What's
tracked, what it
tracked?
means is the applications process, like who they're
Application,
getting,
every application that they
like
take in,
they
those are
even
denied and those that are accepted are held in two different separate things. And when they are audited, they have to show proof. How many people applied? How many of this race applied? How many were accepted? How many were denied? It is a whole process.
is he okay?
Okay, so you're tracking everyone who applies, and you're tracking the race of everyone who applies.
Yes, and those denied. Yes.
Because
Okay,
this
so
is the
then
United States of
how
America. They make
from
everything
from
race
that,
based.
how would you determine that some people are being denied based on their race? How
Because
would
you
you
can look
determine
at
that?
reasons for denial because they have to write that. That's part of the audit. It has to be reasons that are denied, and then they look at reasons that people were accepted, and they look over it to see if there's any discrepancies and stuff like that. They also go by your record. So they're not going to go by if one year they see something that may be a little fishy, then after it's going to be like, that's it. They're going to go to the next year. And if they see the same thing happening, they're going to start watching that college. And if it continues, then yes, they're going to sit there and be like, you have issues within your enrollment policies. Everything is tracked for a reason. That is why they do these audits. This is why they have the information to know if there was discrimination going on in the colleges, because it is tracked.
So I
I
have a
don't think you
question.
should be like
I have
tracking
a
the race of it.
question. I want to ask it as the host. I want to ask a question. What research have you done on affirmative action to understand it? Like what research? What books have you read? What have you read? Maybe what have you watched? I don't know, but what is it to understand
I read
affirmative action? Oh, and Swan, you got next. I'm sorry.
what about affirmative action specifically?
Yes.
I mean, I read a little bit into the Harvard lawsuit of, Harvard
No, you
versus
didn't.
Students for Fair Admissions. Yeah,
No,
I
you
saw this
didn't.
table where
You
it shows,
didn't. No.
academic decile versus acceptance rate
You know what he did,
by
Kim?
race.
He went cherry picking. He went looking for information to try to show that black people aren't smart. That's what he did. He went cherry
No,
picking for information to show that. That's why your argument was so flawed when it came to this. But Swan, it's Swan's turn. Go ahead, Swan.
Yeah, Moma, I don't think you've realized, but essentially what you're arguing is for racism to continue.
and I'm arguing for colorblind society. I made that clear.
Yeah, colorblind racism is a form of racism. It's linked to like the saying, I don't see color.
When
We all bleed red
you couldn't be
anyways. Hold on.
racist
Wait,
if you're
Mama, I'm
colorblind.
so sorry. I was quiet the whole time you spoke. Don't speak over me. Yeah, because you'll want to be able to hear what I'm saying so you can respond appropriately. So, colorblind racism is a thing, right? It is equivalent to saying, I don't see color. We all bleed red, right? What that is a dismissal of the reality that racial disparities still very much so exist globally for Black and Indigenous people or non-white people. So when you say you want a colorblind society, what you're communicating to people is that you want a society to where we don't address the racial disparities that still plague us, that still negatively impact the lives of non-white children, non-white men, non-white women, and non-white elderly people. We know that the playing field has never evened out. right? So if you have Donald Trump and this administration, including Stephen Miller, who is so racist that he went bald because his hair was black, bro, how are we going to be finding solutions that are going to be equitable for people? We're not. You're
Also,
advocating for a racist society. That is what colorblind racism is.
let me address those things that you said. For one, if you're truly colorblind, racism is impossible because racism is, prejudice based on race. If you couldn't see a race, you couldn't be prejudiced based on a race because you wouldn't know what to be prejudiced based on. And for two, racial disparity is not the same as racism. There's a lot of disparities between races that have causes outside of racism. For instance, there's a lot more black people in the NBA than there are white people. But
Oh
that's
my
a
God.
disparity, but that doesn't equal racism. That doesn't mean that the NBA
Yes,
is
it
racist.
does. The NBA is all
How
about
is
the
the NBA
commodity.
racist?
Wait, Mama, the NBA is all about white men benefiting from the commodification of black bodies. That's how the United States was founded. These men putting in physical labor for the sake of filling the pockets of old white men. This is an age-old practice. What are we talking about?
These men are paid like millions of dollars per year. There are a lot of white people who wish they were in the NBA, but black people, basketball is a much larger part of black culture, so black people tend to be better at it,
Wait, I'm so sorry.
on
Are you black?
statistically.
Are you black?
No, I'm
Don't
not
speak on our
black.
culture then. Don't speak on our culture then.
You disagree with me then that basketball isn't a part of black culture?
You don't know what black culture is. You're not a part of it, so don't speak on it.
Okay, well then, I mean, what's your explanation for why black people make up such a disproportionate number of NBA players?
Talent?
It's again, it is about the commodity. I don't want you to
The
pivot from what I said.
disparity.
Yes, I don't want you to pivot from what I said. You have white men benefiting, lining their pockets through the commodification of black bodies. This is how the United States was founded. Chattel slavery. We could also talk about the NFL because it's the same thing. I guarantee you know nothing about race norming within the NFL to where they assumed that black players who put in, like if they had concussions, right? Multiple concussions, and that was harming them, then what they would do is they would put in for a settlement from the NFL, right? And what the NFL would do is they started under the assumption, right? They wouldn't give black players their settlements because they under the assumption that black people cognitively functioned at a lower rate than white people. A lot of the NFL players that went for their settlements didn't get them, right? This policy ended in 2021, just recently in 2021, where you are now seeing that they have finally done away with the race norming. And they also have to pay out money to black players that they skimped over because of racism. But the problem here is that you've never researched what racism is and how it impacts non-white people. And here you are speaking on something that you don't understand.
Well, let
This
me.
is
You said I was.
preposterous.
You said I was. Skipping over what you were saying. So let me address directly what you were saying.
Sure.
Being an NFL player or being an NBA player is not some sort of exploitive relationship, right? You're choosing to play for the league, and you're getting paid an insane amount of money, way more than the vast majority of people are making. So it's a very good
No, they're
deal
not.
for NBA. They're not getting paid more than the vast majority of people
Yeah,
are
but do
making.
you know anything about the payments that they have to make whilst in the NFL or the
They're getting
NBA?
paid millions of dollars every single year.
Okay, but they sign
What
contracts and
percent are they in?
they have to pay money into the NBA in order to play, bro. I don't
And
think
what
that I don't think that you understand how any of this works. Have you ever looked into what their contracts look like?
have I ever read an NBA contract? No,
Yes. This is
no,
why
I haven't
most
read an
players do
NBA.
endorsements. The ones that are getting paid, that are truthfully
Yeah,
pocketing and taking home millions of dollars, they have to they have to utilize endorsements in order to truly line their pockets. Otherwise, these contracts that they make with the NBA, they're still going to end up having to pay into the NBA whilst
really.
playing. But
So,
the problem here is the difference between the players who are exerting their physical labor, right? In comparison to the owners and how much money they make. They make an astronomical amount more of money than the actual players are making. Again, here you are speaking on something that you've never done your research on. You don't know what you're talking about.
It's always the go-to. Yeah, so the players, it's not like they're broke if it wasn't for endorsements, right? They're getting paid from the NBA. They're not losing money by playing in the NBA. That's not, I mean, that's just not accurate at all.
I didn't say
Even
that they
the
weren't
even
losing, Momo. I'm sorry, because I keep cutting you off, but you're arguing something I never said. I never said that they're
you
losing
said that they
money.
had to pay into you said they had to pay into the NBA
I
and
would
that they
love,
could only get rich by using
I would
endorsements.
love to clarify.
Okay?
Okay, so what I'm saying is that they get a contract, right?
Yes.
And then they end up having to pay into the NBA. Do you know about any of the payments that NBA players have to make whilst
They
they're
make
playing?
they pay fines if they do something wrong.
Not just fines. There's more than that, though.
Yeah?
Do you know
What
anything
else?
about any of the things that they have to pay outside of fines?
No.
Okay, I will explain it to you. All right, so the things that they have to pay for are fines, suspensions. There's an escrow deduction on their salaries. In some cases, a portion of their compensation for rookie transition programs. There's like tuition, there's agent fees, and there's taxes that they have to pay as well. And then there's also dues. I don't know if you've ever heard of any of these things, but they
Yeah.
most definitely do have to pay into the NBA, right?
Okay, but
And
this
then
is
they also are going to be paying for other things outside of that. Some of them have families. Some of them have children. Some of them have, I don't know, various other things that they have to pay for. I'm simply saying, I'm not saying that they're losing out on money. I'm saying that they are not taking home and pocketing as much money as you think that they are. This is why we see a lot of the big players that are extremely wealthy. Those players have to utilize endorsements to obtain that level of wealth. That's what I'm saying.
well, let me clarify what I'm saying, because yeah, they obviously they have to pay taxes and they have to pay for their family and their car and their house. Everyone does. But my point is that they still, even after all of that, they still make more than the vast majority of people, right? That's undeniable.
If you
Even after they pay taxes, which everyone pays,
That
they
doesn't mean
still
they're
make
not being
more money.
exploited.
can I ask him a question?
Mm-hmm.
If you take, say you take a rookie, right, and he made $20 million, Moma, how much you think he's taking home?
I don't know, 12 million,
Maybe less. Maybe less than
10
that.
million.
Because over
He's
40%
taking home
of
more than me.
hold on, because over 40% goes to federal. And did you know that each state that they play in, they have to pay that state's tax for the amount of games that they play there and get paid? That's how it works for them.
Yeah.
Then they have to pay, like she said, they have to pay into the escrow of
How it works for
the
everyone.
NBA. Huh?
That's how it works for everyone. Everyone has to pay taxes,
Right, but I'm
state
saying
and
they also have
federal.
to pay other things. They also have to pay managers and everybody else that works for them. So they don't bring home that money like you said. So if somebody's bringing home 10 million, if that or whatever, and still,
If that,
having to maintain what?
if you say if that,
Sorry,
that's a
If
huge
that.
amount of money.
yeah,
That's a
but
huge amount of money.
Moma, you're missing the point. You're missing the point. And that's the frustrating part about this conversation is you continuously pivot and try to
Tell me the
change the
point.
subject. No, stop. You're moving the goalpost because you don't understand what it is that you're talking about. You are continuing to run when we're trying to engage you in a conversation. The reason why you're doing that is because you don't know what you're talking about. That was not the point of the conversation. The point of the conversation was that you brought this up as if it was something that was lucrative for Black people. And I'm telling
It
you
is.
that stop it. I'm telling you that the NBA is about white men lining their pockets through the commodification of Black bodies. You cannot disprove me with fact because you have none. You didn't even know the information that we told you when we first brought this up. Now, back to my original point. You are advocating for a colorblind society, which is a form of racism. We don't see the racial disparities, which are examples of racism. You literally said earlier that racial disparities don't mean that there's evidence of racism. Yes, they do. Racial disparities mean that when we analyze the material conditions of people on the basis of their race, we see that there is differences. We see that existing in all people areas of activity. Stop pivoting and engage with what I'm saying. And if you don't know what it is that I'm saying, you can ask for clarification, but you're not about to sit up here and insult the three of us and our intelligence when, again, we know you're speaking on things that you don't know anything about.
I engaged very directly with what you were saying about racial disparities. That if there's a racial disparity, then it's evidence of racism.
Give me an example of a racial disparity then.
Yes, I already gave you one. NBA players. That was my whole example. That was the whole point of the conversation.
And we proved you wrong.
Which part specifically did you prove wrong? Did you prove wrong that there was a racial disparity?
Yes, because you're saying that just
There's
because
not
it's
a
all
racial
black.
disparity.
You're saying, Jesus Christ.
Stop interrupting
Define
her.
racial disparity.
It means that one race, has a disproportionate percentage of a certain thing. Right? If one race has a disproportionate percentage of car ownership, right?
No, I'll tell you what it is.
That would be a racial disparity. Yeah.
I'll tell you what it is. Racial disparity refers to a systemically unequal outcome treatment or access to resources between different racial or ethnic groups. It describes the observable differences in life outcomes such as in wealth, healthcare, or criminal justice that disproportionately affect certain groups and are often rooted in historical or structural biases. The only type of structure that has ever existed here in the United States pertaining to race is the one that upholds white supremacy, where we see that white people are benefiting from the dehumanization and the exploitation of non-white people. Your example, the NBA, is white men who own these players. They own these teams, like a plantation owner owned his slaves.
No, that's
that
not
worked
a
his,
good.
excuse me. It is these white men that own these teams, just like a white plantation owner owned the enslaved people on
NBA
his.
players are the
Can
same
you,
as
for the
slaves.
love
That's
of
an
God,
absurd
stop
analogy.
cutting me off, bro? Stop.
Okay.
Sorry.
Swan, you got a super mod.
That's true. Yes. All right, let's do this. I'm gonna need for you to behave when you're in the presence of your betters. It's 3 black women speaking. Stop cutting us off, okay? Now, what I explained to you was that we see a disparity within the NBA, right? Because we have white men that are benefiting and lining their pockets, right? Through the commodification of these black players, them putting their physical labor up. Very similar to white plantation owners, right? Benefiting from the commodification of black bodies, they're enslaved people. That is what I said. You have not disproven that. You're saying that they're white players that wish that they were playing the game. Well, guess what? The white owners are making out like bandits. And they have been for a very long time. So again, when we talk about racial disparities, yes, that is evidence of racism. And what I was saying before is that the only time we've ever seen any structure that shows a racial disparity is pertaining to the one that upholds white supremacy, Moma. I just think that you're being disingenuous. And I also don't think it's wise for you to speak on people's lived experiences when you don't have enough information to truly understand what it is that we're talking about.
Can I ask him a question just to debunk what he's trying to say about the NBA? How do people get into the NBA, Moma?
They get drafted
From what?
from usually a college team.
And they have to do what before they get to that part? There's a specific thing that they have to go to.
They have
Just
to
like the
play
NFL.
college basketball generally.
It's called the combine. I don't know why you're being obtuse. So
Well, I'm not a basketball
NFL prospects and NBA prospects all go to something that's called a combine, right? These are people that have been looked at during their college play days or whatever like that, and they go to this place to be looked at by coaches and all that for a perspective of being drafted, right? So do you think at that combine that it's just black people there?
No.
Right. So there are white people there too, have been looked at since their college days, right? So that means that there is opportunity for white, black, Asian, anybody who has gotten to that point, they have that ability to go there, right? So if they are not drafted, Are they not drafted because they white, or are they not drafted because their skills
Because they're
did
not as
not match
talented.
them?
Yeah, because they're not as talented.
Exactly. So I don't know why you're using that argument about the NBA is predominantly black players, because it's not
Because it's
them.
still disparity.
It's not a disparity. A
It is
disparity
a
would mean that
disparity.
it would be a disparity if white people didn't have opportunity.
That part.
No, it's
But they
a
do actually
disparity of
have the-
outcome.
It's
Oh
not a
well, let me
disparity of
respond to
outcome.
all the things that
Go
were
ahead.
said.
You can. Because I think what we're
Okay, yeah.
talking about is the wrong thing. And Swan actually just put it in the chat. I'm over here working on something, but Swan literally just put it in the chat. I think we're
Okay,
talking
well,
about the wrong thing.
let me respond, right? Let me respond to everything that was said. So for one, I think it's absolutely absurd and ridiculous to compare NBA players to slaves. The difference is between NBA players and slaves is that NBA players chose to be NBA players, right? They didn't have to be NBA players. They chose it. Slaves did not choose to be slaves. That's a very big difference and a very important difference.
I didn't compare it based on forced labor. What I talked about was white men controlling the league and benefiting from the commodification of black bodies. That's what I said. You're being disingenuous. That's what I said.
Okay. Well, let me finish responding because there's multiple things I want
That's
to
what I
respond
said.
to.
No, MoMA, stop. That
Okay,
is what
well,
I said.
I want to let me say what I'm going to say. Let me say what I'm going to say, and then you respond to what I
You're
said.
arguing something
right?
I never said. You're arguing
Hey, but
something I
weren't
did
you
not
just
say.
giving me the speech about interrupting?
Chill out, bro.
No, because
Weren't
you're
you just
literally
giving me the speech
arguing.
about interrupting?
No, it's like I'm saying, hey, waffles are wonderful for breakfast, and you're over here saying, well, I used a purple crayon today. Like, that's what you're doing.
Did you or did you not compare NBA players to slaves? Did you or did you not?
Yes, because I talked about the fact that it was white
You
men
did compare NBA players to slaves.
You're not. Oh my God, you're not listening. It was a comparison to a part of that system. All right, with white men being the ones that are benefiting from it. All right, white men, all right, take up the majority ownership. All right, in the NBA. All right, those teams, all right, are owned by white people. So that's all that she was doing a comparison to. She wasn't talking about whether it was forced. She wasn't talking about that. That's the thing.
Forced labor is the definition of slavery. That's the definition.
Who benefited from slavery?
Who benefited? I mean, there's a lot of different people who benefited.
Who benefited from slavery?
In America, yeah, white people benefited.
Okay, then let's be
but that's not the
fucking
definition.
serious.
Well, white people benefit from a lot of stuff. That's not the definition of slavery.
Because the definition is just descriptive. It's not prescriptive.
Well, you're saying I was talking about slavery, but I didn't mean forced labor.
Actually functions.
Forced labor is slavery.
All right, sir, let it go.
Yeah, it's forced labor.
Let it go. Let it go. All right. You are not going to be able to understand or even comprehend nor learn anything from the conversation in which Kim and Swan are actually trying to have with you because you're too deep into your ego because you just want to be right. She wasn't comparing it to the entirety of the system of slavery. Again, she was simply talking about who benefited from it. Okay? That's it. That's all the comparison was. And when you look at it, guess what? Yeah, it's white men. White men, all right, in slavery and in the NBA benefit from the commodification of black bodies. That's all that there is to it. There's no fucking disputing it. All right, Odie, over 80% of the owners in the NBA, all right, are white. If not more, because I didn't even look at the number. I just know. All right. From down to the fucking commissioner to the general managers, they're white and they're benefiting from it. Okay. Let's be very serious here. Like, let go of your ego and try to engage in the actual conversation. That's all you have to do.
You could that,
and that's where the fucking disparity lies. Also, guys, I hope you like my new
that
sticker.
white people are benefiting from it?
I do hope that you like my new sticker. I think I'm gonna make the microphone darker. I might make the microphone darker and put a background. I'm not sure. But it's women with microphones. So like whenever I have like Swan or Kobe over here and Kim, all right, or Peaches and like Merm and Kiana, like when I have my friends, when I have my girls over here, all right, I'm putting up women with microphones. All right. That's what I'm doing. So drop some hearts in the chat for women with microphones. All right. And just know that a woman with a microphone's labor ain't free. Okay. So show love, all right, to the women on the panel. Do all of the good things. Their links are in their bios. All right. Take a look. Show them love. All right. I'm darken up the microphone. Got it. Will do. All right. My links are also in my bio. Do all of the good things. And thank you, chat, for getting us up to 500,000 likes. I appreciate you all. Since we're still here on this beautiful Friday night, keep tapping the screen, keep sharing the live, keep reposting, keep doing all of the good things, guys. All of the good things. I can't say it enough. All right. And I'll change the gift code to something. I think I want some butterflies. So there's that. So we'll do that. And Tubers, hi Tubers. All right, Tubers, you kind of been slacking on your pimping. You have. All right. I don't know why we're not at 400 likes over there on the tube, but I mean, even the haters be liking the live. So what's happening over there on the tube, guys? Get it together, okay? And shout out to Gabrielle. I like the way you spelled that. All right, for the girl power. Yes, spin that shit, Gabrielle. Spin that shit. Thank you so very much, friend. We appreciate you. With that being said, guys, keep doing all of the good things. Glad you're here. Enjoy the conversation, or at least what we're trying to engage in with this guy, because I swear to fucking God. All right. I can't stand when they be like willfully obtuse. It's just annoying. Gah. Swan, did you have anything that you wanted to say to him, or Kim?
Well, I
Anything?
want to thank the people. I did get one CA that was for $5 and another one for $15. Again, if y'all don't know, all of my CAs that I get are going to be going towards a mutual aid fund that we're working on right now to keep a community member of ours housed. So whatever you send to me is going directly to that. I will be posting everything that I send over to this person in my Discord server and my mutual aid channel, so y'all can see the proof. But they are somebody who is in need of getting a total of $3,000 before July 15th. We're trying to knock this goal out by Sunday, the end of the day on Sunday. So far, we've got $2,574 remaining. So I just want to let everybody know that your contributions will be going towards keeping them housed. Thank you very much. I appreciate y'all.
Drop some hearts in the chat for our donors, guys. Drop those hearts in the chat. Keep doing all of the awesome things, all right? All of the awesome things, guys. If you look at the top left-hand corner of your screen and it says follow next to my name, make sure that you are following me, all right? Let's do that. And sometimes it's fun over here, I promise. And what else can we do? I don't know. I just want you to show love to Swan and Kim while they're here, guys. I appreciate you all so very much. All right. Moma, I'm gonna give you the floor. Go ahead.
Okay, so I mean, you've claimed that I'm being, willfully obtuse. So I kind of want to explain my reasoning and my thought process so that you understand where I'm coming from with my ideology and why I believe that, a colorblind society is a good thing. So, earlier we were talking about the affirmative action case and how there was no end to affirmative action and how, it was supposed to level the playing field, but there was no end date. I think that there should be an end date. I don't think that race should be an issue in American politics or in politics in general 10,000 years from now. I don't think it should be an issue 1,000 years from
I think
now.
it's cute
And
that
I
you
think
think that
that
this country is gonna
if we
exist
need to,
10,000 years
I
from
think
now.
we need to stop, I think if we wanted to stop being an issue, we need to stop perpetuating it at the conceptual level, right? Every time we have this policy that's about racism or it's about ending racism, we're still perpetuating that race exists in the first place. And I think, in a sense, that we're drawing to attention to race and we're continuing to perpetuate race. In my perfect, in my ideal colorblind society that we're moving towards, race wouldn't be a thing. It would just be an arbitrary, characteristic like shoe size. And I think that if we want to get to that society, that ideal society, I think that we need to start treating race the same way we treat shoe size, like an, arbitrary characteristic that doesn't matter.
Okay. Hey, Kim.
Yes.
You know what? I hope, God forbid, but if I ever have cancer, I'm just gonna pretend that it's not there. That's what I'm gonna do. Because if I don't acknowledge it, then it's not there.
Not there.
Even though the cancer's inside, and the cancer is like, you know what? Fuck your blood cells. All right. You know what I mean?
Okay, well,
They're gonna be like, fuck your
cancer
blood
is
cells.
a physical thing that exists. Cancer is a physical thing that exists and is made out of matter, right? Whereas race is a concept. Race
Gotcha.
is
Can I ask you a question? I want to try something with you. Moma.
Yeah.
You there?
Yeah.
Got you. Do you know Barack Obama?
Yeah.
Got you. You know what he looks like, right?
Yeah.
Got you. Barack Obama has gone missing. Cops come up to you, ask you to describe the person that is missing. Can you describe him?
I'd say he's about 6 feet tall, brown eyes, brown skin, brown hair. Actually, he's bald, isn't he? Or no, he has
What
hair. Buzz cut.
what's
Large
brown skin?
ears.
What's brown skin?
It's the color of his skin. Black skin.
That-
Yeah.
So you would have to denote that he has a race, which would be black.
Yeah.
You
I'd
could
also denote his height. That he's about 6
right,
feet.
but the most important thing that they would definitely need would be his race.
Well, his height.
Yes?
I mean, his height too. Yeah. I mean,
No. His
his
height wouldn't
race.
change. His height wouldn't matter unless you're looking for somebody that's standing up, and they're going to do that. If somebody's laying down, his height's not going to really matter.
Height. Somebody's
His
laying
height's not
down.
going to matter. His race would, because if you're looking for a man who is black and you don't give a race, how are they going to know who they're looking for? So
Yeah,
you
you give the
saying that we
race.
need that literally it literally shows you can't sit there and say we need a colorblind. That does not work. Society has been based on racial classification for the longest time now. That is how we are recognized.
Okay. When you talk about physically describing someone, yes, the color of their skin is important.
It's important
As
in
well
many
as
different.
yeah,
It's
as
important though in
well as
many.
their height, as well as their eye color, as well as the hairstyle they have,
Yeah, this is
because that's a
you,
physical description of them.
Kim. What they do is they love to get into the minutia. It's ridiculous. But I
I
want to ask you a
know.
question because this is piggybacking off of what Kim just said. Just asked you, right? So like, you want to live in a colorblind society, right? So if they said that you no longer had to identify by your race, all right, as of 12:01 a.m. Eastern Standard Time, right? You no longer had to identify by your race. Does racism go away?
I think slowly it would, yeah, because nobody would really
But it
notice
doesn't
race.
automatically just go away. Right?
Racism, no. I think it would
Does it
take time
change
for
people's
sure, yeah.
minds? Does it change people's minds? All right, how they view other people because of their phenotypical makeup?
Yeah,
All
I
right,
think it
does it
would
change
change
their?
people's minds.
You think that it would? Do you
Yeah,
think
because I
that
think
you
I
think
think
that
it's
less black women would die in labor because race wouldn't be a classification anymore? All right. Do you think that more, black people will be approved for like small business loans? All
yeah,
right,
I do.
because race won't be a class. Okay, how does it work out? What does that look
Yeah,
like? I
so
want to know.
we say that people don't have to identify as race anymore. We basically say that race doesn't matter. It's irrelevant. It's an irrelevant trait, the same way that like tooth count is or something, right? It's just an irrelevant trait about someone, just like their height or their shoe size. And then I think people, as a result, will just care less about it because they're being told that it doesn't matter. So then they won't really pay attention to it as much. That's what I think would happen.
When has that ever happened in society?
I can give an example. Yeah.
Which
So I
one?
think that happened a lot with left-handed people used to be viewed as like devils, right? So
Left-handed people are
yeah.
still discriminated at times. There's actually a scholarship, and me being a left-handed person can tell you that I got a scholarship for being left-handed.
Hi,
They
I'm
consider it a
left-handed.
disability.
You know how
It's
hard
considered
it
a
is
disability.
to fucking find left-handed anything? It's hard as hell to find
Right.
left-handed stuff. I have mugs on my website that I have mugs with the like the whatever the print on each side because I know for a fact as a left-handed person it really sucks having to pick up the mug with the right hand, all right? Or when I do pick it up with the left hand, right? All you can see, all right, is just like the color of the mug. You don't get to see the same.
Left-handed people,
products are going to be made for the majority of people.
Left-handed lives
and that's
matter.
a problem. That's what we said. It does not go away. We are still
How is that a problem?
Hold on. We are still stigmatized. We are still considered a disability.
Is this thing on? Can you guys hear me fine?
I mean, if you have size 14 shoes, it's going to be harder to find shoes because you're not going to manufacture the same amount of size 14 shoes as you are, the same amount of size.
But
8
they
shoes
make them left-handed. They don't make stuff for
do.
left. Not every.
You could get a
Are you
left-handed
left-handed?
mug.
Are you left-handed? Have you had to try to find stuff?
No.
Got
but
you.
I
So then
know
don't
that
tell us what we
exists.
have.
It exists. The point is, the left-handed discrimination, right? You guys aren't viewed as devils anymore. It's gone way,
We are
way
considered
down.
a disability.
A disability by who? Who considers it a disability?
You can look it up. That's why there's a scholarship for us. It's considered a disability.
You say it's considered a disability by who? By what organization considers it a disability?
Try looking it up. Jesus Christ.
I'll look it up.
Yeah, go look that up. Thanks. Godzilla God King, thank you for the $20 super chat. Godzilla said, X-Fed here. I know. Boo, boo, tomato, tomato. All right. Race is so important when describing potential suspects. We broke it down to be literally the start of the acronym we use to ID people quickly. IEWMA, white male adult. The reason why I changed it from what you listed is because that's an ethnicity and they can be any race. But I definitely get what you're saying. Everything within this damn country is classified by race. Medical stats, education stats, property stats, lending stats, credit, fucking A.
I don't
Even
think
our
it should be. Yeah.
music is categorized in black and white, which is fucking crazy. Right? Like everything in this country. We live in a racialized society. We simply do
That's exactly
everything,
my
and that's what
point.
they
Yeah.
base it
I don't
off
think it should
of.
be.
No. You don't think that it should be because you've never been actually impacted by it. And I forgot to mention definitely the criminal justice system, all right, is racialized. You don't think that it should be because you've never been impacted by it, so you never had to actually deal with the disparities that come along with these systems that we have here in the United States of America. So you don't understand it. That's all that there is to it. You don't understand. So that's how you can sit here from this privileged point of view and say, I think that we shouldn't categorize each other by race anymore. We should live in a colorblind society. Well, no, absolutely not. All right. We don't get to live in a colorblind society as long as white supremacy exists. Are you trying to dismantle white supremacy?
Yes.
You are? Okay, tell us. How do you want to dismantle white supremacy?
I want to dismantle it by dismantling the concept of whiteness and the concept of blackness
How are you going to do
and the
that?
concept of race.
Okay,
We're
how are
going
you
to, treat race as a irrelevant characteristic, and then people won't pay attention to it anymore, and then there won't be white and there won't be black.
Okay,
And
so
then,
in this right here, does that mean that black people no longer get to be racist?
get to be. I mean,
Yeah, so
I
like, do
think
you
that they
think
will
that
no longer will be racist. I don't know.
Oh, okay,
Get
so
to
you think
be.
that black people can be racist?
Sure, yeah.
And that's how we know, guys, he's full of shit. You ain't trying to dismantle nothing. You're just answering the questions how you think we want you to answer them. All right? Because if you knew
No,
anything
I'm not.
actually about dismantling the
I'm
system,
not
about
at all.
deconstructing your whiteness and getting rid of whiteness, all right, then what you know is that black people, in fact, cannot be racist. We didn't create this structure. We didn't create this system. All right? White folks did. There's that.
I'm
How is
answering the
racism a two-way street? Like, ugh. You make no sense.
because anyone could be prejudiced based on a race.
No.
And also, I'm
Prejudice
not
means
answering the
without
questions how I think you
experience.
want me to.
You are. Prejudice means
I'm
without
answering them based on my own
experience.
beliefs.
Prejudice means without experience, sir. All right. I mean, wouldn't you say that black people do have the knowledge of experience of whiteness within this country? All right, and how that has been disproportionately inflicted
Experience.
upon black people has led to our subjugation, our oppression, and our exploitation in this country. So don't you think that black people can make a judgment based off of race? All right, so we can prejudge.
No.
You really don't think
You
so?
can't prejudge someone. No, you can't prejudge someone based on their race. That's the whole point I'm making is that, I don't think that all black people have had this, universally the same. Yeah, think exactly. Think of people as individuals. Not all black people have had the universally same experience in life. So I don't think we should say, oh, black people have had this experience.
Unfortunately,
So they
whiteness
should
hasn't
be able to
treated
make this
black
opinion.
people as individuals. They treated us as a collective. But the only people that want to be seen as individuals in this country is fucking white people. All right, everybody else can be darn going a collective, can be an entire group. All right, but except for white folks. Kim, Swan, do you have anything that you guys want to add?
Yeah, epigenetics alone would disprove what you're saying. We're talking about the reaction to our environment, right? These are like genetic markers. It doesn't mean that racism is biological, and it doesn't change our DNA. But what it is this extreme amount of trauma that we've experienced for centuries has built up over time and has impacted our DNA. And depending on our environment, sometimes you'll see those reactions come out. And this is pertaining to things that have happened during chattel slavery. Generational trauma would also disprove what you're saying. We have reactions to the things that we experience in society because racism still exists. We still see that within our criminal justice system, Black people are the worst impacted. When it comes to housing, Black people are the worst impacted. When it comes to education, Black people are the worst impacted. When it comes to medical, Black people are the worst impacted. When it comes to banking, Black people are the worst impacted. When you look at our material conditions, we see that there is a clear difference in how people's quality of life is, right? So the logical thing to do would not be to stop talking about racism. It would be to improve the material conditions of those that are not white. Why? Because racism negatively impacts the material conditions of those that are not white. For example, right, within our healthcare system, the New England Journal of Medicine, they themselves have called themselves out for being racist and having racist practices, right? And they have said that they need to fix this. And the way that they're going about fixing this is calling this a public health crisis. They talk about the history of medicine, how when it was developing, Black people weren't considered human beings, how we've consistently been subjected to unethical experimentation, right? Without our consent and without anesthesia many times, or without a treatment or an antidote to whatever it is that we are subjected to. They talk about that there is a lack of trust between the Black community and our healthcare system. And they say, right, like another example would be things that they need to fix. The fact that Black people feel less pain because our skin is thicker. Well, that's not true, right? We know that Black people feel the same amount of pain as anybody else. So what they've done is they've now removed that from the textbooks. So this is recent. They've removed that from the textbooks of people that end up going into medical school when they're learning about pain tolerance in people, right? So here you have an institution acknowledging the issue and working to reverse that systemic issue so that they can improve the experiences of Black people or non-white people within our healthcare system. So not talking about it doesn't help. And as a matter of fact, I can pull up the journal too. Wait, let me finish. I can pull up the journal. In their journal, they say that nurses need to be trained to not say, I don't see color and we all bleed red. In their plan to reverse this, they literally say to their nurses, stop telling patients, I don't see color, we all bleed red. Why? Because colorblind racism is harmful. That's it.
Okay, let me ask you a question.
One moment, I have a commercial break.
You said
I'm sorry, I have a commercial break. Chat, let's get Swan and Kim up to 7K coins for the colorblind boot. 7K coins each for Kim, and that's she tall. All right, and also for Swan. All right, let's do it. Let's show them all of the love because they are carrying the load. And yes, they are a woman with a microphone. So by all means, show them love and let's run them up because what the fuck? I'm tired of you purposely missing the point. I'm sick of it.
So you said we shouldn't stop talking about racism. My question
put on the
is
goddamn fireworks, or else you're telling me that you're enjoying this conversation.
Could there ever possibly be a point in the future where we stop talking about racism? Like, is that possible? Like, will we be talking?
Sorry, go ahead.
Not until what? At what point in the future could we possibly stop talking about racism?
Told you. I already told you. So I know you're not listening to anything that we're saying to you because I already told you the answer.
Yeah.
I told you.
What is
and you pretended as if you wanted to actually do something about it, but I knew you were full of shit. I knew it. I called it. I said you had to dismantle white supremacy. You had to dismantle it. And that's not going to happen. We have a society of people, even our government, all right, that doesn't think that they have to darn go and do any type of repairing, so reparations, all right, for a demographic of people that they enslaved for over 400 years. That they use redlining and Jim Crow and segregation until this
Yeah.
day.
Well,
All right.
I want to know what that looks like, right? Say we're at that point where we can stop talking about racism. It's no longer an issue. We can stop talking about it. What does that look like? What does the world look like when we can stop talking about racism?
Educating yourself on racism and then working to dismantle the systemic issues that are negatively impacting the material conditions of non-white people. This is probably about the 10th time you've been told the same thing over and over.
Well, I don't think that's a very good description. You're saying educating yourself about racism. My question is, at what point is racism no longer relevant and we no longer need to talk about it?
Bro, I'm not giving you the answer yet if you don't know. I don't know what to tell you.
Bruh, I swear to God. Godzilla God King sent a $10 super chat and said, I have too much connected to this. Dated a surgical nurse, and she said she witnessed bar for bar bias in treatment of us folks versus others. A fellow nurse said Black women have a higher pain tolerance. Yeah, there was a study done in 2016 at the University of Virginia medical students, and they asked them, do Black people feel less pain? And the majority of the students answered yes. That's wicked. That was 2016. And then also still today, we have that. That's why I tell Black people every single friggin' time you ask for something, all right, and relate it to your medical care and they say no, write that shit down and let them know that you're writing it down. I guarantee you, whatever it is that you actually need to continue to be healthy, you will get. Because the one thing that they're fucking scared of is a lawsuit. They don't want that stain. Write that shit down. Keep a paper trail. Anywho, shout out to you, Godzilla. I appreciate you, friend. Guys, I have not checked out yet. I haven't checked out. I promise you I haven't. Where are we? I have a few more that I have to read. All right. Johnson Tittles, thank you for the $3 from earlier, friend. Jot said the NBA and sports in general is the closest thing to an actual meritocracy in America. Apparently, there are more talented Black players than talented white players. Don't be bitter, be better. And guess what,
I
guys?
agree.
When it comes to Black Americans, meaning the ones who are descendants of chattel slavery, there's actual reason for that. And we could go
I agree.
into it, but I'm sorry. I don't get paid enough to educate him anymore.
I agree with that. Yeah.
Also, Johnson Tittle sent another $2 and said, just so we're clear, the NBA salary cap is $222 million. The average NBA team is worth $4.6 billion. It's a lot of goddamn money. All right. And again, the majority of it is owned by who? White people, white men to be specific. So there's that part. They're making money off of Black bodies. Okay, all right. I don't know if you're gonna get it. And then also, Brenna, thank you so much for the $5 over on the PayPal. I appreciate you, friend. Y'all keep doing all of the good things, and let me check something here. Okay. All right. We need to get Swan and Tall, aka Kim, up to 7K. All right, for the colorblind boot. For the colorblind. Oh, Tall and Swan. I'm tired. I'm sorry. Thank you, Amanda. I noticed it now. How come nobody's gonna tell me about my typo?
Okay. So, when I asked you what it would look like for us to stop talking about racism, I think that you gave me more of the process of, we need to dismantle white supremacy. Like, you gave me more verbs of what we need to do. I want to ask you, like, in the present, say you wake up one day and we no longer need to talk about racism because it's no longer an issue. What would that look like? What would
We
be
don't
different?
know. We
Don't
can't look
fucking know.
into
I'm
no
Black.
future like that. There's no way for us to
What
know
would
that because
what
we're
would be
Black.
different?
I'm Black.
We don't know. We're Black. We don't know that.
Well, what goal are we moving towards then? We don't even know what goal we're moving towards with the whole
Why are you
dismantle
asking us what
racism
goal
thing.
we're moving to when it's white people that are continuing to uphold white supremacy? White people are very comfortable where they are. Nobody's trying to change it. I have yet to see. Show me a group of white people that have ever started any march or any organization to stop white supremacy in this country. Show me that.
Group of white people.
Mm-hmm.
I think there's a lot of white people that agree with you.
What?
I think there's definitely white people that agree with you.
That can't be true. You know why? Because 77 million people voted for somebody who is outwardly racist.
Okay, well, I mean, the other half of people voted for Kamala.
It wasn't the other half because there's a whole bunch of people that didn't even vote. So they were also okay with the racism.
Other half of voters, right? But you said 77 million, that's the minority of Americans, right? So a lot of people
Right, but
didn't vote
everybody
for
did not vote. How many people are in this country?
like 320 million.
Right. So if 77 voted for him and then a percentage, which was what, 70, what was hers?
75.
75. 75, right? That means the rest of the people who did not vote were still okay with having a racist in our government.
So, okay, but my point was that there are people who agree with you, right? So
Who
out of
told you
those,
that? Where is the organization that is doing that?
that was my claim. That was the claim I made.
I'm asking
Nobody
you,
told me that.
show me
Notice
an
he didn't include
organization of
himself.
white people. You know, like how black people had, MLK, Malcolm X, NAACP. You know how we had organizations that were loud, made their presence known, went on Capitol Hill to get stuff changed? Show me a group that has done that to dismantle racism.
Like the actual organization.
Show me a group of white people who have done that, because MLK and Malcolm X were not an organization. They were a person who started stuff and people joined. They weren't an organization. They were a single person who got people together to fight. Show me that group of white people who have done that.
I mean, I'm not. I don't know if I can name a group.
Because there's never been one.
So, do you think that there, as far as your ideology,
Wait, before we continue, wait, Moma, I just want to know that you told us that you're not including yourself in that group. I just wanted to make that clear for 658 people. But continue.
Well, I don't share your ideology. No, I don't agree with you.
I'm going to read this out because they wanted to say this to you. Dust the Chameleon sent a $5 super chat and said to MoMA, the conversation will cease or will start too when white people acknowledge the ancestral trauma which white men have yet to acknowledge. That is very true. And white women too. White folks haven't.
All human beings have ancestral trauma. All human beings have ancestral trauma. That's not a monopoly that black people have. Every single human being, my ancestors had trauma. Every single human being's ancestors had trauma.
But the ancestral trauma that you have put on other people and continue to uphold.
Me? What have I put?
You and your clansesters.
As white
The
people,
atrocity and trauma
Stop
that you
thinking
have
of this as
put
some
on
type
other
of individual
people.
thing.
Right. No.
It is an individual thing.
Like, bruh, I'm starting to think your shit don't plug all the way in. Like,
I did not experience my ancestors' trauma, and I am not responsible for the actions that they
The
made.
trauma that your ancestors put on other people that you to this day continue to benefit and uphold.
My ancestors.
Yeah,
yes.
sit on that one because another white man has a message for you. Shout out to Wesley Pillow for the $10 super chat. Wesley said, as a white man, racism will end when white people stop clinging to power and let others rise up. Racism will end when the police stop racial profiling. Racism will end when white people let go. Racism go in when the system of when that last part, when white people let go, you have to let go, all right, of your privilege. Swan says that all the time. All right. You have to lose your privilege. Let that shit go. All right. Y'all are not ready to let it go. All right. That's why you cling to it so tightly, because you know that this system benefits you. That's it. You know that it benefits you. And why would you want to lose that benefit? Because there's no system that has been created here in the United States of, I'm sorry, I need to talk to the mic. There's no system that has been created here in the United States of America, all right, that has ever led to the subjugation, exploitation, or oppression, all right, of white people. It has always been to your benefit. And that's what you don't seem to understand. And you also do this thing where you hyper individualize everything. You take it as a personal attack. You internalize it when you don't understand that we are talking about the collective. You have to
Well,
step outside of
it's not
yourself.
about me as it's not about me as an individual. It's about disagreeing with that ideology of talking about the collective. People aren't defined by the collective. People aren't defined by the group that they fit into.
That's a damn
People
lie.
are
What?
defined by
That's a
them
lie.
as individuals
That's not
on what
true.
experience, yeah, I think,
What
people
is
are
the black
defined by
community known for? What do they say the black community is known for?
stereotypically, you mean?
When people
They're
speak on the
known
black community and black culture, what do they say?
about the black community. They say they're known for rap music, athletics, crime, poverty, um,
Right.
single
Erica,
motherhood,
hold on.
gangs.
Erica, have you committed your crime today?
I never make my quota.
Yeah, I don't either.
Yeah, so
I
that
don't either.
my claim was more normative, right? Obviously,
No, but you're
people
missing the
do get
point.
judged. People
Er,
do get judged
This
by
is
their
all the
community, as
points.
that's
yes,
what you guys are doing
and
right now. But
no,
I'm saying that
hold
that's
on, hold on.
wrong, and we shouldn't do that.
Who made that system in which everybody was judged by the community that they were put a part of?
That's not a system. That's just like human
Who
heuristic.
created that system in which everybody was grouped together and then judged by that group?
Evolution created that system. That's just a
No.
natural human
Factually
behavior.
incorrect.
Jesus
That's a
Christ.
Factually
natural human
incorrect.
behavior.
No. White people did. White people did when they sat there and created racial
Well,
classification.
judging people by the group they fit into isn't specific to race, right? You could
It
judge someone for
was.
being a New York Jets fan, right? Like that's
So,
just a human heuristic to
That's not the
judge people
point.
based on a
that's
That's not her
stereotype about a
point. That's
group
not her.
they fit
Stop. Stop. Stop.
into.
Stop. That's not her point.
that's not the
Stop.
point at all. You put us in racial classifications and determined from those racial classification that we were less than. You've always done that.
Tribalism existed
Hold
before
on,
any of
hold
this.
on, because I hate when y'all try to do that tribalism thing. When people were in their tribes, they did not sit there and judge each other based on what they looked like. It was due to where they
The
lived,
tribe
the
they were in.
region, or whatever
Yeah.
like that. It had nothing to do with what they look like. Y'all keep trying to use that, and it's not analogous. Stop doing that. When you guys put us in racial categorization, you put it in that form to other us, to say we were less than. You looked at us then less than human. You called us damn near animals, and that's how you treated us. And when it turns on you guys, and we say that you guys are the ones that created that, you guys are the ones that created the atrocities and still benefit from those atrocities today. Now you want to be, oh, I want to be individual. No, you have benefited from it because of the group. You have benefited because of the mass. You can't individualize yourself from something that you are benefiting from because of the group.
Yeah, Moma. These are
You're fighting
social.
racism with racism.
Moma.
It doesn't make any sense.
Moma.
Oh my God.
That's like saying that women who talk about feminism are fighting misogyny with misogyny. That just doesn't make sense. Or that people who are cishet are fighting homophobia and transphobia with, or people that are LGBTQI are fighting homophobia and transphobia with homophobia and transphobia. That's not how it works.
Exactly.
But also, we're talking about social, economic, and political, systemic, and structural issues. These types of discussions require a macro level analysis. So, trying to bring it down to an individual person's experience is intellectually dishonest. Why? Because one person's experience does not confirm nor does it deny the fact that an entire group of people is being subjected to something. Momo, let me just be all the way clear with you, Brody. You are not built for this. You are not intelligent enough for this conversation. You are not equipped for this conversation. You do not have the knowledge required to be able to have this conversation. And that's okay. But at this
I mean,
point,
I think
no,
calling your opponent dumb in
please,
an
please, please,
argument
stop,
is
stop,
kind
stop,
of a
stop,
weak
stop, stop, please,
strategy
stop,
and
please,
probably a
stop, please,
sign
stop.
of
It's not weak. That's an
projection.
observation,
Okay.
bro.
I'm gonna just put you on mute.
Weak
Okay.
debate strategy.
I'm gonna mute you again. I'm just gonna mute you again.
Well, I kind of gotta go, guys.
I would like to finish what I'm saying.
Well, I
You're
got
running
okay.
while I'm in the middle of talking. It's rude. It's
Well,
because you're getting
I've
dog
been here
walked.
for a while, and I
I would
kind of wanted to
love
do
to
something.
finish saying what I was saying.
Well, I just gotta go. So
Okay, well, run along then. I don't know.
I'm gonna
I mean,
say this
sure,
though.
right? I've been here for
Mr.
hours, but I
Melvin
gotta
did
go.
send a $5 super chat. I think you need to hear this one though. Oh, not the skedaddle, pussy ass bitch. However, there have been white organizations, including the US government, that have suppressed equality. There have been. White folks have done a lot throughout history in order to maintain their power. And a lot of it has included violence. Actually, I think even the stroke of their pens have been violence. It's been violent.
Oh, I agree with that one.
Yep, extremely violent. All right, just fucking violent. Okay, just they don't want to accept that. They don't want to accept it because it's gonna be they honestly feel, of course, that it is a reflection of them as an individual, and they don't understand that it's bigger than they are. So that's why we won't get the dismantlement of white supremacy in our generation, in my opinion, because we still have people who walk this earth, who literally think that they are a individual. They're not a part of society. They're just an individual. I don't benefit from white privilege. I grew up poor.
The individual part, I am getting so tired of. Stop putting me in a group. Stop putting me in this. Well, y'all stop doing that. Why did y'all do it to us? I think it's, and we talk about this also when men try to do the whole patriarchy, try to other themselves. Like, you created that system because you knew it benefited from you, and you have had no problem benefiting from it and being happy with it. But because you are now being called out for it, now you want to take yourself out of it. This is what white people are doing. A system that you created that has always benefited from you and still benefits you today, you want to other yourself. I wanted to ask him, would you switch spots with a black man?
Ooh, he would have said no. He would have actually
Exactly.
no. He would have actually no. I think for him, he would have sat in silence for a moment and then he would have said yes, because what he was doing throughout the entire conversation is that he was trying to answer the questions how he thought we wanted him to answer it.
Mm-hmm.
Right? He didn't know. He doesn't know what white supremacy is. He doesn't know what the dismantlement is. Colby, get up here, please. Thank you. We are doing women with microphones. Thank you very much. Here we are.
He didn't even understand what he was arguing with affirmative action. And this is why I hate that argument all the time. Is they speak about things that they have absolutely no idea. The way that affirmative action and DEIA has been twisted into what it actually is and how it has affected anybody, whether it was jobs or whatever, is insane. They don't understand it. And that case, I love calling them out on that case, because I know that they did not understand why that case was brought up, how it was taken away, and why it was.
Yeah.
You want to know what it is?
What is it?
Why people is afraid of an even playing field.
That part. No, seriously, that part. I have a good friend on this app, an awesome mutual. She runs a prompt, and I don't know if she still runs it, but she used to. She had a prompt that says, "White men can't survive without white supremacy."
I think she does still run that prompt.
She does.
That is
okay.
a good one.
That shit is awesome.
Mhm.
Because all they ever come up and say is, "Well, we had water and food before white supremacy."
Yo, I can't stand that. We can drink and eat before it.
Avatar The Last Airbender asked.
I swear to God, I'm like, what? I don't think you understand what the prompt says. Y'all are not. This is a lot of work. I have a few super chats to read, a few donos, guys. All right. Let me see here. Bring them out. Bring them out. Bring them out. Hey, Mr. Melvin says, stop comparing racism to sports. That's what Mr. Melvin said. Shout out to Mr. Melvin for the $5 super chat. Also, Godzilla sent 10, and I'm going to make sure this is Godzilla, right? Oh, it's S Dizzy. Hey, S Dizzy. S Dizzy Do Right sent a $10 super chat and said, why are there so many white people who can't add things up? Not being able to admit that it's systemic is crazy. Like redlining as recent as a couple of months ago as an example of it still happening. That part. But admitting it, all right, would then be them admitting that they have something that they have to fix, and they don't want to do that. All right, they don't want to do that. Also, shout out to Wesley Pillow. Thank you, friend, for a $5 super chat that said, racists always run in the face of strong, intelligent minorities. They always do that. He couldn't answer, but I do think that would have been a great fucking question. I wanted to hear him answer that question. But I think that guy sucks.
What about if he wanted to be a black man?
Yeah, that would have been a good question.
I haven't asked that in a while. I used to ask that all the time, just to like catch them, because the fact that they don't even realize that when they answer that most of the time because they say no or whatever, it's like, but why? And if they tell you the reason why, Bill, because it is, be like, so then you know that it's happening, so you're not that blind to what is actually going on.
That part.
But you still won't change it.
That part. I think we should have a conversation about the word strong. Kobe, what are you doing? Are you unable to join? I didn't see that message in the chat. I'm confused. What is happening here? There we go. Okay. All right. Women with the microphone tag.
Okay. Here, I'm here.
Oh, you just woke up, didn't you?
Yeah, I did.
Okay. Good morning. All right.
Hi,
Morning.
Cubby.
Hi, y'all. Thank you. No, I hope y'all are doing good. How have the guests been today? Not so good? Oh, dear.
That's how good it's been.
Were they at least funny?
I said the silence tells you how good it's been.
One guy came up and said, "Do you think Kamala was focused because she was partying with Meg Thee Stallion and Taylor Swift?" And I said she was laser focused, and he said, "Well, no, she wasn't." And I was like, "Yes, she was. I'm so confused." He's like, "Oh, don't crash out on me now. Don't crash out." I'm like, "Who's crashing out?" He started coughing. And I was like, "You cough like you smoking cigarettes." And he was like, "I need a smoke break because I'm stressed." And I was like, "Do you smoke Newports?" And he said, "No, I smoke Camels."
Oh, my.
And then he ran. He just coughed himself off the panel.
He did.
Oh my. Oh, Lord. Well, I was hoping it was at least funny, but me asking that question, y'all being quiet as a church mouse, shows me that probably wasn't that good.
One guy came up and he called in and started talking about black holes. And I started asking him, like, how much wood would a woodchuck chuck? And he answered. And he said, what did he say, Swan? What did he say?
He said, "I don't know. That just depends on what the capacity of the woodchuck is able to do."
And that didn't have anything to do with that.
I was in the comments like, what did he smoke? Because what is going on between the black holes and everything else? I was just getting lost.
I think you might have missed it, but I did ask him, and he said it's dopamine, baby. And I was like, well, he said pure dopamine. I said that man is high off of life. It was awesome. I was like, this is help me. I'm trying not to crash out as much because it get my blood pressure high. I'm old. All right, I want to live. I did tell one man though. I gotta tell you this.
Oh, yeah.
I did tell one man because he was getting on my nerves, right? But I said, I'm not going to crash out. So I told him extremely politely, all right, because he was 50 something and he was a black man. And I did tell him, listen, sir, all right, you are, what did I say to that man? I said, you know what? You are close to the average age of death for black men. So I get why you don't care. And I could hear him swallow. I heard him swallow. I heard it. I heard that man swallow his rage. And he tried to continue the conversation. So I just hung up to my life. Fuck you. I don't want to talk to you no more. I could hear him swallow like his anger. He was like, oh, I'm about to unleash from this bitch. And yeah. Because he kept saying the whole time, I don't want to argue with you. I was like, okay. Sure you don't.
Oh my goodness. Yo, he probably got off the live and was like, "Dear diary." Yo.
he definitely slid down the wall somewhere. Was like, no, she didn't. No, she did not.
Just know you're a diary entry.
I'm okay with that. I am okay with that.
Dang. No, but my favorite is when Kim tells them, "Do you know about the Muffin Man?" Just out of the blue.
That's funny every time.
When I ask that, I have like my patience has gone. That's when you know all sense of ability has left the room for me.
That's not it, Kim. No, it's when they're in the middle of a sentence and you just say, go to hell. And then you're like, Swan, what are we doing?
Oh, seriously.
Or when she says log off. When she says log off. I started saying log off because of Kim. Because like she says it so much that it just like, I don't know. Now like rubbed off on me, and now I say it too.
Log
It's
off,
crazy.
please. Just
Log
hang up
off.
on me.
Exactly.
Cause
This
I'll be like,
first.
who told you to press live, to come on live and just act a fool up here? Just log off. Just turn the phone off.
Seriously.
But I was gonna say I heard you in the chat. I don't know about y'all, but the word strong for me is like a massive micro. I personally think it's a microaggression. I'm not gonna lie. I hate it when people call me strong. I get like, you know, that like my left eye starts twitching when somebody calls me strong. I don't know. I feel like it's so dehumanizing, in my opinion, for me. But yeah.
Yeah, because I know the person that sent it, I didn't take it that way because I know them and I understand where they were coming from. However, I do not disagree with you. I actually do agree. When people call me strong, my first instinct in my mind is think I'm a damsel in distress. Like shit, I'm fragile.
Facts.
Because the perception is that as a black woman that we are supposed to be strong, meaning that we can take more. All right, that is why like people think that it's really okay like to yell at us, right? Because we're strong, we can take it. No, bitch, no, do not yell at me. All right, I don't like being yelled at. Don't do it. All right. They think, of course, they think that we can take more pain because we're strong. All right. They think that we can endure more because we're strong. Like, no, absolutely no, fuck that. No. All right. Don't inflict like more on us because of that trope. I really do. I hate that trope so fucking much. I really do. I don't like it at all. It bothers me, and the way that people put that shit, especially on like dark skinned black women. Oh, I can't stand it. I can't. I don't like it. It's just we do it in our own community too, but just overall on a macro level, I don't like it.
I think when we do it within community between us, because like my sisters, you know, like you guys, I will always say that, you know, you're intelligent and strong and stuff like that. But I know what it means in the way that we say it as black women is strong. When other people say it to us, like you said, it's kind of it's dehumanizing because it's like, well, you're supposed to be strong. No, no. So we know that difference when it comes from a good place in heart, especially within our community.
That part. Like, I think it's so funny, if I'm just gonna share something, right? Is that I legitimately suck at putting shit together, but I'm supposed to know how to do like everything, right? But I really suck at putting stuff together. I'm just not that good at it. And so I don't kid. Like if I am asking for help with something, I'm not seeking attention. I really don't know how to do this shit. All right. But people think that like I don't know why. They just think that we're supposed to know every fucking thing and know how to do everything and can carry every single load. And no, no. And I don't want to. I don't want to. I choose not to. Mm-mm. Get somebody else to do it. I'm not doing it.
I agree. It also causes us to be met by the world with aggression, like right out the gate, because we're strong.
That part.
That goes hand in hand with like anger and violence, which is associated with blackness. So we end up getting met with aggression right out the gate. Like I'll be sitting here like just minding my business and I'm like, oh, why do you have an attitude? And I'm like, bro, I'm breathing. I'm breathing and blinking. What do you mean I have an attitude? There's nothing
That
wrong with me
part.
right now.
Seriously, that part. Like just being that meeting us with aggression. That's what I don't like because like they'll say something and I can respond in kind just like this. I can respond just like this. Oh, don't get upset. And it's like, I'm not upset. What are we doing here? But you about to make me upset because you're saying that I'm upset and I'm literally just like I'm existing. Like you said, Swan. It's so weird how those things actually play out.
Or how we should be talking. Because I've always known the way that I talk is very blunt, right? I'm a straight New Yorker and I'm a Caribbean woman. I speak my mind. I've always been like this, even in the workplace or whatever like that. I've had, you know, bosses sit there and tell me, they were like, Kim, you are too blunt sometimes when you speak. I'm like, well, that's just how I am. I'm not going to coddle people when I'm trying to get stuff done, right? But as you saw yesterday, Erica, how me and you said the same thing, but because your tone was more friendly to them,
One moment, please. Thank you, caller. Continue, Kim. Yes, I do remember.
But
That's what I was just thinking of.
yeah, me and you said the exact same thing, but because my tone is very blunt and deep, as they like to say, they took offense to it and did not listen to what I say. But Erica said it, and Swan's seen it on her panel too. They listened to her and they dismissed what I said and took it as, well, I didn't like the way that she said it. She had an attitude when she said it. Or they called me aggressive on Swan's panel.
Yeah.
And it's like, you just don't like somebody being blunt to you. And I've realized that I've had to do that with a lot of men, because it's like, when you try to do the nice thing to you, then they try to do the, well, look, baby, or the did, and I don't like that.
I don't
I
like that
hate
shit
that.
either. I can't stand it.
Yeah.
I can't stand it. And I also can't stand triangulation either. That shit bothers me too. When they try to pit one woman against the other, and I can't stand that. And that's why, like, I'm gonna call that shit out every single time. Cause I was like, Kim said the exact same thing that I said. Your fragility just didn't allow you to hear it. That's all. Like, that's it. And that's not a her problem. That's a you problem. That's it. Oh, okay. Let me see here. Give me one moment, guys. Okay. Wesley Pillow sent a $10 super chat that said, it's a white man thing. We are often raised in houses that tone police the women. They go to churches that don't raise up female voices. So anything you say will be seen as aggressive. I can't disagree with that. I can't disagree with that because they feel like a woman shouldn't actually respond, especially in kind to aggression. You know, like when they say something out of pocket to you and you respond back the same way, and then they say that you're being emotional, all right, you're being aggressive. Why are you trying to pick a fight? Why are you crashing out? Right? It's like, nah, I'm just matching your fucking energy. That's all I'm doing. Right? Let's see. We probably about to have a real life example, but I'm not sure. This number called earlier. Hi, caller. Are you a Trump supporter?
No, I'm not. Not anymore.
Is this the same? Is this the conspiracy guy with the black holes?
Yeah, it's the black hole guy.
Oh my God. What you want?
No, I won't annoy you.
Wait, Jesus, did he want to know you? Sorry.
It's the way that you all laugh. Why y'all laugh like that though?
Call from
Jacob.
Hi, caller. Are you a Trump supporter? Hello?
No, I'm not, but I've had some issue with some of the arguments that you guys have used in previous calls. I'm new to the show, but I'm not sure if you guys are open to this type of conversation or not.
How old are you for TikTok purposes?
27.
Okay. All right. What issues did you have? Hold on one moment. I have to ask my friends if they want to engage. One moment.
Oh, I'm down.
Okay.
Kim is down. All right. Swan, are you down?
Yeah.
Oh, thank you.
Yes, he's
Well,
about to
if you guys
prove
are
me
open to
right how we're met.
conversation, maybe this is,
Why is he still talking?
a little bit ignorant talking, but
you were talking about
I
us.
wasn't
Sir.
sure what you guys were talking about when you said
Mute the stream in the
black people
background.
can't be racist.
Excuse me. Hold on one moment. I don't know if you can hear me or not, but hold on one moment, please. All right. I have one more friend to ask. All right. One moment. And mute the stream in the background because we can hear it.
Okay. I'm gonna get out of that.
Athena, are you down?
Oh, I'm just here. I'm chilling.
Okay, bet.
Y'all are. Listen. Y'all are lucky. I don't usually like talking to people once I've woken up, but I like y'all a lot. That's why I'm even here. So
I appreciate you. You just hang out. All right. Chat, TikTok, show love to my panel. All right. Show love to my panel while they're here. All right. Tubers. Okay. You guys do all of the good things. Who the fuck is gonna happen here? Okay, you mentioned, I heard you. You said that you weren't sure what we meant when we said that black people can't be racist.
Yeah.
Okay, all right. Swan, Kim, do you want to do this one? Because I have a question. But
Well, I want his argument. Could he tell his argument?
Oh,
yeah.
Give us your argument.
Oh, yeah, I can tell you your argument.
Go ahead.
So I think that statement is a very American perspective. I think it excludes a lot of the
things that have happened globally, such as like the Rwandan genocide. That was, Black people being racist and committing a genocide against a race of people. So I think that's a prominent example of Black people being racist. I understand the trauma that comes with being Black in America, but I don't like that blanket statement
Are you Black?
of Black people can't be racist.
Are you Black?
No, I'm not.
You're not? What's
No,
your race?
I'm mixed. I'm half white, half Mexican.
Mexican is not a race. Can I ask him a question before Swan goes? I'm so sorry.
Sure. I wanted to ask him a question too. But go ahead, Kobe.
Oh, sorry, my bad.
You got it. Go ahead.
Okay, can you tell me which are the two ethnic groups that were involved in that G-side and which ethnic group was getting G-sided?
I don't know the names off the top of my head.
Of course. So if you don't know anything about the G-side, why bring it up?
Because I think it's a prominent example of an overlook of your argument and the blanket statement of Black people can't be racist.
Do you think ethnic groups are racist?
I think in this particular example they were.
Oh God. Okay, Swan, you can take over. You're very wrong, by the way. But anyways,
Can you
I'm gonna
explain why
just
I'm
say
wrong?
this. Yeah. I'm gonna just
Because
say
I'm
this,
open to
Brody.
learning. I want this to be an open conversation. I think it's important.
Fantastic. At certain points, I do apologize. I'll have to interject in order to read off like a super chat. Shout out to J666. That's my favorite number. Thank you for the $2 super chat that says, obligatory reminder, MAGA is not human. Thank you for reminding us all of that. We appreciate you, friend. Drop some hearts in the chat because that is the fucking truth. Also, Mr. Melvin, hi, friend. I hope you had a good day, by the way. Thank you for the $5 super chat. Mr. Melvin said, I will say again, from the history of what you ladies have endured and not gotten help, even from Black men, for generations, you have every right to be angry. Yeah. We do have every right to be angry. I agree with you. Mr. Melvin wants us to embrace angry Black women. Just want to let y'all know that. But I'm actually very happy. So there's that part. All right. Well, that's a whole nother story. Swan, the floor is yours, friend. Thank you all so much. Keep doing all of the good things, guys. Take care, everybody, while they're here. And please enjoy Women with Microphones. I'm going to make this a thing. Swan?
Yeah. So you brought up the Rwandan G-side, but you don't know the name of the groups that were G-sided. Just a yes or no. Do you not see that as a problem?
In those specific
Yes.
groups that I don't study for, I understand that is part of the problem, that it's not dove in too in depth. I'm coming at this from a point of ignorance, as I addressed at the beginning of the call. This could potentially be ignorance, but I think that I haven't heard an argument from your guys' end as to why this still fits the mantra of Black people can't be racist. I think this is a prime
It
example.
doesn't. It doesn't fit the mantra of Black people can be racist because this was incited by the Belgians. Like the control, right? The rule, colonial rule over the entire continent of Africa is the reason why you see these G-sides happening. They're incited by historically and predominantly white countries who go in and weaken the people by taking a group and weaponizing them against another, or funding militia groups that will go in and unalive people, take their resources and exploit them. This has been happening ever since Europeans have shown up to the continent of Africa. You quite literally brought up the worst possible example that you could have brought up to try and debunk the truthful things that we stated. It sounds to me like you don't even know what racism is. If you don't know what the difference between ethnicity and race is, then you're not equipped to have this discussion either.
Okay. I'm putting it out there that even though the Belgians may have incited it or been a root cause of it, the people on the ground perpetuating that hatred, you know, of of
No,
all races. And
no,
there is racism.
no,
I've
no, no,
seen
no,
it, and
no.
it's not
Wait,
just from white people.
wait,
It is
wait. Hold on, but you didn't
yeah.
know what happened. Wait, stop. Because this is genuinely like frustrating. Do you know that? Do you know if any of us are Rwandan?
I'm sorry.
You got 4 black people that you're talking to. Do you know if any of us are Rwandan?
I do not. I'm not familiar with the show. I'm new to the show.
Okay. So yeah, so you don't know if any of us are Rwandan. You feel comfortable enough to speak on a people's history that you know nothing about.
Well, I'm an advocate
Also,
against a blanket
No,
statement,
no,
and
no,
I
no,
think
no, no. That's
that
not. No,
blanket
stop for a
statement could
second.
potentially be
I'm
dangerous, as
sorry. I'm not gonna. I'm
it's
not gonna accept. I'm not gonna accept your excuses. Stop. You said that you have not done enough research on the subject matter, yet you are speaking on people's history, doing apologia for a genocide, bro.
I'm so sorry, Swan. You don't even need to do research. The first thing you find out about the Rwandan genocide is who was being genocided. It's not even doing research. That's literally the bare minimum. Like, you literally just Google Rwandan genocide and it will tell you in like the freaking AI overview, which you shouldn't be using AI, but it will tell you in the freaking AI overview who was being genocided and who was doing the genociding. The issue that I have, caller, is that you brought it up not because you care about the Rwandan victims, but just because you wanted to tokenize their unaliving to defend white people and their racism,
no. I'm
right?
bringing it up because
So
I don't believe in blanket statements exclude people from the ability to be racist. I
exactly.
think
So
that
again, to defend
racism
white people,
perpetrates in
to defend
everybody.
white people. Listen to what
I'm not
listen to
even
what you're
defending
saying.
white
You
people.
brought up
I
a
think
G
that this
side. You brought up a G side where about 800,000 people were unalived to defend white people, and
absolutely,
you didn't even
it's
care about the
horrible.
people being G sided. Okay.
It's horrible. I don't believe in any type of
You
genocide.
don't.
I think that any type of genocide is disgusting and immoral.
If you thought it was horrible, you would have known who was being G sided.
That is true. I think Swan wants
Okay.
to go next, so I'm going to
Sorry,
pass it to
Swan.
Swan. It's okay, Kobe. All right. But I do want to say, caller, because I know that you were watching the stream on your phone. If you could you take a look at the stream right now? Because I want you to look at your stream, and I want you to tell us, all right, how is it, all right, that a black person can be racist towards another black person? Because you
Well,
said that it was
I
racism
think that
involved.
there are multiple races. It's not just black people being racist to black people. It could be black people being racist towards Mexicans. It could be black people being racist towards, other ethnicities and other races.
First things first, because Mexican is not a race. Mexican can be a nationality. It can also be an ethnicity, but more so a nationality. But with that being said, all right, are you looking at your screen?
I'm not going to play it when I have background music, like the noise in there.
You can do it. We don't mind the background. I just want you to look at your screen. I got 2 questions for you.
Let me find your screen. Your stream. Give me a second. Yeah, I am now.
Okay, so looking at the picture, all right, who is the Hutu on this screen?
Who is the Hutu?
Who's the Hutu? The man on the left
I mean,
or the
I'm
man
not
on
going
the
to.
right?
I'm not going to pretend to know the difference.
Okay, who is okay. So I guess again, why would you bring this up if you don't know anything about it? And then also another thing is Swan is right. You don't know what race is. A black person cannot be racist towards another black person. That's not what racism is. I want you to understand that part. Right. Additionally, another thing is that black people cannot be racist. All right, because that would indicate some form of power to actually impact the material conditions, all right, of white people's lives. Can you tell me anywhere on this earth where Black people have colonized white people, oppressed white people, anywhere?
That would require some thought and research.
Really?
And
You think so?
of course,
Yeah. Okay.
of course. And if you're talking about on a large scale, none come directly to mind. But if we look at potentially, the Roman Empire,
The Roman Empire?
the Roman Empire.
Are you serious?
They're
When was the construct
what
of race created, sir?
you tell me. You're an expert on this. I'm not. I'm simply someone that has questions about things that you said on the show.
It was in 1452 by not Inez, but Gomez de Sarara. All right, he was a Portuguese man working for Prince Henry the Navigator, who actually wrote the book. Swan, you explain this so eloquently because your voice is running through my head right now. Swan.
Yeah. It was created by a Portuguese man. His name was Gomez de Zurara. It's a chronicle from Prince Henry the Navigator. He documented his observations of African people. He's the one that's responsible for creating the concept of whiteness and deeming it to be superior, and anything non-white inferior, or blackness being inferior. And then the Catholic Church is responsible for creating the moral and legal framework, giving permission and justification to Spain, Portugal, and European countries to enslave African people. So this is the first time we saw racism being carried out. So we're talking about, like, it takes research. It literally does, to understand how racism works. Now, here's the thing. You can't make an argument better than ours. So I'm trying to understand why you had an issue with our argument. Like,
Well,
help
I
me
have an issue with
understand.
blanket statements. I
Well, okay,
do.
but hold on, stop. But hold on. I don't want you to pivot. Because a lot of you do that when you come up here.
I'm not
You
trying to
had an
pivot, just for the
issue.
record. I'm staying
You
on the
had
same
an
topic
you had an
that I
issue
originally
with
brought up.
our arguments, but you cannot make one that is better or one that disproves ours. You've
So, okay,
acknowledged
let
that
me
you
just
have.
ask you, because
Wait,
I'm
wait,
researching it right
wait,
now. Okay,
wait.
I'll wait.
Let me finish. You
Go
have
ahead.
acknowledged that you have not taken the time to research these things. You couldn't tell us how racism was created. Now, please explain to me why you think you should have a voice going forward that is going to challenge what we are saying, as opposed to asking us for resources on how you could start your research.
Because I think that having these conversations where we educate the general public is important. And I think that's potentially one of the reasons that you guys started this show. I'm
So why
not
didn't
coming
you do
at
the
you with
research before you came up here, instead of telling a group of black women who are sitting here experiencing racism, talking about how we experience racism and microaggressions and things like that? You decided to come up here and talk to 4 black women about our life experiences, not knowing anything about racism. There's never been a time as to when black people created a system or a structure that negatively impacts the material conditions of another group of people in mass. We've never done it. We didn't enslave anybody. We didn't force anybody into segregation. We didn't threaten to feed anybody's infants to alligators. We have not been, right, the ones
I
that have
don't
had
know
a
about
that
that.
we
And
well, let me
here's the
finish. We
question
haven't
again.
been the
I'm not going to talk over you.
we haven't been the ones that have had a global monopoly on violence. We haven't been the ones that have a centuries long track record of going into other people's lands, harming their children, harming their men, unaliving their women. We don't have a track record that spans out like that. We've never done those things to any other group of people. Never. We've never done those things to another group of people. Black people have never done those things to another group of people. You can respond.
Okay. All I'm asking is this: is, in your opinion, is racism exclusive to black people? Because if I look on it by race, there's white people, black, Asian,
What's that have to do
American
with what I
Indian,
said?
Native Hawaiian, and all of these races, maybe less white, of course, but all of these races, I'm sure, experience some type of racism towards them and
White
microaggressions.
people
And being
don't. But what does
Hispanic
that have to do
in
with?
this country right now, I feel aggression, coming from the government as well. There's
I'm
other
Hispanic as
groups
well. But
that
wait, sorry. I'm so sorry. Stop. Stop.
yeah. Go ahead.
Stop. Well, Latina. The term Hispanic is reserved for the criollos or the conquistadors. I would rather call myself Latina, but I'm a black Latina woman. But my question, like, you're not engaging with what I'm saying. Because I didn't deny that racism doesn't impact other groups. We know that it does, except for white people. I never
Okay, but are we
denied
just
that it
talking
doesn't.
about? Are we
Never.
talking about? Sorry, go ahead.
Yeah, I never denied that it doesn't impact another group. Because your argument, you're criticizing our argument, which is that black people cannot be racist. That's what you're criticizing. And we're telling you that you're wrong. You've acknowledged that you haven't done research. I explained to you that we've never done the things that have been done to us by white society. I never said that there were no other groups that
I
have been
don't disagree
harmed.
with you.
Okay, because Asian people, indigenous people, and people that are Pacific Islander have been harmed by racism as well because of white people.
Yeah.
This is something that was created by white society. So I'm trying to understand.
So you're
What are
just
you?
saying that I'm asking you. Maybe we're speaking on different scales, and you're speaking more of a large scale. But I'm just saying that do you truly believe that on an individual basis, black people cannot be racist towards another race? Because there's
No,
multiple other
not in on
categories.
no, not on an individual basis or a systemic basis, because the systems that exist, the structure of racism, it impacts our interpersonal interactions. We know that a wealthy person walking into a store, right? If I'm working in a store, my job is to make the store money. If I see two people walk into the store at the same time and one looks wealthy and the other one looks like they may be unhoused, my instincts are going to guide me to the person that looks like they have wealth. Why? Because we've been conditioned in society to see a wealthy person as someone who displays that. They wear a certain name brand, right? They drive a certain type of car. They have a certain type of home, right? That's because we've been conditioned in a particular way. So it's the same thing when it comes to racism. We've been conditioned in a particular way.
Do you
So
think that capitalism and individual gains don't play a role in that?
even on an interpersonal level, the same hierarchy still stands because we're impacted, right, by the systems that exist. Does that make sense to you?
I understand that you guys have been impacted by those systems that exist. I just
No,
I
like
think that
conditioning,
the example that you gave, I don't think is
like
I
conditioning.
think has more
I'm
to
talking
do
about
with
conditioning.
capitalists and individual gains. Like if
Okay,
you walk into a
no.
store, you
Wait,
think I can make
guest.
more money commission off of someone that's more
Jacob.
wealthy, I'm obviously going to treat
Oh
them a
my
certain
God.
way. That's based on gain. Again,
No.
Jacob,
again.
you keep engaging in things that Swan actually isn't even saying. All right. She was speaking to you in regards to conditioning, and you're not talking about that. That's not what you're responding to. All right. I get it. We can't see you.
Okay.
All right. We can't see you or anything of that nature. I just like, bro, let go of the ego. Okay. Like, stop trying to debate because you can't debate something that you don't know about. All right. If you're truly trying to learn, then by all means, all right, ask questions to understand. And if you don't understand something, ask more questions to understand. All right. Kim, the floor is yours, friend, and then Covey, and then back to Swine, or how we're gonna go. And then you, Jacob, actually. So go ahead, Kim.
So because you were very adamant when Swan was speaking about that, you don't know if black people haven't done anything to, other people, whatever like that. What do you think black people being racist to other people looks like?
I mean, I think racism is hatred for, hatred of a people because of their characteristics, right?
Got you.
So I think that, people come from different circumstances, and if you interact, if say a black person interacts with a certain race of Asians more often than others, and they have a hatred towards them, I think that that person has the inherent ability to show that or have actions that characterize that racism that they have towards them.
Got you.
Or
Can I ask you
hatred
a
that they have
question?
towards that group.
Can
Yeah.
I ask you a question? Is hate in any one of the multiple definitions of racism?
Let's take a look. I'm not privy to the exact definition.
Okay, well, I'll tell you this. Of all the multiple
Well, I mean, okay.
different definitions,
It's inherently superior. Okay.
hold on. Hate is not, you can be hateful and be racist, but it's not a requirement for you to be racist. Hate is not a requirement for you to be racist. People are racist all day long. It doesn't mean that they are hateful. It can be a proponent of it, but it's not a requirement for it. Because somebody could do a microaggression, which is a form of racism, but they don't hate you. Same thing like when it comes to medical racism, people, have medical racism done to them by a doctor or a nurse. You think that nurse or doctor hates them?
Say that one more time.
Medical racism can be performed by a nurse or a doctor to someone. Do you think that nurse or doctor hates them?
Not necessarily. Depends on the situation.
Right.
It's
So
possible, yeah.
that shows you that racism does not mean that you have to be hateful. It's not a requirement for it. So your definition is wrong. Racism is a form of oppression. Show me how black people can oppress someone like yourself who is white.
I mean, that would make sense if you're talking about it being systemic, right? If you're talking about a systemic
Racism itself is systemic. It itself is systemic. So I don't know why you're trying to change what racism means. It is systemic. So tell me how a black person can oppress a white person like yourself.
I mean, if any person is placed in a position of power, they have the ability to oppress who's under them.
How?
So say if
Give me an example.
if I work for a black-led company or that has a black founder and owner, they can deny someone of white, Asian, whatever race, promotion opportunities or things of that nature. If
Got you.
that individual has a prominent role in the company.
Do you know the difference between discrimination and racism?
Well, I think we're talking a little bit about it here.
No, what you're talking about and
doesn't
describing
necessarily have to be systemic. It could be.
No. Hold on. This is a problem. I don't know if it's a comprehension skill or what is going on, but you go past what we are talking about. What you just described in regards to the workplace would be discrimination, and you can contact the EEOC or Department of Labor for that, right? That's not racism. Racism is a system of oppression. Like when black people were denied jobs because of the fact that they happen to be black. That was racism, blatant racism.
Absolutely.
Show me how me as a black woman, I can oppress you as a white man. In what sense could I use what system to deny you the opportunity to get housing or schooling or anything like that? What system was created by my community to stop you from doing that?
It hasn't been done. But I don't believe that there isn't an ability for that to be done.
Wait, we don't talk in possibilities. Nobody works in life like that. And in order to do that, that would mean that a system would have to be created to do that. How do you create that
Well, when
system
you
if the
use a
system has...
blanket statement, you are covering all possibilities.
No. The blanket statement is factual, though. If we look at why we have racism and how it has been implemented in society and how it is upheld in society, the statement is correct. And it's blanketed because of the fact that white society created it that way. They blanketed us into racial classifications. They blanketed it when white people were able to benefit from the system and everyone non-white were able to be harmed by it. Just like the patriarchy, it blanketed all men to be able to, benefit from it, and it made all women not be able to benefit from it.
Yeah, absolutely. I agree with
Well,
you.
those are blanket statements, and they're factual.
I'm gonna say that Jewish people can't be anti-Semitic. Would you agree with that? Hey Matt, thank you, friend. Drop some hearts in the chat
That
for
Jewish
Matt.
people can't be anti-Semitic?
Yeah. Would you agree? Would you agree? Yes or no?
I mean, I'm sorry for my pause. I'm thinking about it. I'm not trying to give a reactionary response. I don't know. I probably...
Can a Jewish person be anti-Semitic
Probably not.
towards a Nazi? Can a Jewish person be anti-Semitic towards a Nazi?
Towards a Nazi?
Mm-hmm.
That doesn't necessarily work definitionally. So no, I would say not.
Okay, because right, like they created this system, all right, within Germany.
Well, because
that was for
anti-Semitic
the
is,
oppression and
being
the
against
subjugation
Jewish
of. Why
people.
are you
So
talking over
versus
me?
Nazi.
But why are you talking over
Okay,
me?
go ahead and finish your response.
Thank you, I appreciate it. All right, because all right, the Nazis, the National Socialistic Party, they created a system within Germany that was meant for all right the subjugation and the oppression of Jewish people. That's what they did. They created that system, all right, at that time for that specific reason. So it's truly just a yes or no question. All right. If you say that you don't know, then I am going to have to think something that I really don't want to think, but I'm going to have to think it. And then if you say no, I'm going to ask you, how so? Yeah. And it wasn't just for Jewish people. You're right, Kobe. You're right. I was trying to keep it simple, Kobe. Trying to keep it simple for him. I'm sorry. I'm trying to keep it simple for him. All right. It was for oppression of basically anyone that wasn't Aryan. All right. So there's that part. But specifically, we're talking about Jewish people just in this instance. So it's just a yes or no question. You said no, right? That a Jewish person can't be anti-Semitic towards a Nazi? You did say no, right?
Are we? Well, I mean, let me ask you: if this Nazi is a Jewish person themselves, would that not make a Jewish person anti-Semitic?
What the fuck?
What?
The fuck?
But that's not obviously it can't be a Jewish person because of the system that they went in place. So a Nazi would not be Jewish, so therefore they can't be anti-Semitic. It's definitely incorrect.
Can a woman be misogynistic towards a man?
Can a woman be misogynistic towards a man?
Mm-hmm.
No, of course not. Again.
Okay. So you understand that power dynamic. You understand the dynamic between like Nazis and Jewish people, but for some reason or
Absolutely.
another, when it comes to the power structure, the system that white folks created to be to their benefit, where they sit on the top of the hierarchical system, you can't seem to understand that oppression in that system is a one-way street where only white people can be racist towards black people and other people of color, but you think for some reason that it goes both ways, that black people can inflict racism onto white people. I don't get it. Why is it that you can see and understand that a woman, all right, living in a patriarchal system cannot inflict misogyny onto a man, all right, and that a Jewish person, all right, cannot be anti-Semitic towards a Nazi, but for some reason you don't get it
Yeah.
the other way. You don't get it when it comes to black folks and white folks. Why is that? Why are you not? Why is your logic not congruent here? What's going on? Why it don't make sense? Hey, Peaches.
Okay.
Drop some hearts for Peaches, y'all.
Oh, I don't want to interrupt.
You're good. Go ahead.
Okay. No, I understand that. I understand your point. I get that. And through what we talked about today and it being systematic oppression, I totally get where you're coming from in, you know, an ability for a white person to experience racism. And you know, definitionally, that makes sense.
No,
what I
functionally,
would
it makes sense. It's functionality.
okay.
Because we're not talking
Okay,
about just
functionally.
definitions. We're talking about the actual function of
Functionally,
these systems.
functionally, as you explained it, I would agree with you. However, my question would be, you know, are Asians able to be racist?
No.
Are, you know, Native Americans able to be racist?
No.
No.
The only
Okay.
race of people that can actually
So,
be racist is white people. All right.
and
Now,
that's due to the system that they put in place is what
Yeah.
you're arguing, right?
yeah, white
Okay.
folks.
Okay. So, I
Courtney, you
mean,
got next.
potentially the better statement to make would be, you know, white people can't experience racism. I think where we're getting a disconnect in the conversation is there's multiple races involved with this. You know, if, you know, white people, well, I'm just saying there's multiple races, right? I'm saying white people didn't build the system that we see in places like China, right? It's an Asian-dominated system, right?
I'm this close to
So
crashing
if
out. So
Asians built
I'm
up
this
that
close.
system,
This close.
they can oppress,
So Coney,
utilizing
if
that
you want to
system.
go, you can go, friend.
And so I'm saying,
What currency does China use when it trades globally?
what does that have to do with my
No, because you're
statement?
pretending as if white people have no power in China or over China. What currency does China use?
Is it the yen
No, when it
or won?
trades.
I think it's the won.
No, it doesn't. It uses a dollar when it trades.
Well, there's
It's forced to
actually
have to
things going
use.
on right now
It's
where there
forced to
has been
have to
trade for oil
respectfully.
that don't involve the United States dollar. There could
Stop
potentially
interrupting
be
her.
shifts.
Is a majority of its trade done in the dollar or not? Yes or no?
A majority, yes, absolutely.
Okay, good. Why does China have to do a majority of the trade in the dollar when it doesn't want to do that?
Because the United States dollar is the global currency that is determined to be the most stable based on it being
Okay, and
backed by the gold
how
standard,
did the
etc.
United States
But it's no
dollar
longer
become the
that, and
global?
so
How did the
this is a
United
completely
States
different
dollar?
conversation.
No, it's not a different conversation. It's a part of that conversation, actually. Because you're not paying attention about what racism is, what Erica was saying. You pretend as if white people have absolutely no power or their institutions have no power
I'm not
in
saying
Asian
that.
countries. And yet, okay, so you understand that white institutions also have power within Asian countries or within countries that are not predominantly white, yes or no? Yes or no?
I
Because if
think
they
when it
didn't
comes
have
to
any power,
global trade, that right now it's based in the dollar, but we've seen shifts of that over history. If
I'm not talking about
it shifts
when
over
history.
to the yen or The United
What
States
history? I'm
was in
confused.
1776. There was global trade before that. The United States dollar was not always
Yes,
the
and
global
before
dominating
that, who was
currency.
dominating the trade? Who was dominating the trade
I
before
believe
that?
it was British, the British and the East
Okay, and
India
British are
Company and
white.
that.
Yeah, and
Yeah,
British are what?
100%.
What are the British? What are the British? What are the British?
I hear you. I'm saying that shifts can
No,
take
I don't
place.
care about you hearing me. Listen, you don't have to be condescending or whatever it is. I don't care about you hearing me. I'm asking you a question. What race were the British during that time at the height of their empire? What are they
White.
categorized as? White.
White.
Okay. So when we're talking about whiteness, we're not talking only about the US. Okay? Because whiteness doesn't only exist within the US. The global apartheid system that was implemented and the racial hierarchy that was implemented on a global scale was implemented by Western Europeans and their descendants. White people in Australia operate the same way. White people in New Zealand operate the same way. White people in Europe operate the same way. White people in Latin America operate the same way. We know how white Latinos treat Black and indigenous people, even within Latin America. We know how white people treat anybody who's not white in North America. So can you give me a single place in this world where white people have not implemented a racial hierarchy where they are on top?
Are you saying where they haven't implemented that, or where one
Can you tell me
hasn't
a
existed?
single place in this world where whiteness isn't on top of the racial hierarchy?
Currently or in history?
Again, since the 1400s, since race was created, can you tell me anywhere in this world where whiteness is not on top of the racial hierarchy?
Since 1400, no, because that's past the age of imperialism and colonialism, which is why we saw the spread of that white influence.
What?
Okay.
The
So again, he's gonna bring up Genghis Khan and go like, oh, but Genghis Khan was unaliving people and the Mongolians and the Hans and what about the Moors? Listen, we're talking about race,
Well, I'm just
right?
asking
The
you.
Chinese, the Asians.
Do you
Listen.
believe that there's
Okay, this guy is pissing me off.
Stop.
He's pissing me off.
Go ahead, Kobe.
Can I ask you, Jacob? Can you evaluate your contribution to this live show? Do you think you proved? Erica, what's the statement that he has an issue with? All white people are racist?
No, that Black people can't be racist. That's the statement he has a problem with. He's calling it a blanket statement that that Black people can't be racist.
Can you tell me what country or what part of the world Black people or Blackness is on top of the racial hierarchy?
It depends on the context, but
Can you tell me?
probably
I don't
not
care
many.
about the. Regardless of what context, can you tell me where in the world Blackness is on top of the racial hierarchy?
On top of the racial hierarchy. What is the racial
Yes.
hierarchy? Do you want to list it?
I don't like the smugness in the back of your throat.
Wait, hold on. So he came up here, first weaponized and tokenized the unaliving of 800,000 Black people and didn't even bother informing himself on who was being unalived. He just wanted to use it so he can feel better as a white man. And then after that, after he used that and he just discarded the unaliving of 800,000 Black people, or was it 800,000? I don't know how many, a couple 100,000 Black people. After you just discarded that because you didn't care about them anymore, now you go to something else, and then now you don't even know what the racial hierarchy is. So what are you doing? Respectfully, you don't know when race emerged. You don't know what racism is, how it functions. Now you don't know what the racial hierarchy is. So what are you doing? Genuine. I'm not even being condescending. Genuine question. What are you doing debating this topic if you have absolutely no idea what you're talking about?
My goal with this conversation was just to come on here and ask questions. I obviously had a misunderstanding of this. You guys have helped me out with this, with understanding what racism truly entails from a systematic oppression. And that's on me. I'm going to go do my own research on this, and I have some major takeaways that I'm taking back from this conversation. So,
what did you learn? What did you learn? Like, I just want to hear it. Like, just give us a summarization of what it is that you learned.
Absolutely. Yeah. I mean, I now, this conversation has now forced me to look up the actual definition of racism. You guys have explained that it's systematic oppression that through our history has not been reversed functionally. So yeah, I'm going to look at racism through a different lens. When it comes to Rwanda, that's my bad, 100%. I get that. I didn't come into this conversation prepared, and I'm going to do more research on what happened. So, if anything, you've inspired me to do more research. So I appreciate you guys for that for the conversation itself.
Wait, no, before the
yet.
conversation, do you understand the severity of what you did? Like, do you understand that you came up on a platform? Oh, sorry, Erica, did you want to say something?
Oh, no, you're good. Go ahead. I'm talking to my son.
Do you understand that you decided to tokenize the unaliving of 800,000 Black people just so you could feel better as a white person? Because that's what it ultimately is, right? White people try to claim that everybody else can be racist because they can feel better about themselves, because they don't want to feel guilty at the fact that they benefit off of a system that disenfranchises every single other group of people. They don't want to also feel like they are culpable or responsible to dismantle said system. So they come in and they try to this is what it is. It's racial gaslighting. They try to gaslight everybody into thinking, you're like an Oprah of racism. You're doing a racism, and you're doing a racism, and you're doing a racism. Everybody's doing a racism. Promise people, listen, we're not the only ones doing it. Everybody's doing it. And ultimately, what you're trying to do is you're trying to recenter the comfort of white people. So you were willing to use the G side of 800,000 people just so you can bring comfort to yourself. That is the level of narcissism that you have displayed here, which is what whiteness is, but by the way. Whiteness literally conditions white people to be narcissists. That you are willing to tokenize and weaponize the G side of 800,000 people without even knowing who was being G-sided. Just so you can feel comfortable enough to say, well, I'm not the only one who's racist. Everybody else does it too. Do you understand the severity of that? Do you understand how disgusting that is? Like, genuinely, I'm not even trying to I'm just telling you, Erica, I've been on mute this whole time. But I think, the fact that he didn't even know who... You know that the photos that Erica showed, one of them was the current Rwandan president. The current head of the Rwandan state. That was one of the men on the left. Kagame. And you came here and you brought up the Rwandan genocide. There are survivors still suffering today. You know, Erica, you know that song called that Uwe Papa Tue, Papa Tue. You know that song? Papa Ute?
Before, yes. Why?
Yeah. You know the guy who sang it? Shomai. Papa Ute means in French, where are you, Papa? Right? I know people think it's a dancing song. The guy sang that song to his father who died in the Rwandan genocide. Stromae's father is Rwandan who unalived in the Rwandan genocide. And I know everybody dances to that song, but that song was dedicated to his father who died during the Rwandan genocide. Do you understand how many people are still mourning their dead? And you came up here and you decided to tokenize and use it as a talking point. That ultimately, to the 697 people here, that is the ultimate dehumanization of Black people. Black people are so dehumanized that you have rando white people using our death and unaliving by the hundreds of thousands as just a mere talking point. That's it. It's a mere talking point to feel comfortable. That's what you did. That's what you did, caller. I don't know if you're still there, but that's exactly what you did. Right?
I'm still here.
So,
And I
yeah.
apologize for any offense
No, I
and
don't listen.
insensitivity
I
in
don't
regards to
want you
this
to
topic.
apologize. I want you to do better. I don't want you to apologize. I want you to do better. I don't care about empty apologies. I want you to do better. If you actually care, then you should sit down and you should learn about racism. Harvard has a brilliant article on this about the sociological definition of racism. Ibram X. Kendi has a good book called Stamped from the Beginning. There are so many academic articles and works and books about what racism is, who created it, why it was created, how it functions today, how it impacts people today. And the crazy thing is, a rando taxi driver in freaking Egypt who's not Black knows the racial hierarchy and knows their position with that racial hierarchy and likes to uphold it against Black people as well. And one last thing I wanted to say, I don't know about the Black people here, but usually the frustration that I have, or sometimes not prejudice, but the frustration I have with other racial groups is not because I just hate them randomly. It's because of how they treat us. I am frustrated with the fact that Asian groups, regardless of where they are, get used as a buffer class against Black people by white people. Yes.
But Kobe, that's the white narcissism inflicting triangulation. It's a trait of it, right? Where they pit us against each other and they keep themselves at the top. So that's all it is.
Exactly. And
Quick
usually
question
Black
when I have a
people,
chance.
Sure.
yeah, I
Let
was going to say
Kobe
this.
finish.
And usually Black people feel that way about different groups of people, not because we just somehow are conditioned to hate people. We're not conditioned to hate anybody, right? Actually, Black people show grace to everybody. We're actually too welcoming. That's precisely why everybody and their mama is exploiting and robbing us, right? But we're not conditioned to hate. We usually get really frustrated with other groups of people because we see how those groups of people treat us, and we see how a lot of different groups of people are willing to uphold the racial hierarchy as long as they have Black people beneath them. As long as Black people are beneath them, Asians as a collective are perfectly fine with their position within the racial hierarchy because at least they're not at the bottom. And that's the same thing with any other racial group as well. That's where the frustration comes from. Not because we're conditioned to hate. White people are conditioned to hate from the time that they're kids. Us, we're not conditioned to hate. We're just conditioned to survive.
All right. So Jacob, all right. I think we're gonna end it there. You said you had a question.
Yeah, no, I just real quick, just for me and the rest of the audience, if they're interested, I did screenshot Stamp from the beginning, and I'll definitely check that out tonight. You mentioned Harvard has a racism in sociology. Was it a paper or a class or what is it?
Harvard has an article called, just look up Harvard sociological definition of racism and you'll definitely find it. Also, Seattle.gov has a pamphlet called for the 4 types of racism. It teaches you the difference between interpersonal, institutional, systemic, and internalized racism as well. It's a 1-page pamphlet. Just type in 4 types of racism, Seattle.gov. I mean, the sources are out there.
Absolutely. And I'll go ahead and check them out, and I hope to gain more from them. I apologize for any negative character traits that I presented on this show and that you took. I'm working on it, and like you said, it's my duty to educate myself and responsibility too. So I'm gonna take those words to heart and hopefully do that. But I mean, I hope people will at least pull something from this conversation.
All right, Jacob. Okay, bye. Do the
Bye.
research.
Have a good day or night.
Shout out to women with the microphone. There we go. Women with microphones. Shout out to us. Drop those hearts in the
Yeah.
chat for Athena, for Kim, and for Swan. Please. What's up, Kobe?
Listen, Swan and Kim were much more educational. Like I just kept quiet and I listened to them. Y'all did your thing. You guys educated and all that stuff. I was just irritated. Like the girl, I logged off from that conversation
I did
the
too.
moment he didn't even know that the Tutsis were being G-sided during the Rwanda. Like when he didn't even know which ethnic groups were involved, I was just like, okay. I logged off completely.
Oh, I just had an idea because I didn't need to decompress from that one. But I want to know everyone's sign. I think I know Kim's. I think I know Kim's. I'm not sure though. I think Kim is water. Athena, text me your I can't think of it right now. I'm so tired. Text me your sign. I need to know
You
something.
think I'm water?
Yeah. When your birthday, Kim? What month?
My personality says water.
It's not air. It's definitely not
I
air.
am full fire. I am
Oh.
Sagittarius.
Okay. Oh, you are? Yay! Athena's an air sign. I'm an air sign. So we have 2 air, fire, and earth. Okay. Yeah.
Yeah, no.
I'm a Gemini.
Yeah.
I got issues.
Can't trust a big butt in a Gemini. I. You know that Doja Cat song?
No,
Sorry.
I don't know that Doja Cat song. Why would you ask me? You know I don't know that song.
Listen, people might judge me, but I actually love Doja Cat, okay?
The only song I know of hers is like the "Bitch I'm a Cow" because I like cows. I kid you
Bitch, I'm a
not.
cow. Bitch, I'm a
That's it.
cow. Say moo.
That's literally. I'm tired, y'all. I'm tired, and I'm tired. That I ain't gonna hold y'all. That was exhausting. That was exhausting because
I was hoping he was gonna actually bring up an actual argument because I was like, "What did me and Swan you say wrong?" But
nothing.
we got nothing. A nothing burger.
Mm-mm. I thought he was about to
He
come with
can't
something.
keep up.
Yeah.
Yeah, he can't keep up. You and Swan, like you did a brilliant job, like as per usual, like, but he just couldn't keep up. Like, and what the crazy thing is, like Tutsi and Hutu pre-colonialism was not even an ethnic group. It was a class group. It was more like the Tutsis were more pastoralists and the Hutus were like, I forgot what they were, but basically these were two like quote unquote classes within that society where people could also, like, they were not rigid systems. People could also move from one class to another class if they changed their occupation. So these were not even rigid. They were very fluid, like socioeconomic classes during that time. It was only colonialism that turned them into rigid ethnic groups. So I don't know. It's just, doesn't it make y'all sick? I'm not gonna lie. Like seeing the normalization of the dehumanization of like Black bodies. I don't know if it's just because like it's in the morning, but it actually makes me physically ill when I just see how reckless, that's the word, how reckless people are when they talk about Black unaliving.
Oh yeah, all the time.
So Nolan Wells, the 18-year-old Black boy who went missing in Mississippi, when they found what eventually was identified as his body, when they found him, the sheriff who found him and pulled him out of the water did not refer to him as a person, referred to his body as an object, called it that, like called him that. That, and it was very dehumanizing because he's somebody's, child. You know what I mean? He he was somebody's friend, somebody's boyfriend probably. He was a teammate, a classmate, a brother, a cousin. But they called him that. That's the dehumanization. Like you can't have the capability, y'all, to see other people as human beings. All right, if you can shrink them up in a tree, you can castrate them. If you can mutilate them in any way, shape, or form, you don't have the ability to see them as humans. And for centuries, that has been happening to us, to Black people. They simply don't see us as humans. And I always say this, and I always quote Swan because she's the first person I heard say it. And it was like an enlightening moment for me. I was like, holy shit. You cannot expect humanity from people who can't see the humanity in themselves. We simply can't. And we just can't. That's it. And so that's why it's like it hurts, Adina, when we see it, when we hear it. But I don't expect anything else from them.
Yeah. No, 100%. Like 100%. It's like this, and this is why I'd implore everybody here, even if it's just an audio book or whatever it is, Afro Pessimism by Frank B. Wilderson III. I saw this man at a conference as well. Brilliant man. Frank B. Wilderson III, Afro Pessimism. And this book makes you fully understand just the whole world afterwards with regards to why Black people get treated the way that they get treated. And that is because, and that's the same thing with Europeans, right? When Europeans were creating racial like groups, Blackness was non-human and whiteness was human. That's the category they created. Exactly. And there was a whole debate on this in 1550 in Valladolid in Spain, where you had Bartolomé de Casas on the one side, who wrote a travelogue called A Short Destruction, or A Short History of the Destruction of the Indies, in which he described how indigenous people were being unalived by Europeans, and he was disgusted by this. And in the debate, in the Valladolid debate, he was debating that, indigenous people are uncivilized, but they have the potential of being civilized if they're Christianized. Therefore, they shouldn't be enslaved. And on the other side, you had a guy called Sepulveda, who was basically arguing, they can't be civilized, just like unalive them or just use them. And the debate ended in Bartolomé de Casas winning, right? With regards to the more of the focus needs to be on Christianizing indigenous people instead of enslaving them. But they then, as a result of that, they were like, you know what, let's just enslave the Africans instead. So what they did effectively through that debate was they said, yeah, indigenous people are uncivilized, but they're still within the spectrum of human, whereas Black people are non-human. So we can use them and enslave them, right? And that's when the enslavement of Africans accelerated. If you notice, from like the 1400s it was more in the late 1500s, 1600s when there was an increase, is because those were the types of debates that were happening in Europe with regards to if Black people are even human, right? So
Athena,
that. Mm-hmm.
Go ahead, finish up. But is somebody who is like wants to call in? I missed these somehow. They sent a bunch of super chats, and I totally missed it. But the person who wants to call in, you can call in. But Athena is going to finish what it is that she's saying. So by all means, Athena, I'm so sorry. I know you can't stand that. Go ahead, you got it. Sorry.
No, it's perfectly fine. I'm just going to end it with this so that you can get to the call. My point is, it makes you understand that Blackness, like Black people haven't done anything wrong. We're not evil or whatever it is. It's literally Blackness is just non-human. And the reason as to why black people were put in that category is not because we were somehow uniquely evil or bad or whatever it is. It is because capitalism necessitates that.
Exactly.
The whole point is, like, the world realizes that it needs black people in this permanent underclass to exploit financially, to exploit physically, and also to exploit our resources and our land. And to justify doing that, they dehumanize us on a global scale on every single continent to justify exploiting us and keeping us in this social underclass. Just wanted to say that.
It's a fucking word, and it's very true. It's true. No notes. No notes. Jesus Christ. I don't know why this y'all don't have to engage with this person, by the way. But the person that Null over on YouTube, the phone line is open for you to call. I see you called quite a few times while we were on the phone with Jacob. The phone line is open for you to call if you're still there. I'm only going to give it a few moments, and I'm not going to be loud because somebody, look at God, all right, fell asleep on the couch. So I'm not going to be loud at all. Because there's that, like, oh, happy day, right? You got to celebrate when this kid goes to sleep at an early time. I'm celebrating. So, yeah. But no, I don't know what it is that you want to discuss. I can't really tell when it comes to your super chats, but thank you for the $20 super chat. The one that says answer the call and you gave your number. The phone line is open, Null. You can call in. And Mr. Melvin, thank you for the $5 super chat. Mr. Melvin said, Erica, you ladies need to podcast this. Women with microphones. You ladies have men twisting and pivoting wildly. I can make the logo for you. Shout out to you, Mr. Melvin. We appreciate you. I'll try to convince them. I can't make you no guarantees though, but it's always fun. I'm persistent. And also, M sent a super chat, $2 super chat, and said, "What was the Seattle link?" And they said, "Thank you, Kobe. What was the Seattle link again for the article that you mentioned?"
4 types of racism, seattle.gov. So it's just like it's not like an article, it's like a pamphlet that is one page, and it shows you a whole diagram and explains to you the 4 different types of racism. It's actually quite good.
Okay, fantastic. I'll put it in the chat over here on the tube. Racism. Okay, that person didn't call in, so okay, there we go. This was fun. I was gonna end it with some trivia, but I'm tired. I've been on for 6 hours. I can't believe that. That's like super long for me. I typically don't go over 4. You said, yeah, you called 6 times, but you're not calling now, Null. You're not calling now. You gotta call now. It says receiving phone calls. I'm calling them.
Hello?
Hi, Null. All right.
Hi.
Hi. For TikTok purposes, how old are you?
38.
Okay. All right. Why
You
were you
say
looking to
TikTok
call in?
purposes?
I said for TikTok purposes.
Oh, okay. Go ahead.
I said, why were you looking to call in?
Oh, just having a little discussion.
About?
Well, my topic was going to go on a certain Hulu actually episode or series that I watched based on Cleopatra, which is very inspirational to me. My wife gave it to me. It was about Cleopatra and that her tomb is about to be found. Have you or your panel seen that at all?
No, I haven't seen it. And if they have seen it, they would have said something. So I'm going to take that they haven't seen it either. What's
Okay.
the relevancy? What are we doing?
I mean, I don't know.
Okay, so the tomb of Cleopatra will be found. Okay.
What is? It's found from a Dominican Republican girl that is a lawyer since she was 19. It's on Hulu. It's very inspirational as far as Black and women.
Okay. All right. Thank you. Who are we talking about? You said someone in Dominican Republic.
Yeah, that's where the girl's from. Yeah, she's a lawyer. She opened actually a law firm, I believe, when she was 21, and she had this notion that she was going to find Cleopatra's tomb. It's a documentary on Hulu, and I would implore you and your panel to actually watch that.
Okay. All right. Is
Do you
that
know
what
the
you wanted
history
to
of
share?
Cleopatra? Do you know the history of Cleopatra?
Just a little bit.
Very inspirational.
Okay. All right. What's the name of it?
Do you know? I don't have it offhand, but it is on Hulu, and if you type in search, you will find it on Cleopatra. So,
Okay. All right. Well,
but
thank you
on the
for
notion
telling
of
us.
Cleopatra, she was very political in her stance in Egypt, and with the Romans and everything that went on during that time in 30 BC. She did kind of balance herself. She's such a influential person in historicals. I just don't know how you guys could relate to them to this point. Like, what would Cleopatra think about you and your panel? Causing divide.
What?
Wesley Pillow sent a $5 super chat and said, "No, what the fuck? You cried so hard to get up just to
I'll
talk
send you
about Cleopatra.
$150 right
Jesus,
now.
wow, just wow."
Don't care.
Cleopatra
What would
was
Cleopatra say about you guys? Because you know
Cleopatra
what
was
your channel
Greek.
does? It causes
Excuse
Greek, by
divide.
the
me,
way.
one moment. She's responding to you. Stop doing
I don't give a
that.
shit. Because all you do is
How
over
do you
talk
actually
people.
have a conversation? What are we doing?
How are you even having a conversation with people when you cut them off like this?
I'm
All you do
so
is over
sorry.
talk
She
people.
didn't
You
cut you
don't have
off. You
no
did
the
ask a
conversation.
question and you continue to talk. Did you
Cleopatra would
just call in to
fucking hate
crash
you.
in? Are you well?
Cleopatra would hate you.
Do I give a fuck? The fuck?
No,
All right.
no, you
It's
don't.
giving
Because
weird.
you have no fucking
It's
history. You
giving
have no history.
peculiar. It's giving peculiar.
Cleopatra
Go
was
ahead. Better
Greek,
mics.
by the way.
Cut them off.
Why would anybody care what a Greek person has to say?
Exactly.
Why would
Cleopatra, if
anybody
people
care
don't
about
know,
historical?
No, I
You
didn't
have
say
no
that. I'm
reference to
saying
Cleopatra.
again,
You can overtalk me
listen,
all you want. I don't give a shit.
Oh my God.
I'm
You
not
have
over
Shut
talking
the
to
no
you.
fuck
actual
up.
benefit.
Shut up. He's in timeout.
Okay.
You can say what you want to say. Oh, he hung up. Thank God. There you go. You did
I
all
was
of
just,
that to crash in? What a fucking weirdo.
yeah.
What are you going to say, Cole?
I was just gonna say, Cleopatra was, contrary to popular belief, Cleopatra was Greek. She was from the, like a Ptolemaic Greek person. I'd rather, in my opinion, I'm not gonna lie, elevate African people or Black leaders. I don't need to elevate or look up to or worship or pedestalize like non-African and non-Black leaders, because there's an abundance of great African leaders and Black leaders. So, yeah.
So he paid to come up to show his racism and be a CUCK?
Yes. That was weird.
You definitely are not getting no buns. You are definitely not getting no buns.
Can't be.
Definitely not.
It's been dry over there since about, 1996, because ain't no fucking way. There's no way. Ain't no way. He has a weird thing for Cleopatra, y'all. It was strange. That was strange. So he sent, that was 7, and then 1, 2, 3. All right, so that's 13, and then the 20. So he sent $33 to crash. I'm up in the price. If you want to, oh, he sent another 2 and said she was Greek with a question mark. Shut up, Null. You're stupid. He just made it 35. He said she was Greek.
Bruh. On
Wait,
a
I'm so sorry.
Friday
He
night.
didn't. Wait, was that like a genuine question? He didn't know.
He obviously didn't.
He didn't know. No.
So he came
I
up
think he was under
crashing out,
the
claiming
presumption
that.
that she
Yeah.
is black. Yeah, she was Greek.
Wait, he came up crashing out, thinking that we didn't know the history. He's like, you don't know the history before he had to crash out, but he didn't even know that she was okay. Well,
I didn't get to do it while he was up here, but go to hell. Cause what the hell was that? Like I was Erica, your face the entire time was my face sitting here like, where are we going with this? Because when he said, well, my topic, I was like, your topic? What the fuck is this?
Okay. I was like, go ahead. What is it going to be? I thought he was going to, like, I don't know, talk about something actually. And then what confused me is that it sounded like he said that her tomb is located in the Dominican Republic. And I was like, wait, huh? I was like, what?
I thought that first too. I didn't get the woman that was looking for it was from the Dominican.
Yeah, and I was like, what do you mean? What are you talking about the Dominican Republic for? Like, make it make sense. Null sent a $10 super chat to say, how is she Greek?
because oh my god,
No,
she's a
no, send if you send a $500 super chat, all right, I'll let you come back and have that actual conversation. I will. Shout out to Null, y'all. Weirdo, but
You want me to blow his mind even more?
go, please do, Yay.
Yeah, there were 7 Cleopatras, not only one.
Ooh, what?
Yeah. Yeah. So the one that people usually talk about is Cleopatra the 5th, I think, or the 7th, but there were a total of 7 Cleopatras. Many people might not know this, and all 7 of them were a part of the Ptolemaic Greek dynasty. Ptolemy was like basically it was Alexander the Great's general. When Alexander the Great was in Egypt, his general stayed in Egypt, and he did the Ptolemaic dynasty. And all the Macedonian. So Alexander the Great was Macedonian Greek.
It was.
So yeah, so it's in that dynasty. So Cleopatra's not even one of them. Only one. Like there are 7 of Cleopatras. But yeah,
That part. Let's see what it do. I'm gonna give this 5 more minutes because this shit is funny to me. But also shout out to, want to make sure I get your name right because it escaped me. Devil Doll. Devil Doll sent a $2 super chat and said that was a lot of money to say nothing. What the fuck? It was. Let's see if he'll send 500. If he sends 500, all right, I am splitting that amongst the 4 of us. I just want to let y'all know that. I'll split it between us like legit right now. I will. I won't say it until August, but I'm going to split it between us. So we'll see what happens. Anywho, that shit was funny. I'm sorry.
I think that's one of the most interesting call-ins you've had, and you get some doozies.
I get some doozies, but that was very, very interesting.
Cleopatra?
He called back. It's weird. He called back, but for some reason or another, it's not ringing. I don't know what's happening with the thingy. It's not ringing.
That is the ancestors trying to protect
it's
us.
protecting us. That's fair. It's the ancestors and nah. That man is nuts. He crazy, y'all. He crazy. But if he send that, I'm for real, y'all. He has 4 minutes. If he sends the 500 within the next 4 minutes, then what will happen is I'll give him a call and have him answer. He sent a $2 super chat and said 2. Kid you not. He literally did. He sent a $2 super chat and said 2. This man is not okay. He's not. He's not well.
Where is your wife? Is she tied up in a closet somewhere? Because what is going on?
Gotta be. Like, is she in the basement? Is everything okay? Is everything okay? I just need to know. I'm sorry, I just got a
Looks like
text message from a friend. He need to get your ass home. Huh? What you say, Kobe?
I just say Cleopatra came in clutch, and she's kind of like is working hard overtime on that internet of his or whatever is like not allowing him to call in. I don't know.
I don't know. I don't know, Kobe. I'm kind of concerned for him. I'm concerned. Noel is crazy as hell. Anywho, he has 2 minutes left. I had to be up because I got to get up in the morning in order to go to an appointment. I'm finally gonna get my nails done, guys, because it's been a very long time. I won't say how long, but finding a black nail tech in the greater Phoenix area has been difficult. Not easy.
I haven't gotten mine done in a minute. I've been trying to. My daughter found one, so
Awesome.
she's going Monday to get her things done. So I just have to make me an appointment. But she
Awesome.
found one, so she go get her stuff done.
Awesome. Oh, yay. Over on the TikTok, let's get one more like over there to 400. That'd be awesome. Let's do it. We can get to
You
400
know,
likes.
you know that we're going to be a talking point the next time he joins a panel to claim that black people can be racist. Like, I was on a panel full of blacks, and 5 of them jumped me. He's going to use it as a talking point. So black people can be racist.
Black people, I can imagine that's exactly what's going to happen. Mine's over on the tube. Do not mute Null. He's hilarious. He is. He's hilarious. I don't know if we're watching an episode play out. I'm so sorry, y'all, but it's fucking A, man. I'm laughing. Okay, all right. I'll ask for forgiveness later. And yay, we got 400 likes over on the tube. Yay! Shout out to you all. Yay! Draw some hearts in the chat for our tubers. You guys are freaking awesome. And over here on TikTok, we got up to 657,000 likes. You know what? I'll take it. Oh, Swan is knocked the fuck out. Swan is asleep.
Yeah, I knew she was going to. She's been up for a minute.
Yeah, because she did the morning thing, and then I know she didn't go to sleep. Well, I think she did go to sleep earlier today, but then she went live. Swan's tired, which is understandable. So if you did send anything over to Swan as a for the mutual aid, she definitely will respond via the app to you to say thank you. And just want to thank you all so very much. All right, for everything, because you guys are friggin' awesome. Thank you so much for showing love to the panel. All right, to my fellow women with microphones. All right, I ain't gonna hold y'all. I had a lot of fucking fun. Okay. Don't think it's peculiar or weird or whatever. All right, when I ask y'all to do this again, but this was totally random, and I was like, oh my god, it's a chance to do women with a microphone. I'm so happy. I am such a dork. Anywho,
I loved it. I'll do it again.
Yay, Kim, you're the best. All right, Devil Doll, thank you for the $2. Devil Doll sends a super chat and said, "Go sit and breathe into a paper bag, Null. Holy cow, Devil Dog, he's not well, but it's funny though. He put in the fucking YouTube chat. Hello, like, is he calling in? Devil Dog, you can't call in. You didn't. I'm not gonna answer for you. You didn't send $500. I told you what the price is. You got to send in $500, all right, so that I can split it with the panel, so that we may be paid for our labor. Because you, sir, I fear, all right, I don't even fear. I know that you are going to be a fucking piece of work. So, yeah. But your time is up, all right? It's too late for you. You can't call in. And, guys, you should see how many times he called in. My God. Jesus Christ. That man's not well.
Find a sock and work it out.
Please. By all means. Find. Oh, good God. Yes, $500. Okay, for him to call in. Do you have a problem with that? Is there a problem? You heard it correctly. You did. You heard it correctly. Okay. There's a lot of context here. Just want to let you know. It should be more. I agree with you, Thicky Nicky. It should be more. 500 is the max you can send on a super chat, though. It's okay. He ain't got it. Anywho, ladies, thank you so much for being here tonight. I appreciate you
Yes.
all. Right. If you're not following Swan, Kim, and Kobe, fix your lives and make sure you are following them. All right, because they're friggin' awesome. Kim, Swan is definitely knocked out. That means that she probably won't be around until like first shift. And so what that means is I'm
She
gonna see
probably
you
get
in the
on at 3 or
trenches.
4.
Oh yeah,
She gonna
that's
go at
right.
3 or 4. She does that. She'll knock out and then wake up at 3 or 4.
Okay, because she had us in the trenches last night.
Yeah.
Can
Yeah.
I say two things before you end the live, if that's
By all
okay?
means, sure.
Okay, so the first thing I wanted to say was I did write my new like Substack article. It's yay, it's my second article and it's in the link tree in my bio. The first article was an introduction into the Libyan slave trade. The second article is an introduction into what's happening in Tunisia to Black people. So if you guys are like, whoa, 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 Libya, Tunisia, I don't know what's happening there. What the hell is happening there? I don't even know anything. You can go through my articles, both of them. There's also an audio version of the article if you were to not lazy, but if you have other stuff to do, so you can't read it, so you can just play it. But yeah, so the second article is about what's happening in Tunisia to Black refugees, how European countries are involved. And so once you read these two articles, you will get a better understanding of what's happening on the ground in Libya and Tunisia. And the next coming articles are going to be about Algeria, Morocco, and Egypt. And then after that, they're going to be about predominantly Eritrean history, Eritrean culture, and then also other neighboring countries that are usually neglected or ignored. So that's why my Substack is called Humanity in Translation, because I'm translating lives that have been ignored for so long by our world. So if you have any interest in that, you can subscribe to the article, to my Substack. You can be a free subscriber or you can be a paid subscriber if you want to support my work. I don't know, whatever it is, your choice. And then that's what I wanted to kind of tell people. It's in the link tree in my bio. And one last thing is, this man is racist and broke. Like, he needs to pick a struggle. How are you a broke racist person, bro? Like, you need to pick a damn struggle. That's all I wanted to say. Thank you.
Thank you, Kobe. I appreciate you because fucking A, yes, racist and broke. What a hell of a combination. Shout out to Kobe, y'all. Shout out to Kobe. Kim, you got anything, friend?
I just want to thank everybody for the gifts. I do appreciate it, and gifts for everybody. Thank you for having me on the panel. I appreciate it. Always have fun when I'm on your panel, and we'll do it again next time. And if you're scrolling on later, don't follow me because I don't want to bring you into another.
I like Sarge. I like Sarge live. I do. I be listening like, what the hell? And
I like going on there, but sometimes some of those people on me, I'm just like, we walk with these people on Earth, and I don't like it.
that part. And the only reason why I joined last night is because I just didn't like the way that he was talking to you. It was bothering the heck out of me because you were legitimately providing like useful information to him. And I
Mm.
know that you were being fucking patient with him. And he was just so rude and just dismissive and disrespectful. And I was like, you gotta be kidding me. Like, what are we doing here? And I was like,
Some of them, after a while, like I'll say it, whatever, like that, and then I just won't repeat it. I tell Sarge, I'll be like, a lot of times, if I'm giving information, I'm not giving it specifically for that person. I'm giving it
yep.
to people that are in the chat that may want to know the information and be actually vigilant on looking it up. Past that, they gonna do what they gonna do. I already know that.
That part. That part.
But thank you. I'll see you
Of
around.
course. All right. See you later. Bye.
Good night.
All right.
Bye.
So, guys, we know that Swan is asleep. All right. So let's not be too loud. We're gonna let her down gently. Okay. We'll let Swan down gently. But make sure that you guys definitely do follow everyone on the panel. This is me letting Swan down gently. Okay, there we go. So now it is time to do the thing that we do at the end of the live. All right. I gotta say it softly because Bubba is asleep. All right. Give me my theme music.
Yeah.
All right, guys. Thank you all so very much for hanging out with us tonight. Thank you. You guys are freaking awesome. Thank you to Swan, to She Tall and Sexy, to Athena, aka Kobe. All right, thank you for joining us here. I definitely am gonna try to do women with microphones. I really am gonna try to make it happen. Fingers crossed, guys. Put it in the universe for me, okay? With that being said, shout out to my mods. My mods are absolutely awesome. The hardest working mods in the game. All right, shout out to y'all over on the tube. Shout out over to my mods here on the Tiki Talks. I love y'all. Y'all are fantastic. One day I'm gonna be like the best person ever, and we're gonna do a pizza party. Okay? But with that being said, I'm tired. It's time to get out of here. I don't know where you're going, but wherever you go, make sure you do the good things for the people. Okay? Drop some hearts in the chat. Say Erica Raid. It'll make me feel good. Wherever you go, make sure that you take care of the live host and their panel. Just do all the good stuff, right, guys? With that, thanks to everyone who sent a comment, who tapped the screen, who reposted, who sent a gift, who sent a dono. Shout out to y'all. Shout out to everyone over the tube. Shout out to Noel, y'all. All right, shout out to Noel. All right. Thank you to all the super chatters. Thank you to everyone who liked the stream, who subscribed tonight. Y'all are freaking awesome. We're on the road to 15K and then it'll be 20K. We're almost there, guys. So let's keep it going, keep the momentum. But with that being said, I leave you with this, as I always do. If you can't do something kind for yourselves, please, please, please do something kind for somebody else, all right? I love y'all. I really, really do. I will see you all tomorrow, all right? And with that being said, deuces out. Bye.